Jai Jing was originally just an ordinary guy from Earth, but exactly 1 month ago, he suddenly transmigrated into a world that felt familiar, yet it was also so strange that he could never call it his old home. After arriving here, he accidentally awakened something called the system. According to its rules, as long as this young man trained a field to a certain threshold, the corresponding skill would automatically activate. From physique, strength, speed, and aiming ability to all sorts of minor miscellaneous talents. For example, today at school he had just finished the running test. His result this time was clearly far better than the last one. Thanks to that, his sprint skill instantly gained another 20 experience points. Setting the system aside for now, inside the school, this young man was, in every sense, a campus heartthrob who drew everyone's attention. The admiration from the female students even accidentally activated his charm skill. The annoying part was that even when he did nothing, that skill's experience kept rising steadily. But he absolutely hated it, because in his eyes, it was no different from a useless ability. Just as he stopped to catch his breath, something suddenly tore through the air and shot straight toward him. He immediately reached out and caught it cleanly, only then realizing it was a tennis ball someone had thrown on purpose. He looked at the ball in his hand, then slowly turned his gaze toward the direction it had come from. Li Qi curled his lip in disdain and ran over, asking what was going on, bro. This was his best friend, and seeing the scene, he asked whether Ji Jing knew those people. The young man only nodded, then raised a hand and pointed toward the court. Li Qi followed where his friend was pointing, and his face instantly turned pale, because the one standing there was Yu Guang, a notorious guy at school. He immediately asked nervously what Ji Jing had done to provoke that guy. Could it be over some girl? Or maybe he should just randomly accept one and be done with it so he would not keep drawing hate from every direction. Not interested, Ji Jing replied coldly, casually tossing the handkerchief a girl had just given him over to Li Qi. You may not be interested, but us brothers sure are. Li Qi also reminded him that Yu Guang was not someone easy to mess with, then asked where he was going. Gym, Ji Jing answered curtly. What good is bodybuilding? You should learn martial arts, Li Qi shouted after him, but it was completely useless. Better than anyone, Ji Jing understood that for ordinary people, going to the gym might not change their fate. But he had the system in his hands, so everything had already taken a completely different turn. It was just that daily training helped this young man level up quickly, while also draining his stamina at a terrifying rate. It had turned him into a genuine food-devouring machine. Even so, he was not pushing himself this hard just to show off his muscles or act cool at school. The area where he lived was called Fifth Metropolis, a place with a clear divide between the inner ring and the outer ring. The farther outward one went, the more ruined, poor, and cold the scenery became. The farther inward one went, the more prosperous, luxurious, and privileged everything became. In this world, he had only half a year left before graduation. Either he gambled once and forced his way into the inner ring, or he accepted being trapped in poverty for the rest of his life. That was exactly why this young man had to train like his life depended on it, all to win a better future. After training, he stopped by the supermarket to buy more food to stuff into his empty refrigerator. But when the total came to 201 yuan, his face immediately turned green. He hurriedly put a few items back, then carried the remaining 2 bags home. His heart ached like it had been cut open. Just 5 eggs already cost a full 30 yuan. This otherworldly world was truly insane beyond belief. Right then, a black shadow suddenly flashed past his eyes. He looked closely and discovered it was a black cat, with bright, sparkling eyes that were strangely beautiful. He was just about to open his mouth and compliment it. Then the cat suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Are you pretending I hit you so you can scam me? He asked suspiciously. But right after that, he noticed the cat was covered in wounds. It had probably just been beaten half to death by a bunch of other stray cats. He could not help sighing, never expecting the world of stray cats to be just as brutal as a dungeon. At that exact moment, the cat suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. The scene shocked him so badly that he froze, and he even doubted his own ears. But no matter how he tried to fool himself, he had clearly heard the cat speak in a human voice. So the young man immediately examined it from head to tail. After that, he discovered a bizarre-looking golden ring attached to its tail. He slowly reached out and touched that ring. Ji Jing instantly saw a blinding burst of golden light flare up, followed by the system's ice-cold notification. Divine matter has been detected. Absorbing divinity now. The young man froze on the spot, disbelief filling his eyes. This planet was originally called Electric Star, part of a fantasy world known as Midsummer. 287 years ago, God died. On that exact day, every human on Electric Star witnessed it with their own eyes. It was an abnormal spectacle that shattered every boundary of human understanding. The divine being simply vanished from the mortal world. He left humanity to struggle alone against a cruel and merciless fate. Yet now, he had actually found a material containing divinity. If he kept absorbing it, could he one day cultivate himself into a divine being too? With that thought, he immediately carried the black cat back home. On the way back, he also bought some cat food pellets, but the moment he pushed the bowl in front of it, the cat's face instantly showed pure disgust. "Aren't you a stray cat? You're seriously picky about this too." The young man was completely speechless. But then he suddenly remembered that this cat had clearly spoken human language earlier. A bold guess flashed through his mind at once. Could it be that, from the very beginning, it was never really a cat? He immediately turned around and walked straight into the kitchen. After that, he began cooking with a rare and serious focus. While preparing the meal, his cooking skill kept gaining experience. Before long, a steaming bowl of mixed fried rice piled with toppings was finished. This time, the cat's attitude made a complete 180. Drool kept dripping, and its eyes shone as if it had seen a priceless treasure. It hurriedly lowered its head and began eating like its life depended on it. This only proved that his guess was right. The cat could speak human language not because it was smart, but because it had originally been a person turned into a cat. As for the reason, it was probably closely connected to the golden ring wrapped around its tail. Just as he thought of that, the system sent him another new notification. Divinity absorption has been completed. Right after that, the contents of his status window began to change. The notification stated that he possessed a special skill. The divine skill named Twinborn has met the conditions for activation. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately pressed confirm. Twinborn has been successfully activated. A radiant golden spark suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. In the next instant, it quickly seeped deep into his flesh. At the moment, this skill had only one passive effect, but its power was so tyrannical it was almost suffocating. It gave him one extra life, allowing him to choose a resurrection time within 7 days after death, with a 3-month cooldown. After reading the notification, his jaw dropped. Wasn't this basically a system version resurrection armor? If the passive alone was already this heaven-defying, then once the active skill was unlocked later, its power would definitely be far more terrifying. Unfortunately, his current divinity points were still not enough to unlock the next stage. Therefore, the active skill could not be used for the time being. In other words, all he had to do was keep absorbing divinity, right? He thought to himself. At the same time, his gaze slowly locked onto the black cat in front of him. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into an extremely inhuman smile. But when he looked more closely, there really were quite a few wounds on its body. If he kept absorbing from it right now, that seemed a little too heartless. So he temporarily set that matter aside. He simply crouched down and gently rubbed the cat's head a few times. Even so, he could not just let it leave as if nothing had happened. So for now, he decided to keep it in his home. He also needed to go out and investigate clues related to this thing called divinity. With that thought, he gave an order, stand up. He wanted to see how this cat would react. Unexpectedly, in the very next second, it actually sprang to its feet. But he immediately turned off the lights, then hurried out of the house. The little creature's eyes stayed locked on the door. It seemed a little upset, because now it was the only one left in the house. Yet the surveillance camera in the corner kept recording in silence. Si Jing headed straight for the outer ring. Life here was suffocatingly harsh, and for people in the outer ring, entering the inner ring was almost a fantasy. Even if they got lucky and made it in, they still had to pay a massive fee, enough to bankrupt an entire well-off family. Even so, countless people risked their lives chasing that sliver of a chance. But most of them had no idea there was another path, and that was to step onto the martial path. As long as someone became a martial artist, many of the barriers in front of them would be removed at once. And that was the opportunity this young man was determined to seize. He kept moving deeper ahead, hoping to find some clue related to divinity. Unexpectedly, he was stopped halfway by a group of strangers. "You're the one, aren't you? Our boss Yu Guang had his eye on that person, and you still dared to interfere? You're dead today." Every one of these thugs was holding a weapon, clearly not just planning to beat him up, but intending to take his life. Yet the young man did not panic at all. Instead, he sighed and asked back, "What boss?" The moment he finished speaking, the bald man in the group suddenly flipped backward. It was as if he had been struck by an overwhelmingly powerful force. The others stared with their mouths open, looking at their fallen companion, then back at him, but none of them saw clearly what had happened. A few seconds later, the second man let out a miserable scream and also fell backward. Then came the third. Only then did the young man's movements slow down slightly, just enough for them to see. All three had been dropped by tiny stones shot from his hand. Before this, he had trained relentlessly in precision aiming with throwing darts. So to him, this little trick was no different from a warm-up drill. The whole gang of thugs lay scattered across the ground, groaning nonstop in pain. "Not bad. You've got some skill, but that still isn't enough." After all his underlings had been swept aside, Yu Guang finally stepped out in person. The young man originally planned to use the same method as before and strike first, but his opponent closed the distance half a beat faster than he did. He was forced to lean aside and dodge. Yu Guang's fist slammed straight into the wall behind him. instantly cracking whole sections of it. This time, it was his turn to be surprised. So Yu Guang knew martial arts too. Now this fight was getting interesting, and it saved him the trouble of finding another opponent to test himself. Tell me everything you know. He slowly stepped closer to his opponent. His voice turned cold, loaded with threat. Otherwise, I won't stop. Yu Guang was no match for this young man at all. Before long, he had been beaten until his entire body trembled with fear. He quickly backed down and begged for mercy. Boss, big brother, I give up. I really give up. I'll tell you everything. A smug smile briefly appeared on his face, as if he had expected his opponent to be something impressive. Who would have thought he was just a clumsy amateur? Through the entire fight, he only knew how to repeat the same single move. In the end, he simply could not withstand the young man's punches. Meanwhile, the young man gained something new. After this fight, he successfully activated a skill called one-on-one duel. His precision training truly had not been wasted. It not only improved his dynamic vision, but also increased the accuracy of his strikes. So against a low-level martial artist like Yu Guang, he had more than enough to spare. Seeing the young man approach, Yu Guang turned pale with fear and frantically begged. No, don't hit me anymore, Brother Jing, I'm begging you. He crouched down. Although he did not attack again, his gaze still carried crushing pressure. What did you use just now? Yu Guang was scared out of his wits and did not dare hide anything, so he immediately answered that it was internal force, not a technique. Internal force means gathering the energy inside the body, then using a move to release it outward. How do you train it? Who do I learn it from? He pressed him with rapid questions. Brother Jing, I only learned a little bit. I really can't explain it clearly. Please spare me. This time he instantly grabbed Yu Guang by the collar, still pretending to be stupid. Rumor had it that Ji Jing smoked, dyed his hair, fought set fires, and even danced hip-hop. So how could a fierce guy like him ever admit defeat? But facing that chillingly cold face up close, Yu Guang was so scared he almost cried, and he opened his mouth to call him big brother while begging for his life. Seeing that the other boy did not seem to be lying, he finally let go. But before releasing him, he warned in an icy voice that if Yu Guang failed to learn his lesson this time, he would beat him every single time they met. After all, Yu Guang bullying his classmates was still a fact. The young man thought for a moment, then ordered him to go home and write a self-criticism, read it aloud 10 times in the first class tomorrow morning, and record a video to send him for inspection. How could Yu Guang dare argue even half a word? He immediately nodded like crazy, answering yes over and over. After that, he suddenly pulled out his phone. Yu Guang thought he was about to get beaten again and screamed in panic. The Marshal Hall's address. He spat out those few words coldly, and Yu Guang instantly answered in a loud, clear voice. Did you not say you did not know? Fine, I will ask myself. After dealing with that troublemaking brat, he followed the address Yu Guang had just given him. By then, he had already entered the downtown district. After the fight just now, the system generously rewarded him with a sizable amount of experience. At this point, he had already unlocked as many as 7 skills. Usually, training hard in the gym for a full hour only raised his physical stat by about 200 experience points. Yet after just one fight, without even feeling tired, he had gained far more than his daily workouts, and had even awakened a new skill. He immediately felt that in the future, he should often find people who were begging for a beating to sharpen his hands on. As he walked and thought, he arrived at the Golden Wind Dojo, according to the address. From the outside, the place truly had an imposing air. He pushed the door open and said he wanted to take a look around. The female receptionist outside quickly gestured for him to keep quiet, because the master inside was giving a lesson. He looked in the direction she was pointing. Right away, he saw an old man with snow-white hair and beard instructing 5 disciples in cultivation. The so-called breathing method used breathing rhythm to activate inner power within the body, an entry-level foundation of martial arts. Only when the flow of energy inside the body completed a full cycle could the path of martial arts truly begin. As the old man explained, he personally demonstrated for the disciples below to imitate. Seeing this, the young man's eyes instantly lit up. An entry-level cultivation art. Was this not exactly what he needed right now? So he lowered his voice and asked the girl if he could try joining in. Dazed for a moment by his looks, she nodded in agreement, then reminded him not to force himself if it felt like too much. Once he had permission, he immediately walked toward an empty cushion. He sat down and began following the master's instructions up front. Although his expression was extremely serious, this was clearly his first time touching the martial path, so the girl naturally did not think he could succeed. Inhale, inhale until you cannot take in another breath, then hold it there. The old man gave the order in a deep voice. The disciples below immediately did their best to draw in deep breaths, but human lung capacity had its limits after all. If they could not use the breath they had drawn in to activate their inner power, they would quickly reach a state where they could no longer continue. One after another, they could not bear it and gave up. This made the girl so anxious she could barely sit still, afraid that if she could not find a promising seedling, her master would drive her out of the dojo. A while later, after everyone had failed, the old man suddenly stood and slowly walked over. The girl thought he was going to settle accounts with her, so she clasped her hands and begged for mercy. "Master, please give me a few more days. I will definitely find a talent for you." Unexpectedly, he walked straight past her. When the girl turned to look, the old man raised a hand to his mouth and signaled for silence, then whispered, "Do not make a sound. This child is still holding on." The breathing method he had just taught sounded simple at first, but only when one practiced it did one realize how difficult it was. Too much oxygen rushed into the lungs, and people with weak lung capacity were not even qualified to enter the cultivation stage. More than that, the stream of true energy kept swelling inside the body, feeling almost as if it would burst out. Yet this young man had managed to endure until now. Only when the count finally ended did he slowly exhale and open his eyes. As his vision gradually cleared, he saw two worried faces staring straight at him. "How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" He shook his head, then said that on the contrary, his whole body felt incredibly refreshed. At the same time, the system also confirmed that he had successfully activated the inner power skill. Seeing this, the girl looked as if she had found treasure. She immediately grabbed his hand and pleaded earnestly, "Classmate, what is your name? Would you like to join our Golden Wind dojo?" Of course, that was exactly what he had wanted in the first place. But before he could answer, a sharp crash suddenly rang out. The martial hall's glass door had been smashed from the outside by something. In the next instant, a huge black shadow charged straight in and brazenly attacked one of the dojo's disciples. That thing was clearly a monster. Terrified screams immediately echoed everywhere, and that male student had practically stepped one foot through death's door. "What the hell is that thing?" He was secretly shocked in his heart. As for everyone else, their faces had already gone deathly pale with fear. "Everyone, evacuate quickly, and do not push. Director Zhang, please maintain order." The old man was the calmest person there and immediately gave commands. The woman called Director Zhang quickly regained her composure and began leading the disciples out of the martial hall. But unexpectedly, in the very next moment, that demonic creature seemed to switch targets. It was about to charge straight at her. In that life or death instant, he immediately shot forward. He pushed her aside, just in time to escape disaster. Director Zhang's eyes instantly filled with infatuation and worship, and her face flushed red like two tomatoes. "Thank you," she whispered, but an even bolder thought rose in her heart, and she even seemed to enjoy the feeling of him pressing down on top of her like this. Thanks to this girl's adorably simple charm, Ji Jing unexpectedly gained another 20 points in his attractiveness skill. But right now, he had absolutely no mental bandwidth to care about that. Earlier, Yu Guang had explained that internal force meant gathering all the scattered energy inside the body, then using techniques to make it erupt outward. Now that a demon beast had suddenly appeared, this was basically the perfect real combat chance for him to test his new power. In the blink of an eye, that monster roared and lunged straight at him. Acting on instinct, the young man poured out all his strength and launched a counterattack. The blow landed cleanly, but the thing in front of him was almost completely unaffected. He thought to himself, could this thing be like a snake, able to withstand force 300 times its own body weight? If that was true, then he had no choice but to switch tactics. He could not spread his power out anymore. He had to compress everything into one precise point. The moment he figured it out, the young man charged forward and threw another strike. This time it was no longer a purely physical punch. Internal force surged within it. That strike instantly activated a new skill called inch force. Simply put, it was a technique that released explosive power across an extremely short distance. And with just one hit, that deformed creature was blasted far away. After winning, he calmly dusted off his hands and said coldly that this demon beast was much weaker than he had imagined. Director Zhang watched from the side with worship in her eyes, while the master grew even more uneasy. He had only just grasped vital force, yet he had already forced out far too much of it. If he were an ordinary person, his body definitely could not endure it. Even worse, that snake still had not truly died. It propped itself back up, and because it was wounded, it seemed even crazier and more vicious than before. Yet he did not flinch at all. He even curled his finger in provocation. "Want to keep fighting? No matter how many times you charge, the result will be the same." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man began condensing his internal force, planning to recreate the same explosive attack. Unfortunately, before he could make his move, the thick taste of blood surged up his throat. Not only could he not counterattack, but he had also suffered sudden internal injuries, and even he did not understand why. At that exact moment, the mutated snake lunged straight at him again. Only then did the young man truly panic, instantly regretting that he had shown off way too much. But at the most dangerous instant, a blue flash suddenly cut across the air. The snake's body was instantly split in half by that slash. Thanks to that, he escaped death by the thinnest margin. Before he could even understand what had just happened, the person who made the move slowly appeared. White Fang Squad, captain of Team 830-8, is officially taking over this scene. All unrelated personnel, leave the area immediately. A woman with a stunning figure and long, striking silver hair stepped out coldly. This was the first time he had ever heard the name White Fang, but that woman was clearly powerful. She had taken down the mutated snake with one move. Could this organization be full of monster-class hunters like her? While he quietly observed White Fang, she was also sizing him up from head to toe. He looked only about 17 or 18, yet he had beaten that snake monster barehanded until it was this badly wounded. More importantly, he was handsome enough to be impossible to ignore, making White Fang even more excited and immediately eager to find a reason to pull him into her team. Once the thought came to her, she acted on it and walked straight toward him. Then she took out a small slip of paper and held it in front of him. Seeing that he was still dazed, she reminded him in a cold voice to go to the address written on the paper at exactly 5 o'clock this Sunday afternoon. At that time, she would explain everything he wanted to know. He lowered his head and looked at the slip of paper in his hand. It read 7th floor of King Cheng Library, which immediately sent him into deep thought. After that, he left the martial arts hall with director Zhang and old Lin. The girl surnamed Zhang was clearly worried, repeatedly asking if he was okay, and whether he needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. "I'm fine, really." He tried to reassure her. "Thank you for letting me tour the dojo today. If there is nothing else, I will head back first." Director Zhang nodded, and she did not forget to remind him that he absolutely had to come back tomorrow. But old Lin beside her sighed and slowly said, "That might be difficult." This child revealed such terrifying potential the first time he came into contact with vital force. A small dojo like ours probably cannot keep him. After walking only a few steps, he immediately received a notification from the system. Since he had just gone through an intense battle, he had gained 229 experience points. A whole series of skills also received point increases because of it. But right now, only one thing truly caught his attention. It was the inch force skill he had just unlocked. This skill allowed him to gather ki into a single point, then release it with extreme speed at the shortest range. Because of that, no matter how tough a defense was, it could still be pierced through. That feeling was so satisfying that he wanted to try it one more time. Thinking of this, the young man began gathering ki again, but the crushing pain in his chest felt like it might burst open, leaving Shi Jing almost choking on the spot. Remembering what Elder Lin had just told him at the training hall, he immediately gave up on the idea of risking his life. Tonight, he had to rest and recover. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. After all, today's gains were anything but small. First the White Fang Squad, then that bizarre cockroach man. As those things appeared one after another, he could not help wondering just how many secrets this world was still hiding. So the young man decided he would make a trip to that mysterious location over the weekend. Only when he was almost home did he suddenly remember the black cat. The moment he opened his phone to check the surveillance camera, everything was exactly as expected. That cat was doing something absolutely outside a cat's job description, messing with his computer. As soon as he stepped through the door, he charged straight over with murder written all over his face. "Hey, what kind of chaos were you causing on my computer just now?" The cat was so frightened that it broke into a cold sweat, then immediately meowed a few times as if trying to act cute. Seeing that look, he could only let out a sigh. "Still refusing to confess, huh? Fine. Once I wake up, I will settle this score with you." In any case, he was already drained today, so he pushed it aside and collapsed onto the bed. As if sensing something unusual, the black cat immediately moved closer and sniffed him a few times. Its sharp sense of smell quickly caught the scent of blood. Did he just fight someone? It silently guessed. Damn it, he is one of mine. Who dared to bully him? A surge of irritation rose inside the black cat, making it unwilling to keep pretending to be stupid. It leapt straight onto the bed and suddenly spoke in a human voice. "Young man, tell me exactly what happened. Relax and speak. No matter what it is, I, Ning Feng, leader of the dragon sect, will definitely stand up for you." Seeing that it had finally revealed its identity, he simply replied calmly, "I knew you were no ordinary cat." But by then, he had completely run out of strength. He pulled the blanket tight and slept straight through, leaving the black cat fuming, because it could not get a single bit of information out of him. The next morning, the moment he woke up, he had fully recovered his energy, and even personally cooked a whole table of fragrant food. Sitting across from him, the black cat stuffed food into its mouth while asking, "So it turns out nobody beat you up? You were actually facing off against a monster?" Although White Fang was the one who ultimately took down the cockroach man, he still gave a soft yeah, taking it as confirmation of Ning Feng's question. The cat's face immediately turned thoughtful as it muttered, "I have never heard of that kind of creature appearing in the middle of downtown." Lost in thought, Ning Feng did not notice at all when he had stood up. By the time she came back to her senses, the young man was already standing right in front of her. He even reached out in a friendly way and turned her head from side to side. Thanks for worrying about me, Huaner. Huaner. After suddenly having her head rubbed, Ning Feng's cheeks instantly burned hot. That outrageously cute nickname made her even more flustered. Do not call me Huaner. You must respectfully address me as Great Sect Leader. Ning Feng gave him a serious warning, but those words held no threat over him at all. The young man laughed as he raised his phone. Fine, Great Huaner. Since Great Huaner can talk, can you explain what you were doing here? On the screen was footage of Ning Feng earnestly using his computer. Caught red-handed on the spot, she was so embarrassed that her tongue froze, and for a moment, she had no idea how to defend herself. After a fierce internal struggle, Ning Feng lifted her tail and explained, "This golden ring is called the cattail ring, a divine relic." Back then, she had only gone online to search for information about it. He sat down as naturally as could be and reached out to hold Ning Feng's tail. Before, when she was still pretending to be dumb, it was fine. But now that he knew she was a person turned into a cat, the gesture embarrassed Ning Feng so much she wanted to crawl into a hole. So this thing is a divine relic, he murmured softly. 287 years ago, God died. It is said that the golden points of light released at that moment were divine relics. I had only heard stories about them before. I never expected to see one with my own eyes today. No wonder it can absorb divinity. How long are you planning to keep touching my tail? Ning Feng did not want to interrupt his train of thought, but she still could not hold back any longer. Only then did the young man realize that his actions had gone a little too far. He gave a light cuff, let go, and quickly returned to a serious expression. So, are you looking for a way to use this divine relic? No, I want to take it off, Ning Feng replied listlessly. After that, she began telling him about her gang. She said she was the leader of the Dragon Sect, the largest underground force in Provincial City. The Dragon Sect not only controlled the business operations of entertainment venues, but also worked with martial arts schools to handle trades such as buying and selling medicinal herbs. Perhaps because the organization had grown too fast and too powerful, it had drawn the jealous eyes of countless enemies. Because of that, Ning Feng was attacked right inside her own villa. Her enemies placed this ring on her body, then turned her into a cat. By the time Ning Feng spent tremendous effort escaping, the Dragon Sect had already become prey, sitting neatly in someone else's hands. As long as she could remove this ring, she would return to her human form, and Ning Feng swore that when that time came, she would make every last traitor pay. Shay Jing kept pressing her, asking what she actually planned to do. If even the internet could not dig anything up, what clue could a library possibly find? Hearing that, Ning Feng immediately crossed her front paws, looking smug as an isekai cult leader holding heaven and earth in her grip. This cult master planned that ages ago. The plan was for him to train in martial arts and turn himself into someone strong enough. Seeing how certain she sounded, the young man thought he had misheard. Wait, how are those two things connected? Of course they were connected, Ning Feng explained. As long as he became strong enough, some faction would surely come looking for him, and maybe one of them would be holding a divine relic. When that happened, he could follow the clues, investigate step by step, and eventually find a way to remove that damn cattail bracelet. Hearing that, he felt as if she had hit him right where it hurt, because White Fang had already set its sights on him yesterday. Ning Feng knew nothing about that, and still announced excitedly that she would take him to the best dojo in the city. Its name was Hidden Dragon, and of course, the young man was not unfamiliar with it at all. Back when he wanted to learn martial arts, he had checked the tuition of every dojo in the city, and Hidden Dragon was one of the most expensive. But what made him remember it was not the sky-high tuition, but the flood of one-star reviews online. People called the dojo awful, said the teaching was not worth the money, and claimed it only sent a few girls out each day to supervise. Not only did they give no guidance, they even stood beside the students and scolded them, so he told her all of that. Ning Feng instantly snorted in contempt. Those useless fools cannot even endure a little hardship, so what martial arts are they trying to learn? Among real fighters, no one dares look down on Hidden Dragon Dojo. Then how am I supposed to get in there, he asked. Naturally, by the rules of the martial world, she said. You challenge them directly. Hearing that, he thought he would have to charge in and smash the dojo signboard. The moment he said that thought aloud, Ning Feng shot him a look of pure disdain. She scolded him for being a bumpkin, saying a challenge here was a strength interview, not some vandalism stunt. The dojo's disciples were also clearly ranked. Even if someone paid tuition and worked hard, without talent it was still useless. The largest group were paying students, who occupied the bottom tier. Above them were the naturally gifted, and at the very top were those who came to challenge. Talent still had to be measured by real strength, because taking 8 or 10 years to amount to anything was no different from being trash. On the martial path, mindset was incredibly important. Only someone with an invincible aura could unleash invincible fist techniques. A challenge was a way to recommend commend oneself, and also the fastest method to prove that kind of fighting spirit. Ning Feng rattled off a whole string of martial knowledge, leaving him unable to digest it all for a moment. After saying that, she gracefully waved her tail and leaped onto the windowsill. Remember to go to the dojo tomorrow. As for now, I have something to take care of. The next day, the young man really did obediently go to Hidden Dragon Dojo. Hello, fellow student, welcome to Hidden Dragon Dojo. A young man stepped out to greet him, and when the other party offered his hand, he politely shook it. He had planned to explain why he had come, but he never expected that this was not an ordinary handshake at all. The other man used a lot of force, squeezing harder and harder. He immediately understood that this was also a test, and since it was a test, he had to take it seriously. Fortunately, he had rested well yesterday, and today the energy inside his body had gathered steadily. Using what he had just learned, he quickly turned defense into offense and squeezed the other man's hand until he looked ready to cry from pain. The man hurriedly shouted, "All right, it hurts. Let go already." Seeing the commotion, the Hidden Dragon disciples immediately gathered around, laughing as they teased their fellow disciple. Haha, do not take it to heart, classmate. This guy is a total martial arts fanatic. He tests everyone he meets and cannot even remember how many times he has lost. You people shut up. The man blushed and snapped back. He had thought the man was someone impressive, but it turned out he was just a rookie who loved showing off. Just then someone suddenly shouted, "Look, the old dojo master and several legacy disciples are here. What is going on?" Even the old dojo master showed up. The old dojo master everyone mentioned was Li Qi, who was currently sitting in a wheelchair pushed by his disciple Zhu Shan. 3 other disciples followed behind him, namely Bei Qiang, King Qiao, and Fu Guang. But what shocked him most was the thing sitting calmly on the old dojo master's lap. Was that not Ning Feng? When the dojo disciples saw this lineup, they grew uneasy and started whispering. Legacy disciples almost never show themselves, yet now all of them are here. What huge thing happened? Is our dojo to go bankrupt? Even teacher Ning Feng had appeared, sitting on Li Qi's lap with a confidence that was honestly hard to understand. He was so surprised that he almost failed to control his expression. The wheelchair rolled forward a few steps, and Li Qi raised a hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he looked straight at him and asked, "Are you the one who came to issue a challenge today?" He glanced across the room and saw Ning Feng, repeatedly winking at him as a signal. Although he had no idea what she had told the old dojo master, he still understood the hint and immediately nodded, saying yes. Li Qi's expression was hard to read, somewhere between interest and disdain. "It has been a very long time since anyone dared come here to challenge me." Li Qi then asked, "Young man, do you think you are qualified?" "What does qualified even mean? If you ask me like that, I am not too sure either." He scratched his head because no matter how he looked at it, Li Qi was an expert, and much older than him too. Besides, even with the system's support, his current combat-related skills were still fairly low. "Then let us do this. I will ask you a few questions first." Li Qi spoke slowly, and of course he had no reason to refuse. A question and answer session immediately began between them, the atmosphere tense like the moment before a duel in a dungeon. "What is your name?" "My name is, as you already know." "How old are you?" 17. "Where do you live? What do your parents do? Are you an only child? Do you have any siblings?" Hearing that, he began to feel that something was off. He had come here to challenge the dojo, not go on a marriage interview, so why was his whole family background being interrogated? Even worse, Li Qi looked extremely serious. It was not until Ning Feng, in his arms, coughed softly that old Li burst into loud laughter. "Do not be nervous. If my future son-in-law is about to enter the family, of course I have to ask a few things carefully." He looked at Ning Feng with his head full of question marks and quietly asked what the hell was going on. Ning Feng reacted as if she had stepped on a nail and shouted out of control, "How would I know? Grandpa, whether he is qualified or not will be clear after one fight." At that moment, Zhu Shan suddenly stepped forward, cracking her knuckles as she spoke. Then she took a fighting stance, her aura sharp as a hunter preparing to bring down a monster. "Little brother, do not worry. I will go easy on you." Xi Jing stared at the opponent before him, and it was obvious she had no intention of giving him even half a step. But at that moment, he had no desire to back down either. Wanting to know where his limits were, he immediately took a stance, his 2 fingers curling in a habitual little beckon, like an invitation to a challenge. The disciples in the dojo quickly swarmed over, surrounding the area to watch the show. No one expected that this young personal senior sister would personally step into the ring today. It looked like this young man would have a hard time leaving this place in one piece. Only Ning Feng wore a complicated expression as she muttered under her breath. They had clearly come for a blind date, so how had it suddenly turned into a match? "Little brother, be careful." Zhu Shan smiled as she reminded him, her tone friendly, but her aura anything but simple. Ning Feng was genuinely a little worried for him. But the instant his opponent's first punch came rushing in, he tilted his body and dodged it, and he did far more than simply avoid the strike. Following the motion, he seized her wrist in a flash. Then he used a clean, beautiful throw, so smooth that the entire practice yard froze. Zhu Shan immediately lay motionless on the ground. All she could see was a spinning sky full of stars, and before she could even understand what had happened, she had already been knocked flat. Several of Lei Qi's other personal disciples behind them could not help bursting into laughter at the sight. Everyone could tell his observation and timing were terrifyingly precise. Old Li was even more excited than his own disciples and immediately laughed aloud. Ha ha ha, you really found old Fu an excellent seedling. Of course, who do you think I am? Ning Feng replied proudly, puffing out her chest. Her voice was full of smug satisfaction, as if she herself had just performed some great service by protecting and recommending him. Zhu Shan was still dazed on the ground, while he looked at her, then turned to Lei Qi, carefully asking whether today's challenge counted as passed. Just now, he had pulled off a classic weak defeats strong action scene, so the system was naturally much more generous. A large amount of experience points was immediately added. Lei Qi looked at him for a long while, as if silently assessing him. Someone who had never practiced martial arts had defeated Zhu Shan in a single move. Forget entering the dojo, he even met the standard to become a personal disciple. This old man changed faces faster than turning a page. A moment ago he had been stern and cold, and now he was grinning like he had struck gold. Then is it not time to change how you address me? He froze for a few seconds, because everything had gone far more smoothly than he had imagined. But very quickly the young man recovered his calm, clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Disciple greets master and greets all senior brothers and senior sisters." Fu Guang, King Qiao, and the others all seemed very pleased with this new junior brother, each of them smiling nonstop. Only then did Zhu Shan force herself to sit up, her face flushed red from being defeated so unexpectedly. But since he was greeting his new senior brothers and sisters, how could she be left out? Hey, me too. I am Zhu Shan, your sixth senior sister. I only underestimated you earlier, so do not get cocky just because you won once. Thank you for your instruction, sixth senior sister. He showed no pride at all, even bowing very low in return. So before he arrived, this girl had been the youngest personal disciple. No wonder her personality still felt rather childish. After that, a girl named Xiao Kui led him away to complete the entrance procedures. She addressed him with extreme courtesy as young master Chu, making him so embarrassed that his whole body stiffened. Lai Kai explained that his personal disciples held a special status, so naturally no one in the dojo would dare look down on them. Starting today, he officially had inner ring residency in name, so calling him young master Shu was perfectly reasonable. He simply could not get used to hearing it, so he reluctantly suggested, "Could you call me something else? Young Master Chu sounds way too strange." "Then how about Lord Jing?" Xiao Kui seriously suggested. That sounded even more stressful, leaving him with no choice but to sigh and let them call him whatever they wanted. And so, the young man followed Ning Feng and Xiao Kui to finish the entrance procedures. While they waited, the two casually chatted for a bit. "The challenge was not as hard as you said. Zhu Shan got thrown the moment we met. You were the one who should have lost. She is actually much stronger than you," Ning Feng explained lazily. Martial arts cannot be judged by numbers alone. Mindset, condition, information, judgment, and even luck all matter. Any one of those things can become the deciding factor in victory or defeat during a fight. Just as Zhu Shan said, she only underestimated him because she thought he was a blank sheet who had never practiced martial arts. If she had been more cautious, waited for him to move first, then counterattacked, the result might have been completely different. Even so, a win was still a win. He was the one left standing in that match, so his admission into the dojo was no longer up for debate. Hearing Ning Feng say that, he suddenly felt a little deflated. So his victory had mostly relied on luck, but that only made him more determined to train seriously from now on. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, right, where did you go last night? Did you stay at the dojo all night?" "Of course. If I wanted to bring someone in, I had to greet Old Li first. Back then, he almost made my grandfather wear a green hat." Hearing Ning Feng casually talk about the tangled romance of her elders like that, he had no idea how to respond for a moment. Right then, Xiao Kui also finished the procedures and handed him an identity verification card. She told him that starting tomorrow, he only needed to scan this card to enter and leave the dojo gate. But that day he did not go home. The next morning, the earliest disciples to arrive all saw that he was already in the training yard. When they learned that he had stayed in the dojo on his very first day as a disciple and trained bitterly through the entire night, everyone looked at him like some dungeon monster, so hard-working it was frightening. Only his master Lei Qi remained chillingly strict. Even when he was so exhausted he could barely breathe, the old man still would not allow him to quit. If he did not push a little further, all of last night's effort would be wasted. He was stubborn by nature too. Sweat was pouring pouring off him, and the strength in his whole body had nearly been drained dry, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to stop, until the status window suddenly appeared, along with a level up notification. Only then did he let out a long breath of relief and collapse backward into a sitting position. He broke into a radiant smile and said that in this life, he had taken in countless disciples, but Shijing was the one with the most terrifying talent. At this rate of progress, it would not be long before he earned the right to touch the true legacy art of the Hidden Dragon sect. The moment he heard the words martial art, the young man lying flat sprang up like his system had been triggered. What kind of art is it, and what realm do I need to reach before I can learn it? Seeing those eyes blaze like he had found an immortal cultivation manual, Li Qi silently confirmed that this was the biggest martial maniac he had ever met. He immediately held out one hand and told him to grip it tightly. Xi Jing quickly understood that this was another test, so he reached out and held his master's hand. Right after that, Li Qi quietly circulated his inner power. In an instant, Xi Jing felt a massive surge of true qi pour straight into his body, like a current of magic tearing through his meridians. What was even more frightening was that he could not resist at all, and his expression gradually turned ugly. Only then did Li Qi let go, then suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. What sport do you usually train in? Xi Jing answered that he only ran, barely touching anything else, then nervously asked if there was something wrong with his body. Li Qi shook his head and said the matter was not as serious as he thought. It was just that, a moment ago, he had sensed Xi Jing's body was like something personally molded by a god obsessed with perfection. From muscle and bone to internal organs, everything was balanced to a chilling degree. To put it simply, he was a born prodigy made for martial arts. Even though his master said that, Xi Jing knew very well that this achievement mostly came from the system and his stat panel. More precisely, after activating the one-on wombat skill, his body had evolved this quickly. To outsiders who knew nothing about the system, he really was a genuine genius. So can I learn the hidden dragon art now? Xi Jing asked seriously, his gaze so heated that the air felt a little scary. Why are you in such a rush? You only joined the sect yesterday. Training like a lunatic all night has left your body covered in injuries. If you force yourself to practice the art now, it would be no different from opening a dungeon gate and charging in to die. Xi Jing did not want to admit it, but since his master had put it that way, the young man could only nod obediently. Lei Kai advised him to return to his room and rest first, saying someone would bring auspicious dragon salve over shortly to treat his injuries. And so, Xi Jing had no choice but to return to his room and recover for the time being. Not long after, a knock sounded from outside the door. Shushan, her purred face glowing brightly, rushed in like a gust of wind with a tube of medicine in her hand. Little junior brother, let your senior sister help treat your injuries. Sixth senior sister, why trouble yourself to come in person? Looking at her somewhat dangerous smile, Xi Jing secretly wondered if she was planning to take the chance to get revenge. Xu Shan waved for him to sit down, then said calmly, "Little junior brother, take off your shirt." Xi Jing did not hesitate either. He immediately pulled his shirt open, revealing abs so firm, they looked like his physique stat had just leveled up. Xu Shan's eyes lit up the moment she saw them. Not bad at all. Xi Jing answered directly that she was flattering him, then asked what he should do next. Only then did she get to the main point and told him to come over and lie down. A notification panel instantly popped up. Someone has developed a strong fondness for you. Charm plus 45. As Xi Jing lay still on the bed, she turned to pick up something, then reminded him in a softer voice. That's right, be good and lie still. Don't move. Right after that, Zhu Shan directly applied the medicine to his body, making him flinch and let out a small cry. Wait. Hearing that, she not only refused to stop but leaned even closer. I told you not to move. Sweat kept breaking out across Xi Jing's forehead as he lay there helplessly, with only one question left in his mind. What exactly is this woman trying to do? Suddenly, Zhu Shan deliberately pressed her body close to his, her voice soft as bewitching magic. Junior brother, don't look at me like that. While rubbing in the medicine, she lowered her voice and teased him. Actually, I'm pretty competitive too. Xi Jing blushed as he stared at Zhu Shan's fingers while silently sighing to himself that his senior sister's hand strength was really no joke. She looked like she was about to lie completely on top of him, then dragged out her voice and asked, "Say something already." Xi Jing could only force an awkward smile and stammer that it was fine, as long as senior sister was happy. Hearing that, Zhu Shan immediately switched to a sulky expression, turned her face away, and said in a spoiled tone, "Fine, I was wrong. I clearly lost to you because I was careless, yet I still thought about getting back at you and deliberately teased you while I had the chance." In that exact moment, Xi Jing gained another 45 points of charm. Zhu Shan blushed, her voice softening like she was begging. "Don't be mad at me anymore, okay? With just a few lines of dialogue, Si Jing easily gained a full 90 points of charm. He lay all the way down, sighed, and answered that he was not angry, just in a little pain. Senior sister could keep going and did not need to mind him. After hearing that, Xu Shan instantly sprang up and made a new demand. Alright, the upper body is done, now take off your pants. That line made Si Jing jolt like he had run into a boss-class monster. Right after that, Si Jing hurriedly caught her hand and said he could handle the lower part himself, and would not dare trouble senior sister any further. Seeing his panicked reaction, Xu Shan burst out laughing, and teased that she was only joking, asking why he had gotten scared into such a state. She handed him the rest of the tube and said, in that case, I'll trouble 7 junior brother to handle the rest himself. After saying that, Xu Shan happily skipped out of the room. As for Xi Jing, the system added points 3 times in a row, each time granting 98 experience. Cut to Xi Jing walking down the road with his whole body aching, unable to stop himself from complaining inwardly. That was terrifying. I was almost taken apart piece by senior sister. At this point, his combat skill had risen to level 3, while his inner cannon had also shot straight up to level 4. Seeing the changes on his stat panel, Xi Jing immediately brightened. I leveled up. Since there is nothing else to do right now, I might as well go to the library as promised. He held the business card marked with the name White Fang Squad and muttered that the name sounded a little edgy, but in truth, this was the provincial capital's special police organization. Looking ahead, Xi Jing could not help feeling puzzled. If they really wanted to find him, then why would the meeting place be the library? The scene shifts to King City Library. On the 7th floor of the library, Xi Jing circled around and frowned to himself. The place was dead quiet, without a single person in sight. Were they messing with him? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Xi Jing, you made it. Acting on instinct, he immediately turned his head and looked back. The person walking over was a girl named Yu King. She smiled and greeted him first. Hello, I am Yu King. The young man silently mulled over that name. Yu as in young branch, King as in clear sky. Then he asked Yu King, what is an empty recognition header? He followed her to an open seating area and asked directly, why did you ask to meet me at the library? Yu King calmly replied, she is my inside contact. As she pulled out a chair, she continued, if someone is secretly introducing people to me, of course they cannot come to the Special Police Bureau. At first, I was pretty suspicious too. Yu King sat down, looked at him with friendly eyes and said, but after meeting you, I have decided to trust you. The moment he sat down, he went straight to the point. Join us. Yu King kept her calm expression and asked, what is the reason? Seeing her open a book and start reading, he could not help feeling slightly surprised. Before he could ask, she spoke first. You want to know about divine relics, don't you? Looks like I guessed right. Yu King asked in confusion. How did you learn about the concept of divine relics? But the young man only gave a brief answer. That is not convenient to explain. She politely picked up a bottle of water and poured him a glass. As she poured the water, Yu King said gently, if you do not want to talk about it, that is fine. It was my fault for not providing the information in advance. She pointed at the glass she had just poured and said, try it. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the glass and drank it all. After drinking, he set the glass on the table and asked, isn't this just ordinary purified water? Yu King did not rush to explain. She simply poured water into another kettle in silence. After that, she used that same kettle to pour the water back into his glass. Yu King said softly, try it again. He frowned and asked, isn't it still purified water? What exactly are you trying to do? Even so, he still picked up the glass and drank again. The moment he finished drinking, he froze. It tastes amazing. At that moment, Yu King looked at the kettle in her hand and slowly said, 287 years ago, God died. She began telling the history of it, or more precisely, the death of a god. The points of light that scattered after the god fell transformed into something special. For now, we call it the blood of God. That substance can parasitize humans, objects, living creatures, and it can even attach itself to a fragment of fantasy inside the human mind. The kettle in Yu King's hand was one example. Objects parasitized by the blood of God are called divine relics. The soda bottle numbered God 1567 belongs to that category too. Curious, he reached out his hand. Can I take a look? Who knows whether you put sugar in the kettle ahead of time? Yu King did not hesitate at all. Of course you can. The instant he touched the kettle, the divinity inside his body began rising nonstop. The young man immediately saw a flash of hope. Sure enough, he could absorb divinity through contact with divine relics. This time, his active skill might actually be saved. What ability does it have? Does the water it pours taste sweet without sugar, or can it create water out of thin air? The longer he held it, the more his divinity surged. Seeing his stunned reaction, Yu King could not help laughing. Close enough. Keep guessing. This kid looked like he had just stepped into an isekai world for the first time, and it was honestly pretty cute. He lifted the kettle high and excitedly noticed another strange detail. The amount of water inside does not seem to decrease at all. Could it be infinite? Yu King nodded. That's right, you're smart. His divinity was still increasing. Seeing that, Yu King smiled faintly. The number is high enough now. You can activate your active skill. She sat down in the chair, smiling, but her words carried a deeper meaning. As an outstanding student of Kingfu High School, you should understand what this means. He answered in a cold voice. It ignores every law of this world. Then he focused on analyzing it. If that is the case, this soda bottle is no different from a perpetual motion machine, something that can overturn the fundamental laws of the universe. Could the endless power supply in the inner ring be related to objects like this? Yu King suddenly snapped her fingers, pulling him out of his thoughts. Do not think too far ahead. The very existence of divine relics represents absurdity, something humans cannot replicate. At that moment, he asked in confusion, "Why are you taking the initiative to tell me all this?" Yu King then handed him a business card and said, "3 days ago, as an ordinary person, you defeated a monster. Facing such a terrifying unknown creature, you showed no fear at all." He took the business card. Yu King continued, "In terms of mental fortitude, you have already surpassed most ordinary people. That is why." She reached out her hand, her sincere voice sounding like an invitation for a hunter to step into a new system. "I hope you can join our Wu Corporation for the containment of divine relics." He almost did not need to think. He immediately shook her hand with great enthusiasm. "Big sister, please let me join your team." His momentum blazed fiercely. He declared loudly, "I will absolutely do whatever you say. My good big sister, a divine relic containment company, a god-tier workplace like this is definitely where I need to be." He excitedly thought about the gains he was about to receive. A company that contains divine relics. Just hearing the name made it obvious he would come into contact with countless divine relics. This time, he was about to strike it rich. He happily imagined himself hugging a mountain of relics. Right now, the only source of divinity was divine relics. A single twin passive skill was already that strong, so if he unlocked an active skill, it would definitely be even more ridiculous. He burst into loud laughter, as if the whole world was already in his hands. "If this keeps up, no one in the world will be able to beat me." Watching him, Yu King could only sigh. He really had never seen the world. After that, she took a sheet of paper from her bag. Yu King handed it to him and said, "Read the contract first. If there are no problems, sign it." He accepted it and skimmed through it, thinking to himself that the contents were not much different from an ordinary employment contract, except for one added confidentiality clause. Finally, he raised his head and asked, "Is this job very dangerous?" Yu King immediately explained the job to Shi Jing in detail. Divine relics were divided into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D on danger level. Since he was new, the company would only assign him D-rank missions, which were almost risk-free as long as he followed procedure. She smiled faintly and said that after today, if he had matured enough, he would be allowed to handle truly dangerous missions. When he asked about A-rank cases, Yu King reassured him that he didn't need to worry yet, because relics of that level could not be handled by one person or one company. When they appeared, official state agencies would step in directly, but the young man still would not let it go. He slapped the contract down on the table and asked one final question. "Why choose me? Just because I was involved with a divine relic before does not mean I am qualified." In his mind, he thought, "She does not know I have a system panel, and she does not know I am training in martial arts. If they invited me just because of Su Ren's words, this is way too abnormal." Yu King answered calmly, saying he had gotten 1 point wrong. She lightly brushed her hair back, and her aura instantly turned sharp as she corrected him. "It was not that you once came into contact with a divine relic, but that a divine relic actively came looking for you." Hearing that, he immediately grew uncomfortable, his gaze darkening, as if he wanted to ask what she meant by that. Yu King lowered her face slightly and slowly explained that divine relics themselves were very likely to possess some special form of will. She recalled her earliest days of contact with relics. Those things often sought out people whose presence drew them in. Yu King continued, saying that among humans, there was a group with a special constitution, one that could naturally attract divine relics, and I am one of them. Right after that, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed straight at him, then said, "And so are you." Confidence showed clearly on Yu King's face. "You just happen to have the same constitution as I do. This salary is the clearest sincerity I can offer." After hearing that, he could not help feeling secretly shaken. "So I am actually that rare. No wonder they were in such a hurry to pull me onto the team." In the end, he picked up the pen and signed the contract. Honestly, whether there was a salary or not did not matter. The main point was that he truly was interested in divine relics. After signing, the young man set down the pen and stood up happily. "I will be counting on your guidance from now on, good big sister." Yu King took back the contract, and the smile on her lips instantly brightened. Happy cooperation. After that, he also prepared to leave. "If there is nothing else, I will head out first." Yu King nodded politely and saw him off. As he walked, he calculated things in his heart. The Hidden Dragon Dojo and the Divine Relic Collection missions. Just those two matters alone were enough to keep him spinning. Lately, he probably would not have time to go to school anymore. He immediately took out his phone and messaged Suki, asking her to help him request leave. Besides, a monthly salary of 200,000 was an amount he might not earn even after 10 years past graduation. He quietly set his current goal. The most urgent thing was still to increase his strength. Only by becoming strong enough would he have any hope of finding a way back. The scene shifted to the outskirts. While walking, he casually opened the system panel. First, he had to take a close look at how this active skill actually worked. The information panel quickly appeared. Twinborn, level 1, divinity required to upgrade, 5 or 2 out of 100. Passive, possess 2 lives, and after death, freely choose to revive within 7 days. Cooldown, 3 months. Active not yet unlocked. Unlock requirement, divinity 5 or 2 out of 500. It can currently be activated. Divine incarnation was still locked. The unlock conditions were divinity reaching 5 or 2 out of 2000, and the level also had to rise to level 10. The system asked whether to activate the active skill Twinborn. He selected yes, and the description instantly appeared. At level 1, designate one ability related to the user's own body. When used, it will produce a doubled effect. Please choose the activation target. After reading it, he fell into thought. In other words, if I choose physical strength, then when I activate Twinborn, my strength will directly double, right? He began analyzing it more carefully. I already have resurrection armor, so boosting defense does not seem that necessary. Besides, my body is already tough, and my main attack method is precision shooting, which does not rely much on muscle power. After weighing it for a while, he decided to tap the action speed option on the screen. In all martial arts under heaven, only speed cannot be broken. I will choose speed first, then create a comparison group to see just how overpowered this skill is. Once he obtained the skill, he immediately wanted to test it. From here to that streetlight is about 100 meters. I will run it once first to measure the time. The moment the thought ended, he shot forward like an arrow released from the string. In the end, the 100 meters took just over 10 seconds. Seeing that result, he was fairly satisfied. Not bad, I guess. Right after that, he pressed the skill activation button. After activating the skill, running back should be a little faster, right? He lowered his center of gravity, took a starting stance, and gave a low shout. Twinborn. His speed in that instant was no different from a rocket that had just ignited. Because the running time was cut nearly in half, a long trail of fire even stretched across the road behind him, making the scene look exactly like an action sequence in another world. When he stopped, his whole body trembled, his breathing ragged, but his eyes shone bright. It really is twice as fast. This Twinborn skill is seriously no joke. He began to reason it out. For a person to improve a 100-meter sprint from 20 seconds to 12 seconds was actually not too difficult. As long as they maintained high-intensity training for a period of time, it was still achievable. But the further you went, every additional improvement of just 0.1 seconds would cost hundreds, even thousands of times more effort. Without enough talent and resources, that was almost impossible. He imagined the most dangerous situation for himself, if he were locked in a life-or-death battle with someone else. Even half a moment of carelessness could cost him his life. At that moment, as long as he activated the skill, no one could predict this absurd, counterintuitive burst of speed. This was the trump card meant to finish off an enemy. He looked at his 2 fists, his eyes filled with excitement. This was Twinborn, a divine skill that transcended rules, defying the laws of physics and the limits of the body. After that, he opened the system panel, wanting to test more while his body was still warmed up. But the instant he looked closely, he suddenly froze. Hey, why does this thing have a cooldown too? System, are you okay? A while later, he finally calmed down and thought it over again. From activation until now, including the whole usage process, it had only lasted about 20 seconds. Looks like I will have to calculate very carefully before turning this skill on in the future. Looking at the system panel as it entered cooldown, he could not help frowning. He had no idea how long it would take before he could use it again, so he could only head back in low spirits. For now, I should just go home first. It was already late at night, and his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Training all day had left his whole body aching, and the only thing he wanted was to go home, soak in the bathtub, and fall into a deep sleep. Just like that, he shut his eyes tightly. Even if he was exhausted to the bone, he still had to go to the dojo tomorrow. The next morning, his hungry stomach growled again and again, dragging him straight out of sleep. Too hungry to ignore it, he had no choice but to reluctantly wake up. Right after that, he opened his phone to check the time, then froze in surprise. I already slept for 6 hours? Ji Jing suddenly jolted awake, only then realizing he had been sleeping out in the hallway. Dazed, he wondered why he had ended up sleeping here. Right after that, he opened the system to check whether his skill had come off cooldown. First was the Twinborn ability. It was almost ready, meaning every second of Twinborn needed 1000 seconds to recover. If he drained it completely, he would have to wait a full 6 hours. Just then, a message thick with killing intent arrived from Zhu Shan. Little junior brother, why have you still not come to training at this hour? The moment he finished reading it, the young man sprang up and shot off like an arrow. Oh no, he was about to be late! The scene quickly shifted to the hidden dragon dojo. The doors flew open, and he rushed straight inside in a panic. Inside, Zhu Shan was adjusting the joints of another junior brother. The instant she saw him appear, she immediately gave him a bright, welcoming smile. Seventh junior brother. Zhu Shan walked right up to him, her tone full of excitement. You came at the perfect time. Before he could even react, she grabbed his hand and dragged him to the center of the yard. Let us spar once, so everyone can see what proper force control looks like. Lei Zhen instantly asked with excitement, who do you think will lose? Chen Lai laughed and answered, do you even need to ask? Last time senior sister Zhu was clearly just careless. Little senior brother only just entered martial arts, so how could he possibly win? Lei Zhen then pretended to worry, I just hope senior sister Zhu goes easy and does not break our little senior brother. With just one glance, he understood Zhu Shan's intention. Here we go again. She called it a demonstration, but she obviously wanted to win back face after the last match. And this time she definitely would not be careless again. Even so, he was still willing to play along. No problem. I was just thinking of testing my new ability anyway. Sixth senior sister, please give me plenty of guidance. Zhu Shan's gaze turned sharp and cold, and she immediately struck out with a palm straight toward him. The instant she revealed an opening, he suddenly accelerated like lightning, forcing Zhu Shan into a passive position in a flash. Waiting until she had no time to guard, he immediately reached out and locked down her arm. Without holding back at all, he decisively threw Zhu Shan to the floor, so fast that she only had time to let out a startled cry. Zhu Shan lay there with her head spinning, her heart full of confusion. Why? I clearly used my full strength, so why did I still lose? He showed no pity at all. He simply adjusted his coat with a cold expression, then spoke in a stern voice. You let me win. Senior sister Zhu, you have just completed a battle. Combat experience points increased by 97. Under the stunned gazes of the entire group, he calmly walked away as the system's notifications kept ringing. You have completed a battle. Gym training experience points increased by 81. You have completed a battle in a good mood. Health cultivation experience points increased by 49. You have completed a battle. Aiming experience points increased by 26. Step by steady step, he headed toward the sect's main gate while the system rewards continued without pause. You have completed a battle. Force control experience points increased by 69. Force control has risen to level 2, progress 9 out of 500. Looking at his stat panel, he rubbed his chin and muttered, does this no longer count as the weak defeating the strong? Could the panel think that after activating Twinborn speed, I am no longer weaker than Zhu Shan? The more he thought about his opponent, the more excited he became over the gains from that sparring session. Zhu Shan had rich combat experience, and was even on guard against him, yet she still failed to react in time. Twinborn was far stronger than he had imagined. It looked like the focus of his future training had to be how to fully exploit the contrast in speed. Just then, Fu Guang called out loudly from a distance. Little junior brother, want to practice the hibernating dragon art together? He immediately became interested and calmly nodded it in agreement. Sure, fifth senior brother, please give me plenty of guidance. For some reason, Fu Guang suddenly froze as if he had noticed something unusual. Martial Supreme. Wait, this is... Fu Guang's expression instantly shifted from stunned to horrified as he looked at him, cold sweat pouring out nonstop. Little junior brother, I thought your claim about practicing the hibernating dragon art all night was just an exaggeration. Who knew you were already about to cultivate dragon ki? Fu Guang was both embarrassed and shocked as he pointed at the spiritual energy surging inside his body. For someone else, practicing for half an hour on the first try would already be amazing. What you are doing is completely unreasonable. That is dragon kai. Suddenly, Fu Guang lowered his voice, and his expression turned serious. But in the martial world, there is also a legendary ultimate realm of the physical body. He slowly explained it to him. That realm is called the treasure body, which means tempering the flesh into a living treasure. Once someone reaches that level, the body can touch 5 ultimate forms. The more Fu Guang spoke, the more excited he became. The first is dragon elephant flesh, meaning muscles so powerful it is as if a water dragon lives inside them. At the next stage, the body undergoes a transformation called iron tree tendons. The tendons, bones, and meridians become as tough as the roots of an ancient cycad tree. After that comes glazed skin, where the skin becomes smooth, flawless, translucent, and as resilient as colored glass. Then comes undying jade bones, when the bones are tempered into immortal jade bones that never rot, never decay, and become terrifyingly hard. Finally, there is blood that melts gold. When Taiyan force circulate, all the blood in the body boils, reaching a scorching heat like volcanic lava. Fu Guang laughed and patted his shoulder teasingly, which made him feel a little awkward. It sounds incredibly dominant, but it is only a myth, because no one has ever achieved it. Yet deep in his heart, his resolve quietly hardened. Not necessarily. What others cannot do may not be impossible for me. Maybe I can try it once and turn a martial arts myth into reality with my own hands. Suddenly, the shocking sound of shattering glass rang out from the window. Ba Shang smashed straight through it and burst inside. In that instant, a flash of horror crossed his eyes. Fu Guang was so frightened that his face went deathly pale, and he called out in a trembling voice, "Eldest senior brother." Shards of broken glass scattered all over the floor, all caused by Ba Shang's domineering entrance. He stood there in an extremely cool pose, while Fu Guang hurriedly slung an arm around Ji Jing's shoulder and introduced him. "Come here, little junior brother, let me introduce you. This is the eldest senior brother of the Hidden Dragon Dojo, the strongest among us, Ba Shang." While introducing him, Fu Guang also casually took the chance to roast him. He is a little eccentric, does not like talking, is obsessed with muscles, hates trouble, has peak combat power, is terminally wife-obsessed, and especially dislikes using the front door. While Fu Guang was still rambling on, Ji Jing had already walked step by step toward the window to observe, and he also has a hobby of breaking windows and jumping in. After looking closely at the scene before him, Ji Jing was so shocked that his eyes widened. Looking down from the window, the height sent a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, he jumped all the way up here from the first floor. Just how terrifying does his physical strength have to be? Fu Guang quickly regained his rhythm and turned to ask Ba Shang, "Eldest senior brother, what did you need me for?" Ba Shang said nothing and only gestured with his hands. Fu Guang watched for a moment, then immediately understood. "I get it." After that, Fu Guang gave Ji Jing a few instructions and prepared to leave. "Little junior brother, I have something to handle, so I will head out first. Remember this well." The atmosphere among everyone suddenly became unusually serious. With Ba Shang nodding in agreement, Fu Guang said in a deep voice, "The essence of the hibernating dragon art is force control and form shaping." Leaving Ji Jing with a face full of confusion, the other two vanished right after a brief reminder about channeling force and shaping it. He quickly braced his hands against the ground, settled into the proper stance, and quietly reflected. It really was true. The young man immediately focused and sat in meditation, thinking that lately he had only cared about increasing his ki, while forgetting to train its shape. Maybe he could combine it with his aimed shot ability and give it a try. After a long while, he drew in a deep breath, and the aura around him seemed ready to erupt into a strange transformation. 3 hours passed. A stream of golden ki grew denser and denser, beginning to condense as it wrapped around his entire body. His hand gradually changed, with veins standing out sharply like activated core meridians. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, formed a stance with one hand, and locked onto the target. Aimed shot. He fired a terrifying beam of force, powerful enough to crush earth and stone, sending a violent cloud of dust bursting into the air. Looking at the result of his training, he lit up with joy. This was obviously far stronger than throwing roadside rocks. From far away, a sudden round of applause rang out, though it was unclear who it came from. It turned out Li Kai and King Qiao had heard the commotion and rushed over. Shocked, he said, "Your master never expected that beyond your exceptional body talent, you also had this much gift for channeling force." Excited, he took out a pill and handed it directly to the young man, telling him to eat it. He did not stand on ceremony either, immediately taking the pill from Li Qi's hand. Right after that, he quickly put it into his mouth. Suddenly, Li Qi widened his eyes, opened his heavenly eye, and ordered him to look straight at him. The moment he met Li Qi's gaze, his whole body shook violently, as if he had been dragged out of reality. He realized in panic that he was lying in an unfamiliar space, while thoughts kept echoing in his mind. What was happening? Where was this? What had his master done to him? Then a pill suddenly rose from the middle of the lake. From inside that pill, a wounded golden dragon emerged. Though its might had declined, its aura was still unbearably oppressive. At that moment, the dragon looked at him with pained eyes, as if it had endured its wounds for a very long time. It seemed that he and the dragon shared a bond of mutual suffering, causing the color of his eyes to slowly change. His entire body began fusing with the dragon's image, as layers of golden scales covered his skin. Terrified, he wondered what this thing really was. Right after that, he clutched his head in agony, feeling the ki inside him lose control and run wild through his meridians. The power transferred to him by the golden dragon left him stunned. Could all of this have been caused by that pill? He took a soft, deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and stabilize the surging ki. The young man took a horse stance and slowly regulated the chaotic current of Kai. First, he had to stabilize it, then think about the next step. Dormant dragon art. The more he tried to endure, the worse he felt. His face flushed red, and his muscles tightened as he forced himself to withstand it. In his mental world, he sat cross-legged in stillness, and a wondrous sensation spread outward as nearly all distracting thoughts disappeared. A pair of massive dragon claws suddenly appeared in the middle of his mental space. The golden dragon no longer had any wounds now. Its body had grown steadier, and it obediently observed his current state. It quickly coiled around him as he cultivated, while he only needed to pour all his focus into practicing. Gradually, a golden light spread from the dragon claws, condensing into a radiant sphere of light. Now he and the dragon key had become one. At that very moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang out. Conditions to activate the skill have been met. Visualization unlocked. Visualization level 1, progress near, out of 300. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils gradually shifted into an eerie shade of red. Startled, he looked around, making Li Qi laugh and ask, "So you came back? If you had been a little slower, I fear the ki in your body would have been completely drained." Li Qi stroked his beard in satisfaction and praised him, while the young man remained full of questions. "You nurtured dragon ki on your first try, you truly are talented." He immediately asked what dragon ki was. Lei Kai explained calmly that so-called dragon ki, put simply, was a form of emotion tempered into power. His mind automatically pictured Li Qi's words. "Think about it, when you are angry and hit someone, do you strike harder? When you are pushed to the edge of survival, do you feel power erupt through your entire body?" As he spoke, Li Qi pointed a fingertip, making two opposing streams of blue and red fire ki appear. He explained that hidden dragon style called techniques that stimulate emotion moving ki, while techniques that control emotion were still ki. He looked down at his own hand, silently guessing that if he could combine movement and stillness, his cultivation would definitely progress with incredible smoothness. Excited, he clenched his fist, impatient for Li Qi to teach him how to train this power. Seeing that he was gradually understanding, Li Qi stroked his beard in satisfaction and said he had probably touched its essence. Li Qi continued guiding the confused young man. "First, do not rush to ask. Think for yourself, because you already know its true nature." He immediately understood. Master means a state of mind without distraction, right? He closed his eyes at once, letting his spirit sink into absolute stillness. In his mental world, he was unconsciously swept into countless formulas and calculations, as if all the knowledge he had learned and seen in his past life had returned. Even the college entrance exam problem he could never solve back then was strangely easy now, and knowledge he had clearly never studied again appeared with perfect clarity. After solving everything, he confidently told Lei Kai that he had become smarter, but this seemed to be only a very small part of it. Only then did he calmly sense the change and say that ordinary things could hardly shake his emotions now, and his imagination was also much stronger than before. His mind instantly connected it to the golden dragon, and he said he could quickly imagine the shape of a gigantic dragon. Even every strand of its mane and every golden scale appeared with extreme clarity. Suddenly, he realized something important. Could this be the true essence of visualization? As soon as Jai Jing finished speaking, Li Qi nodded in agreement, then turned to persuade King Qiao, who was calmly nibbling on bread, to help him out. "Words alone will not teach you much. You have to train in person to feel the force. King Qiao, go spar with him for a round." She looked a little embarrassed, quickly chewed down the last bite of bread, and stood up. Under Li Qi's praise and his appraising gaze, King Qiao walked forward step by step. Her control over force ranked first among the disciples, and even her father could hardly compare. Could such a soft-looking body really be that powerful? As he watched his opponent and settled into a defensive stance, the young man wondered who would be more terrifying if she were compared with sixth senior sister. Across from him, King Qiao had already steadied her posture, calmly waiting for him to make the first move. He did not hesitate, instantly shooting forward like an arrow loosed from the string. "Fourth senior sister, forgive my offense." But no one expected that. In the blink of an eye, King Qiao would send him flying backward instead. Seeing that scene, Li Qi looked openly delighted. "Your intention is way too obvious." He quickly steadied himself, calculations racing through his mind. Could she actually be stronger than my golden finger? On the other side, King Qiao remained completely at ease, merely dusting off her hands. At that moment, his gaze gradually sharpened, and he called out in a low voice, "Fourth senior sister." Before King Qiao could fully prepare, he charged in again. "This time, no matter what, I have to find an opening and win." The two exchanged blows nonstop, neither willing to yield. Dirty or ruthless, it did not matter. In martial arts, there was only one rule. The one still standing wins, and the one one who falls loses. In a single moment of carelessness, he took a kick full on and was blasted straight away. The terrifying impact made the ground tremble, and a cloud of dust billowed up, covering the entire yard. He pushed himself up with one hand, his eyes still stubborn, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and growled, "Continue." The longer they fought, the more fired up he became, and the sparring match had begun while the sky was still dark. It continued until the first rays of dawn finally began to break across the horizon. Both of them still had strength left, and every move, every technique kept driving straight toward the other. Then an extremely powerful counterattack tore through the morning light and slammed straight toward King Kiao. The blow shook her hard, forcing her body to retreat under a surge of intense pain. In contrast, he stared blankly at his own fist, because the feeling just now had clearly been different. Right then, Li Qi's hand caught King Kiao in time, stopping her from falling. Seeing the result of the training session, he immediately called it off. "We stop here for today." King Kiao crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks, clearly unconvinced. Li Qi only said calmly, "The girl must be hungry. Continuing will not do any good. King Kiao, go rest first." After King Kiao left the yard, he finally brought her up with Li Qi. "Now that I think about it, master, why does fourth senior sister almost never talk? King Kiao went through some things when she was little." Li Qi sighed, his eyes filled with obvious pity. "That child's story cannot be told in a few words. When there is a chance, I will explain it properly." "Yes." Li Qi turned and asked him how he felt after the match. "Tell me, how was it today? Does this training method work?" He answered honestly, while the system notifications kept ringing in his mind. Stamina level 5, A27 out of 2000. Fatigue, 468 out of 800. Running level 5, 699 out of 2000. Since the day he was born, he had never been this exhausted, but he had never felt this excited either. As he thought of King Kiao, a string of system missions appeared again. Charisma level 4, 66 out of 100. Marksmanship level 3, 567 out of 800. Fourth senior sister really is terrifyingly strong. After just over 4 hours of training, his experience had skyrocketed. Hand-to-hand combat fray 5 from 20 out of 800. Force circulation level 4, 217 out of 100. General observation level 1, 251 out of 300. Looks like I need to cling tightly to this golden thigh from now on. He strolled along the empty road, the cold night wind brushing over his shoulders. The moment he pushed the door open and entered the house, he called out loudly, "Huaner, I bought fried chicken for you." After calling several times with no answer, he immediately grew alert and looked around. "Huaner, it is this late already. Where did you go for so long?" Hearing a sound from one of the rooms, his heart sank slightly, and he walked closer step by step. There is someone in the bathroom. Looking at the shoes placed in the entryway, he grew even more suspicious. Huaner did not bring a guest home, and there is only one pair of shoes by the door, so that means she is inside. Could someone have locked her in the bathroom? He muttered to himself, then suddenly froze, remembering that Huaner had once said she had enemies. Could something really have happened? In a panic, he shouted and shoved the door wide open. "Huaner." Huaner stared in shock at him, who stood frozen in the doorway. It turned out she was only taking a bath. Immediately after, she screamed at the top of her lungs and splashed water at him. "Do not look." Unlike Huaner's embarrassment, he stepped forward anxiously and grabbed her hand. "Hurry up, if you keep dawdling, the fried chicken will get cold." The instant she heard there was food, her eyes lit up as if she had found treasure. Fried chicken? After that, he sat down in the bathtub again, facing Huaner, who had turned away in shame. While he rubbed foam into her hair, Huaner could only think about the fried chicken, and that strange, floaty feeling, causing the system to keep popping up notifications. "Fried chicken, help me bathe." Someone has developed goodwill toward him, and art experience has increased by 89. Suddenly, the ring on Huaner's tail released a dazzling glow, and brilliant light flared outward. Without realizing it, she reached out and touched his pectoral muscles. That glittering stream of light made him frown in discomfort. "It is way too bright." The moment Shi Jing slowly opened his eyes, he froze on the spot, as if he had been yanked straight into some unbelievable isekai scene. A soft, fair hand was resting right on his chest, and in an instant the air between them pulled taut like a drawn bowstring. The young man awkwardly called out in a low voice, "Huaner," but his gaze immediately stalled at the sight in front of him. The scene was so dazzling that he blurted out a comment, while Huaner stood there stunned, unable to understand why she had suddenly turned into a human. Realizing he could see her, she hurriedly wrapped her tail over his eyes, both embarrassed and flustered as she mumbled, "Don't look." With his vision suddenly covered, he fumbled to explain, "Huaner, calm down first. I really didn't see anything. Hwuner's face flushed bright red like ripe fruit, and she hesitantly asked back with innocent uncertainty, really? To keep the situation from sliding any further into awkward territory, he forced himself to stay calm and said he was not lying to her, but first, they should get up and figure things out. Just then, a strange sensation suddenly swept over Hwuner, making her let out a soft moan. Hearing that sound, he instinctively asked in concern what was wrong, while Hwuner answered in a flustered rush, "No, it's nothing." She pouted and complained, while he could only coax her gently, asking why she had changed back right then. Maybe she had accidentally triggered the transformation condition of the mysterious relic. At the word condition, Hwuner immediately froze, as if an important clue from the system had flashed through her mind. Her gaze slowly dropped to his chest, then slid down to his firm abs, leaving her dazed as she remembered the moment before and realized she really had wavered a little because of him. The more Xijing thought about it, the more tangled his mind became, and he was utterly speechless at the body in front of him. A little sensation plus fried chicken was enough to turn her human. What kind of absurd trigger condition was that? And those cat paws, fangs, and that tail too. Why were the relics left by the gods always this troublesome? After finally calming down, Hwuner stammered a warning, "So listen carefully, do not start having any weird ideas. This was only an unexpected accident." But at that very moment, she sensed something impossible to describe, and her eyes instantly widened in panic. The moment she lowered her gaze into the bathtub, she grew even more flustered, so shaken that she could barely form a sentence. "You, how dare you?" The young man was panicking too, his voice trembling as he explained, "This is not something I can control on my own. But if you still refuse to get down, the thing going out of control may not be the only problem. Why didn't you say that sooner?" Hwuner watched him warily as he kept his eyes squeezed shut, then threatened him in an icy voice. "Then I am pulling my tail out first. Keep your eyes closed on your own, and absolutely do not peek." For some reason, she suddenly slipped, her whole body falling down as a soft cry escaped her lips. The scene at that moment was exactly the kind that could make anyone blush and send their heartbeat into chaos with just one glance. After witnessing the whole thing, his face darkened, and he stammered as he called out, "Hwuner, you..." In that suffocatingly awkward situation, Hwuner could only force a strained laugh and hurriedly defend herself. I really did not do that on purpose." She unconsciously glanced downward, and her expression instantly froze. "Wait, do not tell me you are doing it again?" Hwuner immediately jolted in shock and let out a panicked cry. Her voice and the movement so close to him forced him to grit his teeth and endure to the limit. "Hwuner, can you be a little gentler? If you keep moving so hard on top of me like this, I am seriously going to suffer." Hearing him blame her, Hwuner felt so wrong that she burst into tears, while the young man fought to stay rational. "I did not mean to. I know so well I can still hold myself back. Hurry up and get out." That declaration left her frozen on the spot, because what he said next was even more frightening. "Otherwise, in a little while, you might not be able to get out at all." She instantly panicked and scrambled out of the bathroom, moving like she was fleeing a monster in a dungeon. She slammed the door shut behind her, and the sharp sound rang through the entire room. As for him, he could only stand there and sigh, helpless, as if he had just survived a life-or-death battle. An hour later, he calmly walked over to Hwuner and asked, "Why did you change back?" After returning to her original form, she still watched him warily and shook her head in confusion. "I do not know either. Just now, once I calmed down, I turned back into a cat, and now I cannot become human again. This is way too strange." Sensing that his hand was about to reach toward her, her entire body instantly tensed. Without the slightest hesitation, she sprang to the side, dodging him with full defensive caution. His arm froze in midair, and he let out a frustrated sigh in his heart. Fair enough. After what just happened, it is understandable that she does not want me touching her. Facing her indifferent attitude, he spoke seriously. "Hwuner, I recently got to know someone who understands divine relics pretty well. Tomorrow, I will go find her and ask about your situation. Maybe there is a way to help you turn human again. Suit yourself." At that moment, only one thought remained in Hwuner's mind. If I can turn human one more time. She started imagining herself sitting on top of him, while he trembled and begged for his life. "Great cult leader, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong now." Watching Hwuner gradually sink into those improper fantasies, the atmosphere suddenly became hard to describe. He instinctively felt a headache coming on, and could only let out a weary breath. That restless night finally passed, and strands of dawn sunlight slipped gently into the room. While he was still half asleep, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Early to bed, early to rise. Wellness experience points plus 38. Wellness skill upgraded to level 3. Current progress 3 out of 800. As he gradually woke up, he unconsciously smiled when he saw Hwuner curled up asleep beside him. Out of habit, he picked up his phone to check for new notifications. A message from Yu King appeared on the screen. Something came up. Come here quickly. He instantly clenched his fist in excitement. Finally, there was a mission to do. A little while later, the young man quickly arrived at Qingcheng Library. He looked around blankly, then wondered to himself, where is Yu King? She called me here in such a hurry, but now there is no sign of her at all. In front of him, beside the large table, only one girl sat there quietly. Aside from this girl wearing glasses, there was no one else in the place. But right after that, he suddenly realized something was off, and his gaze immediately focused as he observed more carefully. No, that is not right. Seeing him look her way, the girl smiled and waved in greeting. He was secretly startled. Wasn't that glasses-wearing girl Yu King? Only then did she slowly raise her hand and remove the glasses. Yu King smiled softly, then spoke in a gentle voice. Your awareness is really strong. Hearing that, he froze for a moment, and his gaze unconsciously drifted downward. His line of sight stopped right at her chest, and a question flashed through his mind. She discovered me that quickly? After that, his gaze drifted back up to her pretty face and her full, soft lips. Sensing that look, Yu King gave a light cough, and her cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly turned his face away, pretending he had not seen anything at all. Not wanting to waste time, she immediately got straight to the point. This is a divine relic, sequence 2080. On the outside, it is just an ordinary pair of glasses, but it can reduce the wearer's sense of presence, making them almost draw no attention. Take it, he asked in surprise. Is it really that simple? Ji Jing looked at the system notification that popped up. Divine matter detected. Beginning divinity absorption. Progress, 6%. Yu King explained that things were not that simple. Once the glasses came off, his suppressed presence would erupt in an instant. The longer he wore them, the more dazzling that aura would be when he removed them. After hearing that, his expression immediately darkened, and he let out a sigh. So he had not suddenly become some freak. It was all just an effect caused by the glasses. Suddenly remembering the main issue, he turned and asked, didn't she say there was something to discuss? But she cut him off at once and told him to look at this first. As she spoke, she handed over a stack of files. This mission was extremely unusual, a C-rank retrieval mission that normally should never be assigned to a rookie like him. However, Divine Relic number 105, the Evil Woman's Crown of Honor, could continuously amplify the wearer's most primal desires. Its current owner was a woman named Hui Ying. As long as she saw a man attractive enough, she would instantly lose control and be swallowed by an obsessive desire to possess him. He put the glasses on and asked, so these glasses were prepared specifically for me, right? Yu King answered calmly, of course. Your foundation is already far too good. As long as you wear the glasses first, the moment you take them off, Hui Ying's desire will definitely explode to the limit. Her words also carried another hidden meaning. When that time came, he could easily remove the evil woman's crown of honor and help her return to her original state. For this retrieval mission, there truly was no one more suitable than him. After understanding her intention, he could only force a helpless smile. After all that talk, doesn't this just mean you want me to use my looks to bait someone? On the system interface, the divinity absorption progress had reached 41%. He silently calculated it, and to be honest, this plan suited him quite well. He could absorb divinity from 2 divine relics at once, while also making himself stronger. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a slightly crooked smile. Besides, these glasses really suit me. Maybe I should wear them for another 10 or 15 years before taking them off. A vision instantly surfaced in his mind, showing him shining brilliantly like a god descending to earth. Wouldn't that mean, from now on, I stand at the very top of the sky? Seeing that dreamy look on his face, Yu King called his name softly in confusion. Only then did he snap back to reality. He cleared his throat and asked, now that I think about it, are these glasses your personal item? She explained, of course not. This is just something I borrowed from another retrieval company. He asked in surprise, so there are other retrieval companies too? Yu King also froze for a second, then blurted out, huh, did I never tell you that? He continued, our company gives me the feeling of being both mysterious and high-end. I thought there was only one branch in the entire country. She smiled and replied, you misunderstood. A divine relic retrieval company is indeed a little special, but if I had to describe its true nature, Yu King's next sentence shocked him so badly his jaw almost dropped. In reality, its nature is not that different from street sweeping. He immediately cut in. Comparing us to street sweepers makes us sound way too poor. However, Yu King did not think there was anything wrong with her comparison at all. In this world, the number of recorded divine relics alone had already reached several thousand. The people who accidentally obtained those relics were also wildly different, coming from every identity and social class. They could appear anywhere, at any time. If they relied on just one retrieval company, there would be no way to control them all. On top of that, this work was extremely dangerous. Not everyone had the ability or courage to take it on. He asked curiously, "So are we in a cooperative relationship with the other retrieval companies?" Yu King replied, "Not exactly. In essence, retrieval work is like a government task outsourced to us for handling." Her gaze became more serious. Some companies are willing to use every method imaginable just to make money. If you run into people from another company in the future, you absolutely have to be careful. Hearing that, he slowly nodded. Got it. At that point, he suddenly took off the glasses he was wearing and said, "Perfect timing. I wanted to test the effect a little." Yu King asked curiously, "What effect?" The instant the lenses left his face, it was as if a layer of radiant light covered his entire body. The system immediately announced, "Absorbing divinity. Progress 63%. That sight made Yu King freeze on the spot, her heart pounding wildly as if it had completely slipped out of control. A new notification appeared. "Someone has developed affection for you. Charm value plus 19. He sighed in satisfaction. Looks like the effect really is not bad at all. A while later, on the empty main road, only a few scattered cars were still passing by. Sitting on the bus, he carefully read through the file Yu King had given him. Inside was information about the target. Name Hui Ying, age 24, gang Rose Gang. Activity area South City. Common locations bars, karaoke lounges, and male host clubs. He silently memorized it. Hui Ying, main territory South City, nightlife spots. In his mind, he began sketching an image of this woman. Just looking at her range of activity, she fit the standard profile of a female underworld boss. The file clearly stated that Hui Ying relied on the physical power enhanced by the evil woman's crown of honor to establish her own territory, even founding a small gang called the Rose Gang. Not only that, every day she also drained the vitality of countless men in the area. At the same time, the evil woman's crown of honor kept amplifying the desires inside her. Just thinking that far made a chill run down his spine. The stronger her desire became, the more terrifying her enhanced physical ability would be. If no one stopped her in time, the evil woman's crown of honor would keep stacking power without any limit. As long as he could remove that crown, she would return to her original state. Because of that, he had to think of a way to exploit this weakness. Just as he reached that point in his thoughts, the bus arrived at the stop. The announcement said they had reached South City District and asked passengers to exit through the rear door. At the same time, the system reported that divinity absorption had reached 79%. In South City District, a young man was being beaten miserably with a wooden club, his whole body nearly losing the strength to resist. The woman in front of him looked incredibly delighted instead, trembling with excitement as she cried out, "Being able to do whatever I want feels amazing." She spread her arms wide and laughed wildly with arrogant madness. "I do whatever I want. Who dares control me? I hit whoever I want to hit." Not far away, he witnessed the entire scene and was left speechless. This woman was seriously way too childish and violent. After observing more carefully, he finally noticed a gleaming crown on her head. Wait a second, is it really her? A middle-aged man stepped forward obsequiously and whispered, "Sister Lu, take care on your way." Hui Ying curled her lips into a smile and cut him off. "Who said I was leaving? Where are your two sons? Why don't I see them today?" He forced a smile and replied, "Whichever one you want. I'll call him over right away." The moment she finished speaking, her face twisted into something terrifying, her greedy eyes looking ready to swallow both prey whole. After confirming that the woman was Hui Ying, Si Jing sighed in disgust, thinking, "You want me to seduce this old hag? Just kill me instead." Just then, a mob came charging in from nowhere, their aura as savage as dungeon monsters, while a lackey shouted that with their boss here, Hui Ying was dead for sure. Hearing that, he froze for a second and muttered, "Someone came for revenge. Then I should hide first and see how this action scene plays out." The burly man leading them stepped forward, his roar booming like thunder. "Hui Ying, I heard you have getting way too arrogant lately." He was Kai Ping, leader of the World Blade Gang. Facing that provocation, Hui Ying did not even care. She only raised an eyebrow and asked who the hell he was, while she herself was the infamous leader of the Rose Gang. Not far away, several of her underlings had been beaten black and blue, their faces swollen as they crawled up and cried, "Boss, he is Kai Ping from the World Blade Gang. He did this to us." When Hui Ying heard the name, she burst out laughing. "Kai Ping, huh? Now that I look closely, your body is pretty tasty too." She licked her lips with raw hunger, stretching her words in a creepy drawl. "Want to play with big sister for a little while?" Seeing that perverted look, Kai Ping clenched his teeth, goosebumps rising all over his body from sheer disgust at the hag in front of him. He could not hold back anymore and charged in, throwing hammer-heavy punches, while roaring for her to give his territory back. But Hui Ying was not that easy to deal with. She slipped aside and dodged every strike, then sneered, "If you are so tough, try not dodging." After overhearing their exchange, the young man quickly grasped the situation. This place had belonged to the World Blade Gang, until Hui Ying's Rose Gang seized it, leaving both sides locked in a grudge as deep as an underground martial arts world. The fight surged back to its peak. Unable to hit Hui Ying, Kai Ping barked, "Dodge, dodge, dodge, is that all you know? Everyone charge." The other side roared back. Rose Gang rushed them. A tattooed thug suddenly lunged in, gripping a brick and smashing it straight toward the head of the young man standing nearby. Seeing that, Hui Ying was so shocked her jaw dropped, while the uncle behind him screamed in panic, "My son." Seeing her prey ruined right before her eyes, she went berserk and cursed, "You World Blade trash, how dare you wreck my good time." Kai Ping curled his mouth into a cold grin. "You rotten old hag, you finally decided to get serious." He stomped hard on the ground, his body shooting forward at terrifying speed as he threw a brutal punch. "Then I will show you my real skill too." That scene even stunned the man standing in the shadows, his eyes widening in surprise. Hit by that heavy blow, Hui Ying had no time to guard, and her whole body was blasted backward. Yet she was still completely fine, and her smile only grew more insane. "Interesting. Let big sister trade a few moves with you." The scene was so dramatic that he could barely look away, as if he were watching a boss fight inside a dungeon. As soon as she finished speaking, Hui Ying stomped the ground and shot straight ahead. Across from her, Kai Ping also vanished from his original spot in the blink of an eye. The two sides collided violently, fists and kicks exploding nonstop as rolling dust swallowed the entire view. After watching a little longer, he judged in silence that this thug Kai Ping was not simple. He used his hands like blades, his palms sharp as sword edges, cutting iron as easily as mud. But Hui Ying only took light scratches, her body as tough as a high-level monster. In pure martial arts, Kai Ping was clearly stronger, but Hui Ying was frighteningly hard to hurt, and no matter how much he hit her, it barely mattered. After they traded blows for a while, Kai Ping finally took a hit, while the young man sighed wearily and wondered how long this fight was supposed to last. Right then, the system notification rang out. "Divinity absorption complete 100%. Action speed has now been activated." He curled his lips in satisfaction. It finally finished absorbing, right when he needed a level up the most. The system immediately presented enhancement choices, including physical strength, bodily defense, reaction speed, calculation ability, focus, and memory. Without hesitation, he picked physical strength. Last time he had taken speed, so this time he needed power to combine with it and fully overwhelm the enemy. He secretly looked forward to seeing just how terrifying his real combat power would become after the upgrade. The instant that thought flashed through his mind, his eyes lit with a cold blue glow. Right after that, he picked up a stone and hurled it hard toward the battlefield. The unlucky one who took the full hit was Kai Ping. Just one strike shattered his leg bone, proving the effect was indeed obvious. Witnessing that scene, Hui Ying instantly snapped her head up, her vicious gaze sweeping around as she shouted, "Who is there?" She growled with murderous intent, "Wooden skin." Kai Ping trembled all over and could barely stand, yet he still gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bitch, you actually used a sneak attack?" His lackeys hurriedly supported him and retreated, shouting as they ran, "Let's go, you rotten old hag. Just you wait, we will definitely be back." Watching their figures fade into the distance, Hui Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and muttered, "Serves them right, but damn, that hurt." Once she finished speaking, his figure finally stepped out from his hiding place. She flinched, narrowed her eyes, and asked, "Brat, was that thing just now you're doing?" He calmly slipped his hands into his jacket pockets and replied, "It was me," making Hui Ying instantly turn wary and ask, "Are you carrying a gun?" He lightly tugged his zipper and said evenly, "You can think of it that way, but I will not use it against you. Your fighting style is too chaotic, and anyone can tell you have never had professional training." The more Hui Ying listened, the more confused she became, her vicious face gradually turning utterly blank. Before she could understand what was happening, he had already taken a fighting stance. This time, he would try to beat her head-on without sacrificing his looks, and if things went bad, he could still remove his glasses midway to control her. After a few stunned seconds, Hui Ying laughed with contempt. "You want to deal with me using only those little tricks? If this were in bed, maybe they would barely be enough." Si Jing had no interest in listening to her ramble. He only drew a cold, steady breath. Hui Ying's face instantly went deathly pale, and all that arrogant pressure from a moment ago vanished. The aura around him surged violently, condensing into the phantom of a colossal dragon. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could this boy really be a hidden monster? Hui Ying could no longer keep up her swagger. Her voice trembled as she shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing that, he lifted his head slightly, his eyes seeming to calculate. "Who am I?" In the end, the young man casually made up another name. Just call me Wan Hao. In that instant, his pupils flared with brilliant gold. The system rang out, Twinborn, state activated. The moment the state opened, he shot forward with the speed of a hunter who had just leveled up inside a dungeon. A kick as heavy as a sledgehammer slammed straight into Hui Ying's body, making her spit blood on the spot. The ambush came too fast for her to guard. Her whole body flew backward and crashed hard into the wall. The moment Hui Ying opened her eyes, the reflection in her pupils was another fist tearing through the wind toward her. He struck without the slightest mercy, his power erupting like martial arts enhanced by the system. A barrage of punches rained down one after another, so fast the naked eye could barely keep up. Pinned underneath him, she could only grit her teeth and take it, unable to find even one chance to counterattack. The final finishing blow smashed down, blasting apart the entire section of wall behind her and shattering it into chunks of stone. Hui Ying was buried along with it beneath the collapsed dirt and rubble. Only then did he pause for a moment. He looked at his bruised, swollen arm and frowned. Tough as hell. After witnessing the whole scene, Hui Ying's lackeys stood frozen, and none of them dared move. They stammered, "Is this a movie?" He punched the wall to pieces. Did Sister Lu get smashed too? Who is that guy? Even Kai Ping was taken down by Sister Lu, yet he can pin her down and beat her like that? Before the whispers could fade, a hand suddenly reached out from the rubble. Hui Ying still had not gone down. She gripped the wooden staff tightly, grinding her teeth in rage as she roared, "You little brat." Above her head, the crown-shaped relic flashed with a strange purple light. That thing poured into her body a power 10 times greater than before, and her eyes burned red as blood. "You really piss me off now." Hearing that, he remained strangely calm, the corner of his mouth lifting with excitement. "Now this is a fight. Damn, this feels good." Without wasting another second, Hu Ying charged like a monster gone berserk and screamed, "I will beat you into minced meat." As the wooden staff chopped straight down, he merely tilted his body to the side, dodging as if it were nothing. Right after that, he bent his leg and gathered force, his speed erupting like a flash of lightning. By the time Hui Ying realized what was happening, it was already too late. His knee had slammed straight into her face. Her whole body snapped backward, and blood from her nose sprayed through the air. Yet she twisted her mouth into a crooked smile, as if she had been waiting for exactly this moment. It turned out that while his guard was open, Hui Ying had grabbed his wrist. She sneered, "This time you have nowhere to run." But before she could make a move, the young man's other hand had already risen right in front of her face. His gaze instantly turned ice cold, and killing intent rose from him with frightening clarity. He flicked with brutal force, hurting her so badly she felt as if her eyeball were about to pop out. Hui Ying staggered back, even dropping the staff, both hands clutching her face as she screamed, "My eye, my eye." Watching her tremble, he felt secretly satisfied. His master had once said being dirty is fine, and being ruthless is fine too. In battle, winning is all that matters. Only the one left standing has the right to speak. Before Hui Ying could understand what was happening, he followed with a direct kick to her vital spot. Men were not the only ones with fatal weak points. Seeing that she had completely lost the ability to resist, he finally walked over at an unhurried pace. This time he locked both hands together and raised them high above his head. Then he smashed down with a decisive blow, knocking the crown clean off her head. Hui Ying completely lost consciousness, lying motionless in a large crater in the ground. Her crown fell, rolled several times across the floor, and finally came to a stop. Behind him, the lackeys were shaking like leaves, their mouths hanging open and unable to close. He did not bother paying attention to them. He only bent down and picked up the relic. The system announced, "Heal Vandenholm 5, Crown of the Evil Woman. Divine matter detected. Beginning divinity extraction." After completing the mission, he immediately took a photo of the evidence so he could file his report. On his phone screen was a chat with Yu King, along with the photo and one brief message. Got it. He stood silently for a moment, thinking that as long as she did not suffocate, it would be fine. As for the punishment meant for someone who had worn the crown of the evil woman and committed so many crimes. Thinking of that, he used his foot to flip Ying onto her back, then decided to leave the rest to the residents she had oppressed all this time. The system announced, absorbing divinity, 33 out of 100. Absorbing divinity, 39 out of 100. Twinborn is absorbing divinity, 42 out of 100. He wondered in surprise. Has the absorption speed gotten faster than before? Xi Jing had just discovered something else strange underground when a cold male voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Hey kid." Startled by the sudden call, he jolted hard, then immediately spun around to look. The white-haired man ordered in an icy voice, "Hand over the thing in your hand. You are not qualified to touch it." The absorption process was still continuing. Absorbing divinity, 73 out of 100. He tightened his grip on the crown, fully aware that this moment absolutely could not be interrupted. "And if I say no?" The white-haired man's expression instantly darkened, killing intent spilling out as he growled, "Kid, you are asking to die." In his field of view, a string of warnings appeared. Estimated physical level 1719. Physical mutation rate below 1%. 100%. Traces of martial cultivation detected. No obvious specialized organs. Combat pattern cannot be calculated. Overall danger rating, 125. He looks only 16 or 17, and he lives in the outskirts, yet his rating is already over 2 stars? Thinking of that, he curled his lip in contempt, but that is still far too weak. After confirming this young man was not a major threat, the white-haired man slowly closed in. Kid, I will give you one last chance. But before he'd even get close, Shi Jing launched a vicious kick straight at his vital spot. Unexpectedly, the white-haired man was completely unharmed, and he even laughed mockingly. You lowly martial artists use these dirty tricks every day. Why would I not guard against them? Hearing that, Shi Jing was speechless and turned to run. Who normally guards against that move? You really are a freak. Behind him, the man roared, "Stop right there. I am going to kill you today." As he ran, Shi Jing kept calculating. Is this guy a manager from another recovery company? His body is way too bizarre, as hard as if it were assembled from mechanical parts. Before he could figure it out, the solid stone wall beside him was smashed apart by the white-haired man in an instant. The corner of the man's mouth lifted, an excited grin spreading across his face as his hand reached straight for his prey. Just as he was about to grab Shi Jing, the young man managed to retreat sharply, narrowly dodging the catch. Seizing the instant before the white-haired man could react, Shi Jing immediately turned and kept charging away. Every passing second made him more anxious. That man was unfathomable, and Shi Jing absolutely could not stay tangled with him for long. The system appeared, absorbing divinity, 81 out of 100. While he was focused on the notification panel, Shi Jing suddenly sensed a wave of danger rushing toward him. By instinct, he hurriedly raised his arm to block, just barely stopping the white-haired man's surprise attack. But the force was terrifying, and Shi Jing was still blasted away, punching through several layers of stone walls in a row. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his heart turning cold. No matter how he ran, it seemed that man could still catch up. Just when the game seemed over, the situation suddenly reversed. Divinity absorption complete. Shadow Flame not activated. Divine skill, divinity required to activate 539 out of 500. Activation requirements met. Activate now? Yes or no? Shi Jing did not hesitate at all and immediately selected yes. Not far away, the white-haired man was still strolling closer, his voice full of threat. Hand it over, and I will only break one of your arms and one of your legs, then spare your worthless life. But before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly reached out and clamped tightly over his mouth. His eyes filled with terror, and his body trembled in waves. A bestowed one. From deep within the soil and stone, Shi Jing slowly spoke. This bestowed one you mentioned, are you referring to me? The moment those words fell, the white-haired man immediately jerked backward, breaking free from the hand gripping him as he shouted, "If not you, then who else?" His eyes swept over the eerie black aura wrapped around the young man, and his heart shook violently. That black fire, not only that, the power radiating from Shi Jing was also heavy enough to suffocate him. This aura, in the blink of an eye, all the surrounding earth and stone were burned away by the black flames without a trace, leaving the white-haired man stammering in horror. I actually picked a fight with a bestowed one. The system continued reporting. Shadow Flame Level 1. Divinity required to upgrade 39 out of 10 effect. Turns darkness into flames with physical form. Divine Incarnation. Locked. Unlock condition. Divinity 39 out of 2000. Reach level 10. Hearing what the white-haired man had just said, Shi Jing looked at himself in shock. Just seeing the black flames had made him connect Shi Jing to a bestowed one. What exactly was the link between them? What was a bestowed one? While Shi Jing still had not figured out what was happening, the man secretly tried to slip away, but he was still discovered. No, I absolutely cannot let him escape. The instant that thought flashed through his mind, the black aura around him began to move, shooting out at a terrifying speed. Its target was the white-haired man, making him panic as he waved his arms and screamed, "No, do not come here, stay away." Seeing that scene, even Shi Jing froze. What is going on? I only thought about it, and Shadow Flame charged out on its own. Is this some kind of automatic attack system, like a flying cannon? While the white-haired man desperately fled, Shadow Flame kept closing the distance. Damn it. At that very moment, Shi Jing's eyes flew wide open, his pupils contracting violently. Shadow Flame seemed to hear its master's command, turn into a black streak before plunging straight into the man's nose. Then a horrifying scene unfolded, making even Shi Jing cry out in shock. The white-haired man's body began twisting grotesquely. His eyes rolled back, and every joint in his body let out a chilling series of cracks. Just watching it was enough to leave Shi Jing stunned, his throat locked so tightly he could not speak. A while later, the white-haired man lay motionless on the ground, completely still. System notification. You have just experienced a battle where the weak defeated the strong. Combat experience +4 and 52. You have just experienced a battle where the weak defeated the strong. Combat experience plus 633. You have just experienced a battle where the weak defeated the strong. Combat experience plus 422. You have just experienced a battle where the weak defeated the strong. Combat experience plus 558. Physical tempering rack has risen to level 6, 28 out of 3000. Life nurturing has risen to level 425 out of 1200. Marksmanship has risen to level 4, 1 and 2 out of 1200. His combat skill rose to level 4, with progress at 8.5 out of 1200. Force control also broke through to level 5, reaching 1 and 27 out of 2000. In the end, only 2 cold words remained on the system interface: Shadow Flame. After dealing with that danger, Shi Jing stepped forward and carefully examined the man's naked body from head to toe. He was secretly shocked. This guy was insanely extravagant. Almost his entire body was covered in synthetic skin. Even more astonishing, that skin was unbelievably tough, burned for so long yet left with only a faint scorch mark. With that thought, the young man immediately picked up a nearby rock. If he did not destroy him from the inside, it would probably be very hard to truly kill him. By comparison, the rock looked solid, but it was quickly burned into this state. It seemed the black flame's damage depended on the target's durability. Stranger still, the rock's surface was not charred at all, and it felt icy cold to the touch. Such a hard stone evaporated the moment it landed in his palm, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Clearly, this black fire was nothing like ordinary flame. As soon as that thought ended, dawnlight shone down from above, causing the black flame to weaken visibly. He lifted his head toward the sky and recalled the system's prompt. The status panel had stated it very clearly. This black flame was converted from darkness. Now that the darkness was fading, shadow flame weakened with it. Perhaps the wider the surrounding darkness, the more flame it could convert, and the more terrifying its power would become. But before he could further sense that source of power, all the flames quickly dispersed. The young man sighed speechlessly. So that was all gone already? Not even a single reminder. So how exactly was the cooldown calculated? With no other choice, he used his phone to photograph the white-haired man's corpse, then sighed. He would set this matter aside for now and leave the body there. First, he had to explain the situation to Yu King. The scene shifts to South City District. Inside a secret laboratory, a deformed creature was slowly growing. Nearby, a man stood silently, his eyes fixed on every tiny change. He reached out and stroked the horrifying monster, then asked in a low voice, "Kai Ping, do you know why I called you here?" Kai Ping, wrapped in bandages and covered in injuries, knelt on the floor and answered in a trembling voice, "I know. Master warned me many times not to cause trouble lately, but I still..." Before he could finish speaking, the man had already vanished from where he stood. When Kai Ping looked up in panic, a large hand was already clamped tightly around his head. No one knew when the man had appeared in front of him, his eyes blazing with rage. "You knew the consequences perfectly well, yet you still disobeyed me on purpose." He clenched his teeth and hissed each word. "Are you tired of living, or do you truly not want to keep that life of yours anymore?" Seeing this, Kai Ping went deathly pale and kept kowtowing as he begged, "Honored master, this disciple knows he was wrong. Please spare me this once." In the end, the man forced down his anger and said coldly, "Fine, stand up." After saying that, he walked toward the creature and asked, "Any news from the two that were sent out earlier?" Kai Ping hurriedly replied, "It seems both have already been eliminated." The man's expression instantly darkened. "Was it White Fang who did it?" Kai Ping quickly explained, "No. I heard one of them was severely wounded by a teenage boy." The moment he heard the words teenage boy, the man's emotions immediately slipped out of control. Kai Ping was drenched in cold sweat as he lowered his head and continued, "I heard that boy is just an ordinary person, and his background is nothing special either." Those words made the man roar in fury. How could an ordinary person possibly defeat one of my test subjects? Terrified, Kai Ping kept kowtowing and repeatedly echoed him. Yes, master is absolutely right." The more the man thought about it, the more hateful he became. Even if these test subjects were not yet perfect, they were absolutely not something a mere mortal could humiliate. As he spoke, he looked at the creature gently writhing and ordered, "Go. Capture that brat and bring him here. I will personally offer him to the great heavenly centipede broodmother to be devoured. That way, Atta will give birth to even more descendants, and their quality will be far superior. Then one day, I will definitely seize this entire planet." At the Star City Library inside the elevator, Qi Jing closed his eyes and thought. The mission had caused such a huge mess. He had no idea how Yu King would handle it. After thinking for ages and still finding no reasonable explanation, he could only leave it to fate. Whatever. Overthinking is useless. I will deal with it as it comes, and at worst, I will make up for my mistake with merit. Very soon, the elevator rose to the 7th floor, and the metal doors slowly opened. Contrary to what he imagined, Yu King was not angry at all. Instead, she lowered her head and apologized. "I am truly sorry. I did not expect the mission to change like this, and leave you facing danger alone. This was a serious mistake on my part. Hearing those words, he froze for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. She continued, I will upgrade this mission to C+ rank, and I will also prepare additional compensation. I hope you will accept it. Of course, he had no reason to refuse, so he immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. But his reaction was completely different from what she had expected, making Yu-King quietly let out a breath of relief before saying, thank you. As the two talked, they walked to the large table. She began, the identity of the man you killed has been confirmed. She explained his name was Zhu Yingkun, a C-rank containment employee from the Shu Containment Corporation. I contacted them, and they said this was likely his personal action with no connection to the company at all. Hearing that, he sat down in the chair, frowned, and repeated, a personal action. The young man tapped his finger lightly on the tabletop in confusion and asked, he was a man, so what did he need that evil woman's crown? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu-King pushed a sheet of paper in front of him and said, take a look at this first. She pointed at the marked locations and explained, this is exactly what worries me. The Isu Containment Corporation is in the inner ring, so there really is no reason for them to send someone so far away just for an outer ring mission. Their explanation sounds flawless on the surface. Yu-King put away the documents and warned him seriously, there is very likely more hidden behind this matter. Leave it to me for now, and do not get too deeply involved. He nodded and replied, understood. He took out the crown, then casually removed the glasses and handed them to her as well. Right, I almost forgot. This is yours, and I should probably return the glasses to you too. But Yu-King waved her hand and refused. You can keep those glasses. We may still need them for the next mission. She continued, compared with that, Uncle Yang Kun's autopsy report has way too many abnormalities. All of his internal organs vanished without leaving a trace. Sheijing, how exactly did you do it? Hearing that question, he instantly remembered the horrifying scene from back then. Shadow Flame was far too dangerous, and even he still did not fully understand how it worked, so hiding it for now was the safest move. To throw her off, he lightly pressed the button on his glasses and put on an innocent, harmless face. Can I not say, big sister? The moment she met that gaze, every doubt in Yu-King's heart vanished at once, and her pulse went wild, as if she had been hit by a charm spell. She hurriedly covered her face and answered awkwardly that it was fine if he did not say it, since everyone had secrets. But first, he had to put his glasses back on. He nodded with an "oh," secretly marveling that these glasses really were a divine artifact. Just as he was about to leave, the young man suddenly remembered something important and stopped in his tracks. Oh right. He took out the black card, raised it, and asked, what exactly is this thing you just gave me? Yu-King smiled and explained that it was a containment certificate. With it in hand, future procedures would be much easier whenever he joined missions to contain divine relics. His eyes immediately lit up, and he asked happily, so does that mean I count as an official staff member now? She snapped her fingers and replied casually, of course. Besides gaining access to some of the official organization's facilities, every archive stored in this library will also be open to you. Since she did not have much time left, Yu-King stood up and prepared to leave. I still have a few things to handle, so go inside and look things up freely. Hearing that, he waved goodbye to her. Be careful on your way. Once her figure had completely disappeared, his eyes instantly flashed with excitement. Great, maybe this place has a clue about the cattail ring. A while later, inside the library, he began sweeping his gaze across the entire space in front of him. Looking at the rows of strange objects on display, he could not help exclaiming in shock. This place is basically a miniature otherworld. Inside the glass cases were countless mysterious relics, and every item came with its own stats and individual file. He casually took out a box labeled God's Ear 18, Goddess of Death, Unprovoked Love, a divine relic that has never been seen. He quickly used the card he had just received to scan the box, but a cold alert sounded. Insufficient clearance, access denied. He could hardly believe it, and immediately switched to another box. God 069, Cinderella, with a number this far back. Surely he could view it. But the result was exactly the same. Insufficient clearance, access denied. He refused to give up and frantically searched through the files in vain. God 227, insufficient clearance, access denied. God 580, insufficient clearance, access denied. God 6666, insufficient clearance, access denied. After struggling for a long while, he was so exhausted he nearly collapsed on the spot. This makes no sense. Didn't she say all the documents were open to me? So in the end, I'm still blocked by clearance? Could even the cattail ring require special authorization? Forget it, I'll find it first and worry about that later. After more time passed, he finally found what he needed. God 1391, the cattail ring. After taking out the box, he did not open it right away. Instead, he clasped his hands and prayed, please, it has to work this time. The moment the card swept across it, the alert immediately sounded. God 1391, the cattail ring, file unlocked. He was so happy he almost cried, blurting out, "It worked!" The item information quickly appeared. This divine relic's danger rating was Class B, which did not match his Class C containment staff rank. After unlocking only the first 2 layers of the file, he froze in confusion. Doesn't this thing just turn someone into a harmless little cat? Why is it ranked on the same level as a divine relic that can destroy an entire street? Unable to wait any longer, he immediately focused on studying every related record. Through the documents on the cattail ring, he learned several important things. After wearing it for a full month, the owner could freely switch between human and cat forms, which was honestly pretty convenient. The page also recorded that in a certain year, after seeing the cattail ring, a doctor instantly screamed in fanatical excitement, then founded an organization called the Heretic God Cult. Reading up to this point, he frowned and stopped. What is the Heretic God Cult supposed to be? Wanting to understand the situation better, he kept digging through the pile of records. There must still be documents about the Heretic God Cult here. Old images gradually appeared. After the god's death, countless cracks opened across the earth, and enormous borderlands rose from those very fissures. As humans ventured deeper into the cracks, they discovered tools capable of communicating with heretic gods, almost like keys that opened gates to a warped fantasy world. Those who gathered out of thirst for power, then knelt and begged heretic gods for blessings, were called the Heretic God Cult. Those who received the heretic god's grace were called reward recipients. At this point, he finally understood the true meaning of that term. So that is what a reward recipient means. His hand flipped through the pages at high speed, while his gaze grew more and more tense. 200 years ago, a heretic god sect called the Lion Saint Cult once yearned to contact the goddess Bastet, but the deity never answered. That lasted until a man slipped that ring onto his finger. Only when one believer obtained God 1391 and turned into a cat did they receive the goddess's blessing for the very first time. However, the one blessed was not that believer, but God 1391 itself, the cattail ring. From that moment on, it gained another layer of mysterious power. As the degree of fusion deepens, the wearer will gradually grasp Bastet's authority, until the day they fully become the true Bastet. The deeper he read, the more he realized a brutal truth. Because of this, the Lion Saint cult would absolutely stop at nothing to kill whoever possessed the cattail ring, then seize it back at any cost. His expression instantly darkened and his hand trembled again and again. They are going to kill Huaner. He recalled his earlier conversation with Huaner, the one about her wanting to take him training so he could become stronger. No wonder Huaner kept urging him to go to the dojo, because if he could not get stronger in a short time, then the two of them would probably both die. While his thoughts were still tangled like a ball of thread, he suddenly discovered another document. The second book was exactly what he needed most right now. God 1391, Cattail Ring Fusion Conditions. He carefully read every line. The first fusion required an extremely powerful emotional stimulus, while later fusions forced the wearer to constantly awaken the same type of emotion to increase fusion progress. Jing forced himself to remember, trying to stir up the strongest emotion buried in his heart. At last, the memory of that day in the bathroom suddenly rushed back, so vivid it froze him in place. In his mind, he saw Huaner suddenly sprouting a pair of soft, fluffy ears. Then, right after that, she turned into a beautiful young girl, with a tail behind her swaying nonstop. Thinking of that, he blushed and shook his head hard. He could not keep imagining it, because this power felt far too real and dangerous. But the problem gave him an equally nasty headache. If she really had to transform the same way as last time, then he and Huaner would have to often... The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. With such a bizarre condition, how was he supposed to explain it to Huaner? Right then, he suddenly noticed several lines of text floating above him. It clearly read, God 1391, Side Effects of the Cattail Ring. None. This materialist divine relic only grants strength and sacred authority to its wearer, with no side effects at all. The only thing to guard against is church formation. He let out a breath of relief, nearly scared to death. No side effects was the best news possible. That thought, he suddenly cried out in shock. That's it. What powers does Bastet actually have? Once it is worn, how do you take it off? The most important questions had no answers, proving that a low-level containment employee's clearance was pitifully small. He had not even finished complaining when his phone buzzed with a new message. Opening it, he found a huge sum had just entered his account. Qingcheng Bank notified him. Hello, your savings card ending in 31666 has received 511.31 yuan. Your current balance is 225.25 yuan. Stunned, he wondered if his pay had arrived that fast. No, this had to be the compensation Yu King sent, but why was it so much? All kinds of mouth-watering food instantly flashed through his mind. From now on, he finally would not have to count every meal, which also meant more time to train and keep leveling up his strength. Without hesitation, he puffed out his chest and marched home in high spirits. Tonight, he had to buy expensive ingredients, cook Hwaner a grand feast, then find a chance later to tell her the condition for turning human. 5 days later, at his home, the dining table was covered with rare delicacies, and Hwaner pounced the moment she saw them. She picked up a chicken leg and gnawed on it while asking curiously, "Come to think of it, why have you been so lavish lately? Did you make money?" He was just about to eat when he paused, then answered reluctantly that he had been rich at one point too. He explained that over the past few days, he had learned a cultivation method from his master called the battle armor art. The technique itself was not especially remarkable. The issue was that while cultivating it, he had to go through a whole series of complicated procedures. During training, he had to drink medicine, and after training, he had to soak in medicine. Completing one full cycle cost a total of 40,000 yuan. Exhausted, he clenched his hand and, instantly crushing the lobster claw, he had practiced 5 cycles over the past few days, and 20 portions of medicine had vanished just like that. Hwaner interrupted in confusion. "Then don't you still have over 30,000 left? Why are you calling that little?" He immediately pointed straight at the table piled high with food. She understood and stopped asking, only saying with a serious face, "Your filial devotion to this sect master is commendable, but I still have to remind you, money must be saved." She slowly moved closer and continued, "Besides the medicine you mentioned, you will need to buy weapons, hidden weapons, and even formal wear for entering high-end places. Any random set costs over 100,000. His face went pale as he muttered, "It's that expensive." Hwaner patted the lobster beside her and said, "Eating luxury food like this once a month is more than enough." He nodded in agreement and said, "Yeah." But looking back at his nearly empty wallet, he still could not help getting a headache. He never expected the cultivation path to have so many places that burn money. Payday was still far away, and Yu King probably could not arrange a new mission anytime soon. If he did not find a way to earn extra money, he feared he would soon be living on thin air again. With no other choice, he opened the chat window on his phone. He messaged Fu Guang, "Senior brother, I'm a little short on cash lately. Do you know any place that needs workers? Bodyguard work or hauling stuff is fine." Fu Guang quickly replied, "You asked the right person. Meet me at the Hidden Dragon Dojo tomorrow afternoon. Your senior brother can also check how much progress you've made." While he was busy texting, he suddenly heard loud chewing coming from the table. By the time he reacted, Hwaner had completely wiped out the whole table of food. He slammed the table and shouted, "Hey, at least leave me one portion." Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning on a crowded street. At the Hidden Dragon Dojo, he began his training session as usual, his eyes half closed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and the aura around his whole body changed at once. Right after that, he threw a palm strike straight ahead. The system immediately rang out with a notification. New skill unlocked, Soft Force Level 1. Standing nearby and watching everything, Fu Guang was secretly shocked. This junior disciple was not simple at all. In just 5 days, he had trained the battle armor art to this level. Just then, a girl ran up to him and asked shyly, "Little senior brother, we're testing strength over there. Could you show everyone a few moves?" Before he could answer, Fu Guang quickly stepped in. "Go," he said awkwardly. "But Fu Guang's face darkened, and he lowered his voice. "Use this chance to test the results of your training, and let everyone broaden their horizons too." With no way out, he could only nod in agreement and step forward. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and said calmly, "Then I will give it a try." But the moment they heard that, the people in the dojo immediately looked disdainful. "Little senior brother just joined, so he probably can't control his strength yet. Don't push yourself. Exactly, if you hurt your hand, don't blame us." The two who spoke were Wen Zerong, Fist Force 201.3 kilograms, and Yi Yingyu, Fist Force 202.2 kilograms. Unable to hold back, the blonde girl snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. My little senior brother is really amazing." She was Ning Meng Meng, Fist Force 232 kilograms. Not wanting to waste any more time, he stepped forward and swung his fist straight into the force testing weight. After waiting a while with no reaction, the group laughed even harder. "Little senior brother, why didn't you gather power? That sound was so tiny. Did you not use full strength, or were you afraid of losing face, so you only gave it a casual tap?" But before they could finish speaking, the seams on the weight suddenly snapped all at once, and the cotton inside burst out. On the weight's display, an absolute number immediately appeared, 999. The ones who had been mocking him instantly choked on their words, each of them wide-eyed as they cried out, "This little senior brother, what kind of monster is he?" Sai Jing kept that calm smile on his face and answered simply, "That was soft force." He explained that greater strength was not always better. The move just now was called soft force, a higher variation of power control. First, he focused the force into one point and sent it into the opponent's body, then made it erupt from within. Everyone could try sensing it for themselves. After hearing that, Meng Meng admired him even more, her eyes shining like stars as she quickly bowed and thanked her senior brother for his guidance. He turned to Ying Yukai and asked, "Junior brother, Please go to the storeroom and get a striking pad to wrap around the force tester for me. The other boy immediately replied, yes. Fu Guang stepped forward with a smile and asked, with skills like that, junior brother, I can relax. Recently, an important figure has needed a bodyguard, but the matter is a little troublesome. Do you want to give it a try? Without the slightest hesitation, he took the information sheet and quickly glanced through it. Printed on it was a photo of an incredibly massive hotel, along with clear text, address, Auspicious Isle Hotel, 617 Golden Sea Street, East City District, payment 800,000 yuan. That number instantly slammed into his eyes, so dazzling it almost seemed to glow. At that moment, he could not think about anything else. He immediately grabbed the other man's shoulders and nodded firmly, saying, you absolutely have to let me take this job. In front of the Auspicious Isle Hotel, a sleek luxury car slowly rolled through the entrance. He stepped out of the car in a sharp outfit, and his whole aura immediately felt nothing like usual. The moment he entered the lobby, countless gazes turned toward him at once, followed by whispers. Who is that? Judging by his clothes, he looks like a martial artist. Maybe some family's young heir came for the banquet. No, maybe he is a martial arts expert hired for security. He just looks way too young. Seeing that everyone seemed to rate him rather highly, he smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself that his senior sisters had been right. People really did judge status by clothing. He remembered how, before he left, Xu Shan had stopped him and asked, are you really planning to wear that? He had even answered innocently, what's wrong with this outfit? It is really comfortable. Hearing that, she was nearly speechless, and could only explain that ordinary people judged others by their clothes. If he dressed too casually, people would definitely look down on him. Before she even finished speaking, Jushan swiftly pulled out a blazing red suit and smiled with total confidence. But it is fine, your senior sister already prepared something for you. This outfit is from a famous designer. The instant he saw that flashy outfit, he stepped back and refused outright, saying, this is way too bright. It is not like I am going on a blind date. Right then, a soft finger gently touched his shoulder from behind. King Qiao had appeared at some point without anyone noticing, and in her hands was a black outfit decorated with bamboo leaf patterns. When Jushan saw that, she snapped in annoyance, senior sister, you really are crafty. I clearly got here first. In the end, he still chose the black outfit, because when it came to aesthetics, this senior sister was clearly a level above. Around where he stood, several young women could not hide their excitement and kept praising how handsome he was, wondering if they should go ask for his phone number. The two men behind him looked displeased and started murmuring, is that guy really a top disciple of the Hidden Dragon Dojo? Impossible. I have met all 6 direct disciples of the Hidden Dragon Dojo, even the youngest little girl. I have seen every one of them before, but that kid is completely absent from my memory. The man in the red hat curled his lip and asked back, are they not allowed to take in a new disciple? The man in the white suit turned away and replied coldly, I never said that. The Dragon King, Li Qi, announced long ago that he would take 7 disciples, but the 7th disciple had to be a rare genius with extraordinary foundation and talent. If no one met the standard, he would rather take no one at all. As he spoke, he made no attempt to hide his disdain. That kid looks like a pale-faced scholar. How strong could he possibly be? There is no way he is Li Qi's top disciple. The man in the red hat patted his shoulder and cut in, don't judge people only by their face. He closely observed Xi Jing's every movement and explained, look carefully at his footwork. Every step is as steady as a stake driven into the ground, and the distance between each step is almost exactly the same, not a bit too much or too little. His upper body does not sway at all. Clearly, his body control is extremely strong, and his force circulation skill has reached a solid level. But the man in the white suit still could not be bothered to take him seriously. So what? Even if he can use 1 part strength to create 10 parts effect, if he faces 100 people, would he not still be crushed? Seeing how stubborn the other man was, the man in the red hat could not be bothered to argue anymore. He only shook his head and turned away, saying, I truly have nothing left to say to you. At the front desk, a staff member immediately stepped forward and asked, excuse me, are you the martial arts expert invited here to handle security? He smiled and introduced himself, Hidden Dragon Dojo. It is a pleasure to work with you. The staff member did not hesitate and immediately spread a floor plan in front of him, saying, a pleasure, a pleasure. First, let me explain the details of the job. This time, we invited a total of 6 masters, and each person is responsible for a separate area. Your area is the stage. The lighting there is not very good, so please pay extra attention. He took the floor plan and calmly replied, you can rest easy about that. Besides, with so many martial arts experts here, I doubt anyone would dare risk coming in to cause trouble, right? Hearing that, the staff member only gave an awkward smile, his face still full of worry. That is hard to say. In any case, calling in more people is better. Prevention is always better than damage control. I will not bother you further. I have other matters to handle. Watching the man hurry away in a fluster, Shi Jing also vaguely realized that this matter was not simple. Hiring more people was understandable, but inviting 6 martial arts experts here at once was clearly no small thing. His gaze quietly swept over the people around him as he observed. There were not only martial arts experts, the hotel had also hired a large number of bodyguards, and judging by their equipment, they were all professionals. On top of that, surveillance devices were densely placed everywhere, and this scale had already gone far beyond the standard of an ordinary hotel. The more abnormal everything was, the more certain it became that a serious problem was hidden behind it. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. What exactly had happened here for them to mobilize such an enormous force? The thought had only just flashed through his mind when the man in the white suit swaggered over and asked, "Are you the new direct disciple accepted by the Hidden Dragon Dojo?" Hearing that, Shi Jing turned his head in slight surprise and asked, "Who are you?" He pointed at himself and introduced himself, Amber Dojo Zhao Quan. "Do not worry, I am not here to cause trouble. But since we are working the same mission, getting a little sense of each other's skill level beforehand should not be too much, right?" Xi Jing had never been afraid of anyone, so he immediately nodded and agreed, "Fine. How do you want to test it?" Zhao Quan rolled up one sleeve and said, "Connect hands." Xi Jing calmly answered, "All right." So-called connecting hands was a method martial arts experts used to probe an opponent's foundation and level. Just from the way the other man had taken the initiative to approach him, Xi Jing had already guessed part of his true intention. This person probably thought Xi Jing was too young and did not believe in his strength. That was fine too, because Xi Jing also wanted to see just how strong or weak he currently was. Not far away, Yu Guang was also at the scene. The moment he noticed what was happening, he froze in shock. Brother Jing, why is he here?" A girl stepped over and asked curiously, "Second young master Pei, do you know that handsome boy, and who do you think will win?" He was still stammering, unsure how to answer. Before he could speak, a purple-haired man walked over, curled his lips, and said, "I will cast my vote for that young man." The crowd was instantly stunned. "Young Master Pei, big brother." The girl named Sai laughed and chimed in, "But Zhao Quan is no pushover either. Last time second young Master Pei arm wrestled him, he got twisted until he yelped." Yu Guang blushed and snapped, "Stop poking where it hurts." Back at the showdown, someone began to notice something strange. Why was there no movement at all from that handsome guy's side? Could he really be about to lose? The purple-haired man laughed with a meaningful look. "It is not that there is no movement. Ordinary people just are not skilled enough to see it." That young man's body looked thin and weak at first glance, but in truth it had been tempered countless times and was as tough, refined steel. His aura was pure and clear, absolutely not something someone like Zhao Quan could compare to. At that point, he glanced at Yu Guang and instructed him, "Yu Guang, after this match ends, introduce this outstanding young hero to me." He immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." Seeing Xi Jing become that powerful, Yu Guang could not help being stunned. It had not been that long since they last met, so had Brother Jing really leveled up this insanely already? This was impossible. Zhao Quan still had no idea danger was closing in, and he secretly sneered. This brat had not even half a trace of strength in him, a true amateur through and through. "Kid, you had better pack up and go home." Through his senses, Xi Jing quickly judged that this man's physical strength was fairly high, and he had clearly trained hard in martial arts for a very long time. Thinking of that, he faintly curled his lips, and a calm look flashed through his eyes. However, this young man was certain he could win overwhelmingly, because compared with him, his opponent was still far below his level. After only a few seconds, Zhao Quan immediately felt a wave of intense pain, and panic surged through his heart as he wondered, what exactly is going on? Xi Jing's grip grew more terrifying by the second, as if it were about to crush his entire hand. Zhao Quan was horrified, wondering how this kid's strength had suddenly risen like a monster's. Sweat poured from his palm, his whole arm trembled violently, and only one thought remained in his mind. "This is bad. I am about to lose my hold." Even so, Zhao Quan still gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat, pouring out the last of his strength to tense up and fight back. At that very moment, the bones in his wrist and finger joints cracked under that terrifying pressure. Hearing the chilling crack, Xi Jing suddenly froze in shock, inwardly crying that things had gone bad. He hurriedly let go and asked him, "That sound just now, was that the sound of bones breaking? Are you still all right?" Zhao Quan forced himself to act tough and laughed loudly, "Of course I am fine. But kid, you really are not bad. As expected of a top disciple from the Hidden Dragon Dojo, I truly admire you." Before Xi Jing could say anything else, he hurriedly turned and left. "I am in a bit of a rush, so I am heading to the restroom first. Brother, when we have time, let us drink tea together." His hurried manner was oddly frantic, and as soon as he finished speaking, he shot straight toward the emergency exit like he was fleeing a dungeon. Only after no one was around did Zhao Quan clutch his swollen arm, tears and snot streaming down his face as he groaned, "This hurts like hell." He plopped down on the floor, his whole body shaking, then gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, that brat is a monster wearing human skin." Outside, Xi Jing was still thinking in a daze, is he really fine? That sound was clearly bones breaking. Just then, Yu Guang walked over and called loudly, "Brother Jing." Hearing the call, he immediately snapped back and turned to look behind him. He smiled brightly, waved, and said, "Brother Jing, long time no see." Xi Jing exclaimed in surprise, "Yu Guang." A moment later in the stage area, Xi Jing finally understood through their conversation why Yu Guang had appeared here. "So you really are a rich young master. I thought you were just bragging." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Jing, you are joking. Actually, I am my father's child with his mistress. If my eldest brother did not value me, I would not be living this comfortably now." Not wanting to beat around the bush, Xi Jing went straight to the point. "So what exactly did you come to me for?" He answered, "You were incredible when you arm wrestled Zhao Quan just now, and my eldest brother wants to get know you a little. He is very strong too, a genius who passed the martial exam into Second Inner Ring University." On the stage platform, the purple-haired man was standing there, raising his wineglass and greeting from afar. So it was him. When several girls saw Xi Jing, they all competed to wave at him. Yu Guang continued, "And there are also a few wealthy young ladies and madams. They all want to make connections with you, so do you have time sometime?" Xi Jing sighed softly and replied, "Definitely not today. I still have something to do later. Besides, if they don't want to know my face, that is no problem." As he spoke, the young man lightly patted Yu Guang on the shoulder. "But if they truly want to be friends with me, then they should come find me themselves. What you want should be seized with your own hands, not received while you sit and wait for someone to deliver it to your door." After saying that, Xi Jing turned and left in extremely cool manner, leaving one sentence behind. "I still have business, so I will go first." Yu Guang stood behind him, his eyes shining with admiration. He is way too cool. But before Xi Jing had taken more than a few steps, that group of girls rushed over in a wave and said in unison, "Handsome little brother, you are so right. If you want something, you have to seize it yourself." A blonde girl gathered her courage and held her phone in front of him. "Handsome, add my contact information." The others immediately shoved in noisily as well. "I want to add you to me too. Give it to me too." While everyone fought to get his contact information, Xi Jing noticed someone acting suspiciously. Pleading voices still rang in his ears. "Just add us, you do not lose anything." But the manager clearly never told me someone would be bringing an item inside. Without hesitation, he was about to step forward and stop that person. "Hey, you over there." But the blonde girl quickly grabbed him tight. "Hey, add me first." She even deliberately continued in a coy voice, "I will tell you all kinds of interesting stories." With no other choice, Xi Jing helplessly agreed, "Fine, you win. What is your number?" The girl instantly brightened. "Now that is more like it, and I want in too." At the same time, the strange man in the hat had silently moved deeper inside, and his finger quietly pressed a button on the controller. In an instant, a mysterious device was activated in the darkness. Xi Jing clearly sensed an abnormal current discharge, as if every phone had just been hit by electromagnetic interference. Startled, he snapped his head around to observe, and his expression immediately darkened. Something is wrong. The moment that thought flashed through his mind, the entire space was swallowed by darkness, and he could no longer see anything in front of him. The guests present began asking one another in panic, "Did the power go out? Wait, let me turn on my phone flashlight. What is going on? Why will my phone not turn on either?" The atmosphere gradually turned eerie. "Strange, why will no one's phone light up? Are they all out of battery?" "Impossible," Xi Jing immediately confirmed. "I am sure my phone still has a full charge." He quickly calculated that in this pitch-black situation, there were dozens of people at the scene, yet no one could turn on a phone for light. That proved everyone's phones had been paralyzed. And with all the lights out as well, perhaps every device related to electricity had malfunctioned. Xi Jing instantly realized the Violet Palace was a high-tech weapon, capable of frying every electronic device in the area in a heartbeat. But if the goal was only to kill one person, why would the enemy use such a flashy method? While he was still deep in thought, a piercing explosion suddenly rang out, and every glass window in the banquet hall shattered at once. The blonde girl from earlier panicked and pressed herself close to the young man, her voice trembling as if she had sensed danger closing in. The entire banquet hall was plunged into darkness, and no one could see what was happening. What was that sound just now? Was that glass breaking? Stop scaring yourself. It was probably just the wind. Or maybe someone knocked something over. Does anyone still have a phone with power? Mine is completely dead. No, wait, where is old Wang? He was clearly standing right beside me a second ago. Luckily, Yu Guang still had a lighter on him, and only then did they manage to create a faint spark in the thick darkness. His elder brother swept his eyes around the room, then clapped to signal everyone to stay calm. This situation is extremely abnormal, so do not run around. Everyone stand back to back and gather in one place. The crowd hurriedly followed his instructions. Hurry, everyone listen to young Master Pei. Stand close together right now. But before they could steady their nerves, a chilling hiss came from a nearby dark corner. Something is over there. In the brief instant they let their guard down, the man at the end of the line was dragged away. His body was drenched in blood. What just happened? Where is President Zhang? Why did he vanish? Under the flickering flame, they finally saw long streaks of blood smeared across the floor. Blood, that is real blood. Terror exploded in an instant, and everyone turned and fled in chaos like a flock of startled birds. Seeing the chaos before him, young Master Pei immediately roared a warning. Danger, everyone, do not run around. But before he could finish speaking, a cold slash swept across like a bolt of lightning. A moment later, a thin cut appeared on his cheek and fresh blood slowly seeped down. The creature did not stop at all. It kept charging forward at terrifying speed, like a monster straight out of a dungeon. Young Master Pei gritted his teeth in horror, gathered his strength, clenched his fist, and threw a counterpunch straight at it. Hit head-on, the creature was blasted backward. It landed. Everyone thought it would get scared and run, but 1 second later, it forced itself back up and charged again. Fortunately, at that life-or-death moment, Yu Guang rushed over in time and shoved his brother aside, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Big brother!" The unlucky man standing behind them became the replacement target, and his upper body was severed in an instant. Young Master P's face turned deathly pale, his eyes wide with disbelief at the nightmare unfolding before him. Only now did they finally see the thing's true form. It looked like a giant insect, twisted, deformed, and brimming with killing intent. He shouted in panic, urging everyone on, run, but the monster closed in far too quickly, almost tearing the distance between them apart. For an ordinary person, that speed was impossible to react to. It is too late, damn it. At the critical moment, a familiar figure suddenly rushed in, his body twisting sideways as his leg whipped back with force. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured his strength into a kick and sent the monster flying straight into the wall. The young man stared at the thing twitching in the dark corner, and a question instantly rose in his mind. What the hell is it? After taking the full force of that blow, the monster had no time to fight back. Its body slammed into the wall and left a deep dent. From its warped mouth, a mouthful of sticky blue blood gushed out, releasing a thick, fishy stench. Seeing this, he immediately remembered and spoke in an icy voice. This thing again. Looks like all that brutal training was not wasted, or I never could have kicked it away so easily. The people behind him could not help staring in shock. That is insane. One kick pinned the monster to the wall. And where are those bodyguard masters from the other martial halls? Damn it, they all ran. Yu Guang stepped forward in relief, his voice filled with gratitude. Brother Jing, thank you for saving me and my big brother. But before he could finish, Shi Jing raised a hand to stop him, his eyes still locked on the darkness. Do not come over here. That thing is not dead yet. Just as he predicted, the monster suddenly woke up, its blood-red eyes flaring with killing intent as it lunged forward like a moth to flame. He immediately leaned aside to dodge the attack while calmly assessing it. Its vitality is even stronger than last time. Did it evolve? I will test it. If I cannot win, I retreat at once. The young man's arm slowly lifted, his mind still perfectly clear. A little money is not worth gambling my life on. With that thought, he unleashed the inch force technique and slammed a heavy strike into the back of the monster's neck, giving it no chance to turn and defend. Once again, its massive body was knocked far away, followed by a heavy crash. A cold glint suddenly flashed through his eyes, and his killing intent surged visibly. Seizing the opening, the young man charged again, his voice cold as ice. Beast, you are not the only one who can move freely in the dark. After that kick, the scene before his eyes suddenly became strangely clear, and a system notification appeared at the same time. Shadow Flame, Dark Vision. Thanks to this skill, the night was no longer an obstacle, so it even has a night vision effect. The skill panel was way too vague. If he had known earlier, he would have used it long ago. The two sides immediately clashed in a fierce battle, their figures flashing back and forth as techniques collided so fast that ordinary people could not keep up. Watching the battle before him, Zhao Quan was so shocked he nearly lost his voice. Brother Jing can actually fight that monster evenly. Young Master Pei immediately cut him off. No, he continued in a low voice. From the outside, it looks like he is only dodging by a hair each time, but if you look closely, from start to finish, he has not retreated even half a step. At that point, his hand clenched tightly with emotion. He is standing in front of us to protect us. Without hesitating any longer, Zhao Quan pointed toward the emergency exit and urged them on. We need to go. If we stay, we will only distract him. Right, once we get outside, we can call the police and bring reinforcements. Seeing that everyone had left safely, Xi Jing finally let out a quiet breath. Good, now I can go all out. The young man crooked a finger at the monster, the corner of his mouth lifting in a cold sneer. Looks like you bastards were having fun earlier. Next, it is my turn to play. The monster let out a crazed roar, its wings beating hard as it hovered in midair. Before Shi Jing could even understand what was happening, it tore through the wind and flashed past him. By the time he snapped back to his senses, a razor-sharp gash had opened across his chest, with blood seeping out in streams. This beast had actually been hiding a trump card, and its speed was several times faster than before. Once it achieved its goal, the monster instantly stopped short and twisted its head a full 180 degrees in a grotesque motion. The corners of its mouth stretched into a crooked smile, as if it were waiting for the exact moment its prey collapsed. In the very next second, he clearly felt a massive force pinning his body down, leaving him unable to move even an inch. Shocked, he wondered what on earth was happening. A life flashing before his eyes moment. Had he really died? And under the claws of a lowly snake like this? Impossible. He had spent so much money learning martial arts, so how could he lose to a low-level monster like this? Something had to be wrong. As his body slowly fell, his back suddenly touched a gigantic hand tipped with razor-sharp claws. Shi Jing jolted awake and immediately lifted his head to look up. Before him stood a majestic golden dragon that seemed to pierce the heavens. Its aura felt strangely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At the same time, outside, the savage monster saw the young man frozen in place and lunged straight at him. But before it could deliver the finishing blow, its eyes suddenly rolled back, as if something had locked it in place. From the center of his chest, a massive surge of golden energy erupted and spread outward in every direction. Right after that, his eyes finally snapped awake, blazing like someone who had broken out of a cocoon and leveled up. He felt lighter than ever, swung his arm back, and said coldly, "I am just paying you back in kind. That is fair, right?" Hidden dragon flow killing art. He did not stop there, and followed with another blow straight to the monster's head. Storm cloud tail. At last, the life or death battle came to an end. The monster's head was crushed and burst apart into countless fragments. Its body still stood stiffly in place, swaying as if it might collapse at any moment. Even he was startled by the move he had just unleashed, and he could not help muttering that he seemed to have comprehended something seriously incredible. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from below. It turned out the monster was slowly regenerating its head. Why was it still not dead? Then again, even after mutating into a monster, its essence was still that of a snake. His expression immediately darkened to the extreme. Even after losing its head, this species could still live for another 8 or 9 days. Refusing to let that happen, he destroyed the middle section of its body this time. It seemed the snake's true weakness was the nerve ganglion beneath its esophagus. As its organs were dragged out, his eyes instantly locked onto one spot. This was it. Could the nerve ganglion of an ordinary snake really grow this large? The others hiding under the tables saw that things outside had gone quiet, so they trembled and crawled out to listen. Was it over? Was it really dead? A moment later, they shouted in joy, saying that man had killed the monster. Which martial arts school is he from? I want to sponsor him with 1 million. I will offer 2 million. Second young master Pei, hurry and take us over so we can meet him. The man in the red hat grinned and said, "Old Li, I truly admire you. You actually dared to provoke someone like that." Zhao Quan was drenched in cold sweat and replied, "Stop mocking me." Thinking back on what had just happened sent a chill down his spine. When that young man fought him, he probably had not even used 1% of his strength. Luckily, he showed mercy and did not get serious. Shi Jing immediately urged everyone on, saying they needed to leave this place first. He had a feeling things were nowhere near as simple as they looked. Yu Guang spoke up anxiously, "Brother Sen, you are hurt." A man approached from somewhere and asked in a low voice, "My friend, what do you mean by that?" Shi Jing looked at him and replied, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself, saying, "I am the host of this party, Yi Chenglin. Are you saying this incident was not an accident?" He took the business card and calmly replied, "Based on what I observed, this was definitely not an ordinary blackout. It was more like an electromagnetic pulse. Most likely someone was behind it, and that monster was deliberately released by someone. Their goal was very likely to kill every single person present here." Hearing that, Chenglin hurriedly avoided his gaze, then shouted, "This must be an organized and planned assassination aimed directly at us. I will definitely have my father investigate this to the very end." Shi Jing grew suspicious in silence. With so many cameras installed, and so many martial artists invited to stand guard, he clearly knew something would happen and still insisted on holding the event here. Wasn't he the suspicious one? Anyone qualified to attend this party was no ordinary figure. Who exactly wanted them dead? And this, Yi Chenglin was definitely hiding something. He looked toward the crowd and said, "That monster may be dead, but the danger has not been fully eliminated. We had better leave this place as quickly as possible." With no other choice, everyone immediately began leaving together. "Move slowly, do not push. Anyone with a lighter, take it out and help light the way." After everyone had left, Chenglin edged closer and asked, "Be honest with me, my friend. Do you know what that monster was?" He replied, "I am only a bodyguard. I can only do my best to ensure everyone's safety. I do not know anything else." His expression darkened as he looked at the other man. Was he starting to probe him now? It seemed the waters here ran even deeper than he had imagined. Outside the hotel lobby, everything had fallen into chaos. "Hurry and call your families. Tell them to come pick us up. I want to go home, and I do not want to stay in this hotel another second." Sitting in a nearby chair, he thought that this haul was not bad. The system announced, "You have experienced an intense deathmatch. Your body's potential has been stimulated. Body tempering experience plus 1072. You have experienced an intense deathmatch and tasted victory, leaving your mood extremely relaxed. Health cultivation experience plus 829. You have experienced an intense deathmatch and gained new insights into footwork. Running experience plus 538. You have experienced an intense deathmatch, and the killing intent clinging to you now creates a stronger attraction for certain targets. Fine arts experience plus 551. You have experienced an intense deathmatch, and your precision has improved. Aiming experience plus 518. You have experienced an intense deathmatch and gained tremendous insight into combat. Fighting experience plus 1539. You have experienced an intense deathmatch and successfully learned a new killing move. Force control experience plus 1347. Specialization conditions have been met. You have experienced an intense deathmatch and visualized the scene of a true dragon coiling through the wind across a sea of clouds. Visualization experience plus 2011. Not only that, all his stats rose sharply as well. Body tempering rose to level 7, 135 out of 4,500. Health cultivation rose to level 5, 298 out of 2,000. Running rose to level 6, 359 out of 3,000. Fighting rose to level 6, 324 out of 3,000. Visualization rose to level 4, 748 out of 1,002. He happily thought to himself, 4-digit experience gains, and on top of that, he had even met the specialization conditions. Ji Jing suddenly realized the wound on his chest was closing bit by bit, and the blood that just gushed out stopped flowing at once. A moment later, the gash vanished completely, his skin seamless as if the battle just now had never happened. He felt his body turn weightless, so he stood up, stretched, and was secretly stunned. Could leveling up have fully restored his condition? The system immediately sounded a notification. Conditions met. Basic force circulation can be converted into special force circulation. Proceed with specialization. He did not confirm right away, but quickly considered it. This condition likely came from the wind cloud tale he had just comprehended, and special force circulation was definitely tied to the martial arts of the hidden dragon style. Thinking this, he chose to accept at once, because no matter how he looked at it, special force circulation far surpassed the basic version. Right after that, the upgrade finished. Specialization succeeded. Level 6 force circulation, 2080 out of 3000, with 6080 total experience. Converted into level 4 hidden dragon force, 1880 out of 4000. This feeling was truly on another level. The young man could clearly sense his body changing, like a rusted machine suddenly being oiled, until every part ran smoothly. The stream of power flowing through his body was so smooth that he had never experienced anything like it before. Unwilling to miss this rare opportunity, he immediately sat down right where he was. While everyone outside was still rushing back and forth, he crossed his legs and entered meditation, using the heat still surging through his blood to circulate the fighting flood dragon art one more time. Outside the door, the medical team had just arrived and hurriedly asked where the injured person was. Young Master Pei pointed inside and replied, "The banquet hall on the 17th floor, and also..." But before he could finish speaking, the scene before him left his entire body frozen in shock. Around Ji Jing's body, a massive golden dragon phantom was manifesting, coiled in protection like a divine beast from a cultivation novel. Time quickly passed to that evening, at the dojo. Inside the room, Su Shan wore a deeply worried expression as she carefully applied medicine to the place where he had once been wounded. He said softly, "Thank you, senior sister, for changing my medicine yourself." She immediately cut him off. How did it end up like this? It was clearly just a normal security commission, yet a monster like that appeared. "Little junior brother, your luck is truly terrible." Li Qi also stepped over and added, "Commissions from the dojo have always carried hidden dangers, and avoiding them is difficult." Hearing this, Ji Jing asked, "Master, you are so knowledgeable. Do you know that monster's origin?" He replied in a low voice, "I cannot say for certain, but I only know that thing is very likely connected to the border zone." Ji Jing thought to himself, the border zone is the self-born rift recorded in the files after the death of the gods, right? Then what exactly is hidden inside that rift? Seeing him tense up, Li Qi laughed and waved his hand. Do not overthink it. Coming back alive is already an enormous stroke of luck. Besides, you could say you gained fortune from disaster by comprehending our hidden dragon style's killing move, Wind Cloud Tail. For a martial artist, the line between life and death really is the harshest teacher. Ji Jing spoke up, Master, that is not all. I think I also comprehended the essence of the hidden dragon style. The moment those words fell, Li Qi sprang out of his wheelchair and rushed over so fast that no one could react. To confirm it, Li Qi gently placed his hand on Ji Jing's wrist and silently probed. But before Ji Jing could understand what was happening, Li Qi's whole body was knocked backward by an invisible force. Li Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. You have raised a dragon. Ji Jing scratched his head blankly and asked, what kind of riddle is everyone talking about? Ignoring that confusion, Li Qi threw back his head and laughed. To hide a true dragon and overturn the heavens, one must first nourish a young dragon within the body. Inside your little junior brother, a dragon has truly been raised. Ji Jing hurriedly helped his master up and asked, Master, ever since this thing appeared, I only feel that my force moves much more smoothly. Does it have any other effect? Li Qi explained, this dragon is not an illusory thought, but a strand of dragon force with its own spirituality. In other words, practicing martial arts from now on is no longer simply practicing martial arts, but nurturing the true dragon inside your body. This is the real essence of our hidden dragon style. Li Qi glanced at him and said, you have already grasped the key to breaking the limit. Ji Jing's eyes widened at once. The key to breaking the limit. Even Zhu Shan did not understand the term, so she asked, Master, what exactly does breaking the limit mean? Li Qi explained solemnly, the human body has natural limits. When skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood, the 5 great foundations have all been trained to perfection, one can advance no further. At that point, what must be done is breaking the limit, which means sublimating the level of life itself. Reforging the body is only the most basic step. Outwardly, one still bears a human shape, but the essence of life has already surpassed the realm of ordinary people. He slapped his thigh and continued, those who complete the sublimation of life are called everlasting immortals by the Daoists and perfect body Buddhas by the Buddhist sects. As long as they do not suffer an unexpected disaster, they can live at least 150 years and still maintain their body's peak state before death. Ji Jing thought with concern, Master's legs seemed to be that unexpected disaster from back then. As if seeing through his thoughts, Li Qi said calmly, do not worry. You have already completed the most important step. He patted Ji Jing's shoulder and instructed him, the risk of failure has been reduced to the lowest point. For the rest, you only need to accumulate skill over time. Ji Jing answered seriously, I understand. Thank you, Master. Sitting beside him, Zhu Shan could not hold back and asked, Master, I heard Cheng Xuan say you were once a powerhouse who crossed the Dragon Gate. So why have you ended up like this? Resentment carved deep lines across the old man's face, and his hands trembled as he answered, because the dragon I poured my heart into raising was killed by someone else. The moment those words fell, both of them went deathly silent, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. Like he stopped hiding the truth and slowly began to tell the story. Back then, I lived in the Northern District, and because I thought my martial strength was above others, I acted recklessly, ignorant of heaven and earth. Every day, Meng Baoshang and I would challenge people to spar, and just like that, we made enemies with more than a few men. Those enemies could not beat me, so they stooped to attacking Meng Baoshang's wife and children instead. At that time, rage blinded my reason, and there was only one thought left in my head: revenge. That battle was unbearably brutal. Countless people rushed out to stop me, but I never took a single step back. Whoever blocked my path, I killed. In that moment, I even deluded myself into thinking I was unrivaled under heaven. But before long, retribution finally came crashing down. On that fateful day, Powerhouse cut off both my legs, killed the dragon in my heart, and shattered my spirit. From then on, this old man became half a cripple. Back then, countless people tried to take advantage of my fall, and only Meng Baoshang was still willing to follow me. Thinking of this, he could only let out a sigh. After that, to avoid our enemies and protect Azur Jiao, we left the Northern District and came here to open the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Xi Jing asked bluntly, Master, did you really never think about taking revenge? Like he replied, if I said I did not want revenge, that would be a lie. But this old man's enemies are all figures from the Northern District, not small fry from this place. Even one of them is hard to deal with, let alone the whole group. In short, you do not need to worry about this. Those are old debts from many years ago. If one day you can step into the inner circle openly and legitimately, it will not be too late to bring it up then. Night fell, and the moon hung high above the neighborhood where he lived. After a long and exhausting day, the young man had just returned home when his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Qingcheng Bank respectfully greets you. Your bank card ending in 31666 has received 800,000 yuan. Your current balance is 880,1133 yuan. He wondered in shock. They transferred it that fast. That hotel's efficiency really is not bad. As soon as he stepped inside, he neatly took off his shoes and called out, "Huaner, I am home." But the house was pitch black. There was no sign of her anywhere. Is Huaner not home again? This time she is not in the bath, right? With no other choice, he activated visualization. Thanks to this skill, he saw that Huaner had once been happily running and jumping all over the house. Looks like she really had a blast playing around. Right after that, she climbed up to the window again. Clearly, this was a sign that she wanted to go outside. The young man immediately rushed over and leaned in to look outside. Not far away, he vaguely spotted several figures standing in the darkness. And among those people, Huaner was being surrounded and attacked by two strangers. His expression changed and he cried out in worry, "This is bad. Huaner is in danger." Sitting on the crumbling wall, Huaner raised her sharp claws and demanded, "Did you not already run away? Why come back looking for me?" The masked man standing below answered in a low voice, "Because the infinite dragon has given us guidance." The infinite dragon Anandasasa. The instant she heard that name, she froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. He stepped forward and continued to tempt her. "Cult leader, your aptitude is extremely rare. You will surely become one of the blessed. When that time comes, we can borrow power from the main sect and rebuild everything." But before he could finish, a hand suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Can you not see that she does not want this?" Seeing the person who had appeared, Huaner asked in surprise, Jing, why are you here?" He replied, "I wanted to ask you the same thing. From what I just heard, they are your cult followers, right?" The man clearly looked displeased and turned to warn Huaner. "Cult leader, are you not afraid Kangda Corporation will learn of this boy's existence?" Of course, she was extremely worried as well. Sweat broke out across her skin, and her heart trembled in silence. Kangda Corporation? His face instantly darkened. He stepped forward and said coldly, "I cannot pretend I did not hear what you just said." Seeing the situation grow tense, the man hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "I mean that if the cult leader keeps staying at this boy's home, once Kangda Corporation discovers it, he will definitely be dragged into this." Only then did Huaner stammer, but, seeing her hesitant expression, he instinctively felt uneasy. Could Huaner really want to leave? But that Kang Security Corporation truly was no ordinary force. After the gods fell, the world briefly plunged into chaos. The state lacked the power to maintain control, so it handed part of its law enforcement authority to security corporations, allowing them to build organizations and develop private armed forces. Kanged Security Corporation was one of them. Unlike the others, it rose at a terrifying speed, and quickly became a massive power with roots buried incredibly deep. In other words, they were almost no longer under ordinary control. Because of that, he worried even more about Huaner's safety. Ning Fengyuan turning into a cat and hiding here was already dangerous enough, and now people from the dragon cult had found her. This meant the chance of her being exposed would rise sharply. But even if Kang's Security Corporation really came for them, he had no intention of backing down. After thinking for a long time, the young man finally made his decision. She is not going anywhere. Those words instantly moved her, and she looked at him with shimmering eyes before softly calling out, "Jing." The man stomped hard on the ground and questioned him coldly, "Kid, do you really think you can protect the cult leader?" He answered seriously, "It has not happened yet. So how would we know without trying?" The man pointed straight at his face and warned, "You have no idea how terrifying Kang's Security Corporation is. Someone like you, if they casually send just one team..." Before he could finish, Huaner shouted, "Enough. If you had not shown up, none of this would have turned into such a mess. I never wanted to be the Dragon Cult's cult leader in the first place. That damned old man arranged everything on his own, decided I was the heir without asking me, and even tried to make me receive some blessing. If you want to be blessed, then go do it yourselves. Stop coming to me." The moment Shi Jing finished speaking, the girl standing behind him jolted from the shout, staring around in confusion, completely lost as to what was happening. Huaner blushed and added in a tiny voice that no matter what happened, Jing would definitely protect her properly, right? The young man let out a soft laugh, then nodded and answered with absolute certainty. Not wanting to waste any more time outside, the two of them quickly returned home. Only the other two were left frozen in place, with no idea how they were supposed to handle this. At the same time, somewhere else, inside the room where the mutated creatures were confined, a cold voice rang out. Number one had actually been beaten to death by a 17-year-old high school student. The white-haired old man muttered in shock that even Chang Xuan at 17 might not have been able to defeat number one. Could this city have produced a martial arts genius beyond Cheng Xuan? Kai Ping stood behind him and smiled as he continued, saying this case was different. The 57-year-old junior-senior brother had not trained for long, while that student had likely been secretly raised by Hidden Dragon Dojo and was only now shocking the world. Before he could finish, the old man threw the phone straight over and said coldly to forget it. The result was not ideal, but at least several people died, so it could count as a warning bell for the ruling council. As soon as the call connected, the white-haired old man's face darkened, and he immediately asked about number 9's current condition. Kai Ping hurriedly replied that it had swallowed number 7 last night. It had only been born 10 days ago, yet its growth rate was already terrifying. Hearing that, the old man nodded in satisfaction. It seemed number 9 was currently the most perfect and competitive specimen, and all future production and cultivation would use it as the standard. As he spoke, he stroked the mutated beast beside him, the corner of his mouth curling up. He also ordered them to choose a time for number 9 to go outside and show itself. Since that high school student was at Qingcheng Fuzhong High, wasn't he? That was the best high school in Qingcheng. If an incident happened there, the approval rating for that bill would definitely soar. Kai Ping immediately lowered his head and answered respectfully that he understood. In the blink of an eye, time had already moved on to the next morning. Inside the dojo, he had arrived early to train hard in martial arts, secretly thinking that as long as he kept leveling up, he would solve every problem someday. If the problem could not be solved, then he would simply eliminate the person who created it. He used visualization and summoned the majestic phantom of a golden dragon behind him, his aura erupting as if it wanted to crush every obstacle in front of him. One punch blasted every target apart, and the system immediately displayed a notice. You have trained the Flood Dragon Combat Art once. Body Tempering EXP plus 331, Hidden Dragon Force EXP plus 367. Training effect greatly increased due to activation of visualization. He panted as he looked at his fist. This was Flood Dragon Starfire, one of the 5 great killing moves of the Hidden Dragon style. It specialized in breaking defenses by sending activated force into the enemy's body, and even steel skin and iron bones could be destroyed, so he had to master it completely. Just then, Fu Guang poked his head in and shouted, little junior brother, you struck it rich." The boy stared blankly and asked what had happened. Fu Guang rushed over and hugged him excitedly, saying that yesterday, he killed the monster at the Ruju Hotel, and even saved that whole group of rich second-generation heirs. The boy nodded and said that did happen. Fu Guang spoke while holding up his phone screen, which was packed with transfer notifications, and smiled brightly. Today Dragon Dojo received a pile of donations, all sent by those rich heirs. Master said this money is your reward, and all of it will be counted under your account, for a total of 22 million. His eyes instantly lit up and he cried out in surprise that it was that much. It looked like those people with money and power really did know how to behave. Fu Guang was not done yet. He handed over a small booklet and said Master had said that with so much money, there was no need to practice martial arts as frugally as before. This was the new training plan prepared for him. Inside, it clearly listed 1 portion of tenfold great tonic soup, 1 portion of spirit nourishing soup, 1 portion of essence nourishing soup, 1 portion of heart nourishing soup, 4 inhaled tonic doses, 2 body nourishing medicinal baths, and 8 portions of essence extract every day, for a total of 280,000. He smiled with absolute confidence. This little bit of money was not much. He had more than 20 million in his hands, so it was nothing at all. Fu Guang immediately reminded him to flip farther back and keep reading before saying that. He continued to the next page. It said 1 key condensing heart-nourishing pill each week, priced at 800,000, plus 2 uses of pump-type strengthening steam medicine, priced at 1.23 million. The more he read, the more his voice trembled, and his expression darkened. Tendon stretching massage once every 2 weeks cost 1.8 million, and 1 monthly training session in the high-pressure stone chamber cost 2 million. He was left speechless, and in the end he could only sigh that poor people study literature while rich people practice martial arts. Fu Guang patted his shoulder comfortingly and told him to get ready to say goodbye to his 20 million. Fu Guang took out his phone again and held it in front of him, saying there was more, little junior brother, and telling him to look at this. On the screen was a trending headline with his photo. 17-year-old high school student kills monster barehanded, Qingcheng's newest martial arts genius. Fu Guang explained that someone had leaked yesterday's incident to reporters, and this time, little junior brother had truly become Qingcheng's hero. Before he could finish speaking, the phone rang. The boy jumped and said Fu Guang had a call, while Fu Guang asked curiously who was calling. Since an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen, the boy was not sure either, so he only shook his head and said he did not know. With no other choice, he answered the call and said hello, but after hearing only a few words from the other end, his expression changed immediately. Before he could even understand what was going on, a shout exploded straight into his ear. "Do you know how long it has been since you came to class? Impressive, skipping school to work part-time. And now that you're some big hero, you don't need to attend school anymore. Is that it? He instantly wilted and hurriedly explained that it was not like that, and that something really had happened at home recently. The teacher continued, saying the school sports meet would begin in a few days, and he had already signed him up. He definitely had to run the 100 meters, and he would also join the 200, 400, 800, and 2,000 meters. Hearing that, the boy finally understood, so he was being called back to win glory for the class. Right at that moment, Zhu Shan spotted him from a distance and waved him over. Seeing that, he quickly said, "Teacher, something came up on my side, so please let me hang up first." The voice on the other end only replied that he had to show up when the time came. Only after the call ended completely did he ask in confusion what sixth senior sister needed from him. She walked closer and replied that there was a commission she wanted to give him, and the reward was very high. The moment he heard the word reward, his eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly asked what kind of commission it was. Xu Shan gave a slight shrug and explained that it was only sparring. The client was also a martial artist, and after seeing the news, they became curious about him and wanted one practice match. The payment was 500,000. He was so shocked he almost could not believe it. Just acting as someone's sparring partner could earn a full 500,000? A while later, in the northern district of the Inner Ring, where most of the government's high-ranking officials gathered, the area had long been known as Noble North. It was said that the income any person living here made in just a few minutes could equal what an outer ring family earned in an entire year. Looking at the luxurious hall in front of him, he could not help feeling overwhelmed by how extravagant it was. Just then, the driver spoke up and announced that they had arrived. Not wanting to waste another second, he took a deep breath and headed down, muttering inwardly that paying a full 500,000 just to train together was seriously over the top. But for the rich, spending money had never worked like it did for ordinary people. So to the client, this amount was probably just pocket change. The villa in front of him was ridiculously massive too, almost half the size of a school campus. But when Ji Jing looked closer, he froze on the spot, his eyes widening at what had appeared in front of him. The ones waiting there turned out to be the Yuguang brothers. What exactly were these two doing here? He walked over and asked bluntly, "Are you two the ones who placed the commission with my dojo?" Young Master Pei quickly answered, "No, you've misunderstood. Someone wanted to arrange a meeting with you through us." The moment he heard that, his expression darkened and his cold gaze swept toward him. Yuguang hurriedly explained, "Brother Jing, please don't misunderstand. This really has nothing to do with me. My dad forced me to do it, and I didn't dare refuse." The young man leaned closer and asked, "So your father invited me here?" Yuguang waved his hands again and again. No. Someone else asked my dad to step in. I don't know the details either." Before he could ask anything else, young Master Pei pointed inside and urged him on. "Let me explain. We can talk while we walk." He led the way and said quietly, "That person is from a government organization, but I don't know exactly which one. My dad also warned us very carefully, telling us to do our best to satisfy any request you have." Young Master Pei continued, "During dinner last night, he said he wanted me to arrange a meeting with you." "You really don't know anything?" He answered blankly, "Not at all." "Looking for me? Could it be someone from Kang's security?" After talking for a while, the group arrived outside a large room. He turned back and reminded him in a low voice, "Even though you're very strong, I still have to warn you. Do not let your guard down against the man inside. The figure sitting in that room may be stronger than any opponent you've ever faced." He was a powerful black man with a brawny build, and his arrogant face carried an oppressive pressure. He curled his lip and said, "So you're here." He gave a broad grin and slowly said, "Nice to meet you. Just call me Mandrill." With just one glance, Ji Jing sensed that something was off. This man was definitely not simple. "Hello." Through observation, he noticed that Mandrill's hands were covered in old scars. Not only that, there were marks on his upper arms that looked like bullet wounds. The scar between his thumb and forefinger, along with the injury on his shoulder, were not things an ordinary person would have. From those details, he concluded that the other man looked a lot like someone who had served in the military, someone used to battlefields and killing. Mandrill slowly stood up and said, "Then let's skip the small talk and exchange moves right now." Before Ji Jing could understand what was happening, the wooden chair under Mandrill's feet was crushed by a violent force. He shot forward and laughed loudly, and the best way to exchange pointers is with a fight. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Jing twisted around and countered with a back fist. If this man really was from that security company, then he would knock him down first and figure out the rest later. The two fists collided head-on, and a shockwave instantly erupted, sweeping fiercely in every direction like a high-level martial arts strike. Mandrill smirked smugly, thinking to himself that the brat's arm had to be ruined now. But completely contrary to what he imagined, Ji Jing remained calm and unharmed, then said in a cold voice, "My turn." Hearing that, Mandrill's expression changed. His eyes bulged wide as he blurted out in shock, "How is that possible?" While Mandrill was still stunned, Ji Jing had already closed in and drove a hammer-like blow into his back. Stormcloud tail. Taking the full hit, Mandrill's entire body was immediately sent flying, his head plunging straight into a large mound of dirt. Seeing that, the two Pei brothers turned pale with fear. If Mountain Demon's punch had landed on them, their arms would have been shattered. Yet this guy was not only fine, he even overwhelmed him with a counterattack. Just how much strength was Brother Jing still hiding? Looking at Mandrill lying motionless in the dirt, Ji Jing calmly dusted off his hands and wondered to himself, with this level, he's probably just an ordinary rich second-generation kid, right? Only after a long while did Mandrill barely crawl back up, his whole body trembling as he muttered, "That punch just now." As he spoke, he straightened his body and roared, "Getting hit by you feels amazing." After saying that, Mandrill stared straight at Ji Jing and urged loudly, "What are you standing there for?" He laughed to himself in excitement and kept provoking him, "Come on, hit me again." Looking at the scene in front of him, Ji Jing was briefly at a loss for words. He had clearly seen that the last strike made the back of Mandrill's neck turn bright red, yet the other man still seemed completely unshaken. Strange. Stormcloud Tail was strong enough to smash monsters apart, but when it hit him, it was almost useless. Why did this feeling seem so eerily similar to Zhou Yingkun? Thinking of that, Ji Jing immediately asked, "Are you a variant entity?" Mandrill replied in surprise, "I didn't expect someone living out in the suburbs to know that much." He admitted it frankly, "Beneath my skin, I've been implanted with B1 defensive dermal tissue, an entry-level military variant entity. It can absorb extremely powerful impacts, and it especially counters the force techniques of martial Dao practitioners like you." After explaining, Mandrill raised an eyebrow and asked, "Well, interested now? Want to get a set installed?" Ji Jing cut him off at once, "No need. I'm not interested." Mandrill scratched his head and sighed, "Everyone's the same. Every single one of you gives the exact same answer. That's why I keep asking, why do you martial Dao practitioners refuse to face reality?" The instant he finished speaking, he charged forward like a rocket and roared, "Wake up. The era has already changed." He slammed his two hands together, creating a sharp explosion that echoed throughout the room. Just from taking that sound wave head-on, Ji Jing felt his ears ring heavily, and his mind swayed for an instant. Mandrill explained in a cold voice, "My hands have been modified. With a single clap, I can create a special sound wave that makes the target dizzy. So your ears are basically useless now. And the closer you are to me, the more terrifying the sound wave's power becomes." Seizing that opportunity, Mandrill pressed in and threw a punch, roaring, "The winner of this sparring match is me." But at that very instant, a hand suddenly rose and gently pressed against Mandrill's chest, stopping him in place. Mandrill immediately felt his body go rigid as stone. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. This can't be possible. With just one strike from Ji Jing, Mandrill's entire body was blasted up into midair, his chest taking the full force of a violent shock. Ji Jing's gaze remained as calm as ever as he slowly said, "Your flesh and skin are tough, sure. Then I'll just drive my force directly into your body." The moment Ji Jing made his move, the effect was obvious. That guy was no longer running his mouth like before. His eyes rolled back and his consciousness nearly snapped off. His whole body crashed to the ground. Ji Jing stepped back and let out a breath, because knocking out someone like this really did not take much effort. As he spoke, the young man crouched down and studied Shan Xiao, who was foaming at the mouth. One more light hit, and this whole thing would be over. But when he looked closer, he suddenly noticed something extremely strange. The exposed part of Shan Xiao's chest was not human flesh, but an ice-cold metal plate. A voice came from inside it, saying Shan Xiao's consciousness had already been cut off, so it seemed he was no match for Ji Jing. Ji Jing thought in shock. The communication device is implanted straight into his body. "Who are you people, and what do you want with me?" The other side answered calmly, "Wait for me a moment, I will be there soon." Ji Jing urged impatiently, "Hurry up, I am busy." The voice only said, "I will not keep you waiting long." As soon as the words fell, the two Pei brothers rushed over and asked what those people wanted from him. Could this be the rookie test for some mysterious organization? Ji Jing cut them off warily. "Your imagination is running way too far." But they still nodded, saying it sounded pretty reasonable to them. Just then, Ji Jing realized Shan Xiao had woken up. He glanced down and said coldly, "Hey, if you are awake, get up by yourself." Shan Xiao knew he could not keep pretending, so he sat up with a groan and muttered that it really hurt. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "How did you break that move just now?" Ji Jing explained, "The essence of that technique is using sonic waves to impact my brain. As for visualization, it only needs to generate a stronger force to counter and cancel it out." Shan Xiao asked in a daze, "A stronger force?" Only now did Shan Xiao understand that he had already lost from the very beginning. The brat in front of him had not even gone all out yet. Thinking that, he turned to the side and ordered, "You two go play somewhere else." The Yuguang brothers froze, then answered, "Huh? Oh sure, After they left, Shanxiao stood up and said, "The P brothers guessed right. I really am a member of a certain official organization, and I want to invite you to join us." Jai Jing refused flatly. "I was never interested in some official secret organization to begin with, especially after meeting you." He continued, "If it is a proper organization, why not invite me respectfully from the start? Why circle around and play games? That is why I am very unhappy with your style, and I have absolutely no desire to join. And even if you invited me properly, I still would not join. I am very satisfied with my current life, training in martial arts in peace, growing slowly, and taking a few containment missions now and then to upgrade my divine skills. Is that not comfortable enough?" Shanxiao anxiously waved his hands. "Wait, do not reject it so fast. I admit my working style is a little freewheeling, but joining us only brings benefits, with no harm at all." As he spoke, he showed off that his body was still in excellent condition. "Look at this B1 protective membrane. Even money may not buy it, but once you join, you can receive one for free." Jijing immediately cut him off. "But you still got hurt, didn't you?" Shanxiao still refused to give up. He leaned in and lowered his voice. "Brother, I admit you are a genius, but sooner or later you will understand that the human body always has limits. The feeling of being stuck, unable to take even one more step forward, will drive you insane." Yet Ji Jing still refused to listen and said firmly, "You are right, but I decline. Using a pure original body to smash modified people like you sounds more interesting to me." Seeing that he had talked until he was practically foaming and still failed to shake him, Shan Xiao was so furious his eyes nearly popped as he shouted, "Why is this guy so stubborn?" Another voice suddenly rang out, "Shut up, Shan Xiao. Your talent for recruiting people is awful." He flinched and answered, "Captain." The other voice ordered coldly, "Look up." When both of them looked up at the sky, a figure had already appeared and was diving down from high above. Once Ji Jing saw the person clearly, he recognized her at once and blurted out, "That is Su Ren." Before the words had even faded, she landed on the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Su Ren stood amid the dust and smiled. "We meet again. I am sure you still remember me. I am the captain of White Fang Team 838, and the gorilla standing beside you is my team member." Shan Xiao instantly cut in angrily, "I am not a gorilla." Without hesitation, Ji Jing ran over and whispered, "Did you not already recommend me to you King before? Why are you trying to pull me to your side now?" She gave a light cuff and explained, "This time, it is an order from above." Looking at the glowing device on her wrist, Shu Ren continued, "Aside from recruiting you, I also came here with a second mission. This is the monster you dealt with a few days ago. Do you know its true origin?" Ji Jing asked seriously, "A creature from the border zone." She shook her head and replied, "Not completely." Xu Ren explained, "It does carry the traits of a border zone creature, such as this core. The core is their source of power, but it is not necessarily in the heart. It can be in the limbs, nails, or even the skin. As long as the core has not been removed, they can regenerate almost without limit." Hearing this, Ji Jing felt secretly lucky. Fortunately, during that fight, he had accidentally knocked its core out. But immediately after that, Ji Jing noticed something off and asked, "If it had a core organ, why did you say not completely?" Su Ren projected the image of another grotesque creature and answered, "This thing is called the Heavenly Centipede Broodmother, a creature from the rotten flesh lake of border zone F-Feather Fix 6. Its maximum danger rating is assessed at 6.2. After listening for a while, Ji Jing still did not fully understand, so he asked, "Wait, what is a danger rating? What does the number after the decimal point mean?" She looked back in surprise. "Does the martial arts hall in this outer ring district not even teach something that basic?" She turned to Shan Xiao and said, "Gorilla, transfer your combat data from earlier to me." He was annoyed, but he still had to comply, muttering, "I told you I am not a gorilla." Looking at the device on her wrist, Su Ren softly exclaimed, "Oh, your current danger rating has already reached around 2.9 to 3.1. After hearing that, Ji Jing was still completely lost. She projected a screen and explained, "An ordinary adult male has a danger rating of about 1 to 1.1. Your 2.9 rating is equal to 1 to 280 ordinary adult males. As for the Heavenly Centipede Broodmother, it is equal to roughly 65,000 of you." Ji Jing frowned and replied, "Then it really is an extremely dangerous thing." She added, "But that is an extreme scenario. Before the Heavenly Centipede Broodmother awakens, its danger rating is only around 1.8. Moreover, its primary function is not combat but reproduction. The Heavenly Centipede Broodmother can absorb genetic information from creatures that swallow its eggs, then create corresponding types of insects. It can even eat many different creatures and mix their genes together. 1 month ago, A smuggling group captured a heavenly centipede broodmother from rotten Flesh Lake and brought it out. After receiving the news, we immediately chased them the whole way, and finally tracked them to the South City district of Cheng Province before losing their trail. At this point in the story, Xu Ren looked back at Ji Jing and said, "And now, through you, we have finally found an important clue." Ji Jing asked in surprise, "You mean the tapeworm-like monster I killed was something born from the heavenly centipede broodmother?" She nodded and replied, "Exactly." The more Ji Jing heard about this tangled mess, the more irritated he became. Snake men, just how many more things are you dragging into this?" Xi Jing seemed to remember something, and his eyes instantly widened in shock. His hands trembled out of control. Could this grotesque thing have been created by fusing cockroaches with humans? Xu Ren spoke slowly. "You must have noticed it too. The cockroach men are growing stronger by the day. Most likely, whoever controls the celestial centipede mother is still constantly modifying it, while you keep smashing their plans again and again." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed straight at the young man, who had now officially become the target of those monsters. Hearing that, he frowned and asked back, "You invited me to join, so this cannot be just about protecting me, right?" Xu Ren answered at once, "Of course not. You are only 17, with an extremely high talent for martial arts, and you even have the guts to face a borderland creature head-on. Our White Crow special unit belongs directly to the agency, and has the most professional, advanced training system in all of Zhuxia, enough to draw out every bit of your potential without leaving a single blind spot." He did not answer right away. In his heart, he quietly weighed the offer. Joining White Crow, with the agency backing him, did sound like an incredibly tempting deal. Unfortunately, from the very beginning, he already possessed a system for cultivation that far surpassed any ordinary training platform. With that in mind, the young man refused decisively on the spot. "Sorry, I am not joining." After hearing his answer, Xu Ren did not force him. She only gave a soft sigh. "It is fine. I can understand what you are thinking, at least partly." She continued, "Then let us do it another way. Using my authority as captain of Team 838, I will grant you the status of an external staff member of the White Crow Special Task Force. When necessary, I will assign work to you in the form of commissions, and naturally, the rewards will match the job." Hearing this, Shan Xiao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "No way." The young man also began to waver, because these terms were honestly far too good. He asked, "Does your agency have divine relics?" Xu Ren was slightly surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. "Of course we do. One of the scientific research divisions under the agency is the Divine Relic Research Institute. It stores a great number of divine relics, and as long as you accumulate enough merit, owning one is not impossible." The moment he heard that, his eyes lit up like he had just spotted treasure in a dungeon. Without thinking any further, he changed his mind right there. "Deal. To be honest with you, I have been a die-hard White Crow fan for 10 years. The greatest dream of my life is to become an external staff member of White Crow." Xu Ren smiled in satisfaction and shook his hand. "Here is to a pleasant partnership." After the exchange ended, he got into the car and left the place behind. Only then did Shan Xiao finally ask, "Captain, did you really have to go that far?" In the end, he is just a martial arts genius. "Rare, sure, but not exactly one of a kind." She calmly replied, "This person is not as simple as you think." She explained seriously, "Yesterday, I made contact once more with that eldest Miss Wu. The importance she places on him is far beyond anything we imagined." Shan Xiao blurted out in shock, "You king, the one born with a divine blessing? Do you remember? She has always been trying to escape her identity as one who was blessed, and she once made it very clear that only a god is qualified to oppose a god." Xu Ren added in a low voice, "Aside from divine relics, he is the only thing that makes her concerned, so there must be some special secret on him that we still cannot see for now. Even if we do not yet know exactly where that special quality lies, we still need to pull him over to our side first." That evening, sitting in the car and watching the scenery stream past the window, he sighed inwardly. King City really is prosperous. Even the busiest district here cannot compare to a corner of North City. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Yu King had messaged him, "Come find me at the library when you are free." He replied immediately, "On my way." "Uncle Kai, please take me to the King City Library." A short while later, on the 7th floor of the King City Library, he arrived right on time. Seeing him arrive, Yu King pointed straight at the chair and urged him, "Sit down." The moment he sat, he picked up the cup of water and drained it in one gulp. But right after that, his expression darkened. "Boss, can we not drink something better? Just how obsessed is this woman with plain water?" She smiled and replied, "You do not like it. This is tea brewed with water created by the divine relic you love the most." He immediately cut her off. "I choose Coke, thank you very much." While he was still popping open the can of Coke he had just received, Yu King asked directly, "White Crow has already contacted you, right?" He had no intention of hiding it, so he told her, "They invited me to join White Crow, but I turned them down." She nodded in satisfaction. "You made the right choice. Confused, he asked, "Why do you say that?" Yu King explained, "In common belief, crows are often seen as symbols of misfortune, birds that carry disaster and death. White crow, however, represents rebirth, a rare omen of good luck. That name contains a beautiful wish. The reason they chose that name is because white crow missions have an extremely high mortality rate. The 36th Homecoming Society of the White Crow Special Task Force has existed for over 60 years since its founding, yet only 3 members have lived safely to retirement." Hearing that, his face went stiff and his scalp tingled. "Then it really is dangerous. Twins, looks like I will have to think carefully about white crow missions from now on. After all, the revival effect of twins can only trigger once within a short period." Remembering something, he hurriedly asked, "Oh right, boss, what exactly is the background of that agency?" She replied, "Its full name is the Special Agency for Abnormal Disaster Emergency Response and Management." After the new era began, Zhuxia established this special organization to handle all kinds of abnormal disasters. It operates through an independent system and is not managed by the 5 major agencies, which is why it is also called the 6th agency. To put it simply, if you joined White Crow, then even if you went on a killing spree in King City, or even went crazy and detonated a nuclear bomb, no one would have enough authority to arrest you. He frowned and asked, "The 6th agency has that much power. Is the government not afraid it will spin out of control?" Yu King calmly reassured him, "There is no need to worry. The agency has a total of 13 high-ranking leaders, and almost all of them are residents of the upper court." That forced him to reevaluate everything. In other words, the 6th agency is practically the embodiment of the nation itself. The upper court, the 5 major agencies. This background is truly terrifying. With nothing more to say, Yu King took her phone back from his hand. "Alright, the main reason I called you here today was to remind you to be careful with White Crow. You can go now." He asked in surprise, "You do not have any mission for me?" She answered no. He asked again, "You are also not planning to let me see a divine relic?" Yu King shook her head. "No." Still unwilling to give up, he pressed, "That is really all?" She said helplessly, "If you really have so much free time that you have nothing to do, you can go clean the library." The moment he heard the word clean, he sprang up like a launched coil. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered I still have something urgent to handle, so I will be leaving now." Suddenly his phone rang, and the name Du Shiwai flashed clearly on the screen. Damn it, he finally remembered he had completely forgotten this important matter. He shot off like an arrow, answering in a rush, "Teacher Du, please wait a moment. I am coming right now." The scene shifts to the South City district. Inside the freezing emergency stairwell, the white-haired old man sat motionless, looking no different from a corpse. In front of him stood a strangely dressed man, who lowered his head and reported, "Honored Master, all experimental subjects have been transferred safely." His face darkened and he replied in a heavy voice, "I never expected White Fang to be this sharp. They still managed to trace this place. What is the situation with Kaiping?" The man curled his lips into a smile. "My lord, everything went according to plan. He has brought number 9 to the provincial affiliated high school. News should arrive before long." The old master slowly stood, then warned in an icy voice, "By using number 9 as bait for White Fang, we will have enough time to keep moving the heavenly centipede brood mother." He continued, "Otherwise this thing is far too conspicuous. One small mistake would expose us at once." The purple-haired man snorted coldly, "Kangda Company is truly useless. In the end, they still have to rely on us." Hearing that, the old man frowned in displeasure. Those major corporations are all cunning old foxes, who only want to reap the rewards without lifting a finger. If this fails, they lose nothing. But that is exactly why this dirty work landed in our hands. The man clasped his hands in front of his chest and asked, "Master, if this succeeds, Kangda will not burn the bridge after crossing it, will they?" The master replied calmly, "Do you think this old man would fail to account for such a small matter? The backup plan was prepared long ago. If we fall into trouble, Kangda can forget about staying safe." On the athletic field, countless male and female students gathered, laughing and chattering, completely unaware that a gaze was watching them from the shadows. If all this tender fresh meat were captured and offered to the broodmother, it would be a great achievement. Just then, the cheers of several girls in the stands suddenly drew his attention. "Senior Xijing, you can do it." His gaze immediately shifted to the track across the field, where the race was underway. The senior, that was him, the one whose name they were calling. A boy who looked so ordinary had actually managed to defeat an experimental body. That was truly beyond expectation. Thinking of this, the mysterious man pulled his hat brim lower, and the corner of his mouth lifted with danger. "But it does not matter. Your joy is about to turn into a nightmare." Sensing that something was off, Liki turned to look behind him and thought, "That janitor has such a strange build. Could he be a new employee?" Back on the track, the result was no surprise. This young man easily crossed the finish line first. The announcement rang out, "First place belongs to him." "Senior, I want to have your babies." Second place goes to Badao. The shouting continued to echo across the field. Third place goes Xiaoyong. Someone quickly brought over a bottle of water and called out, "Brother Jing." Li Qi smiled brightly and teased him. "Are you still interested in girls right now?" The young man answered flatly, "No." Li Qi reminded him, "There are still a few more events later. Today you still have the 400 meters, the 2000 meters, and the relay." Hearing that, he froze for a moment, then turned and asked, "Relay?" Li Qi scratched his head and explained, "The relay is also part of the running events, so the teacher signed you up for all of them. Relax, we will not drag you down." Before he could say anything else, an extremely uneasy premonition flashed through his mind. That deathly aura was coming from the classroom building, where the thick stench of blood was already hanging in the air. He immediately used his ability to investigate, and his heart shook. Why has that thing appeared here? At that very moment, inside the school, a half-human, half-cockroach creature suddenly appeared and began attacking the unfortunate students in a frenzy. A man-eating monster, run, hurry, and run. He thought to himself, the situation inside the school right now is worse than releasing a tiger among sheep. He immediately urged Li Qi, "Call the police now. Tell them a cockroach monster has appeared in the school." Li Qi panicked and answered, Okay. There was no more time to stand still. He threw down the water bottle, charged forward at full speed, and did not look back. At the entrance to the lecture building, pieces of human corpses were scattered everywhere, mixed with horrifying streaks of thick black blood. The cockroach monster still had not stopped. It slowly crawled toward the girl curled up in the corner, muttering tender fresh meat. A hoarse, distorted sound came from its throat as it pressed closer to its prey, step by step. Before the girl could even scream, the cockroach monster suddenly lunged at her with terrifying speed. At that life-or-death instant, a figure as fast as lightning suddenly appeared. It was this young man. He stomped hard against the ground, his aura erupting like a hunter stepping into a dungeon. With a single surprise strike, he blasted the monster backward. The girl cried out in a trembling voice, "Senior, is that you?" But very quickly the cockroach monster staggered back to its feet, its recovery ability terrifyingly abnormal. He immediately urged, "Get out of here now." As the girl ran, she choked out, "Thank you, Senior." He entered a fighting stance, his eyes turning cold. "First, I have to lower its health." The system immediately announced, "Twin strength, twin speed." In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the monster and unleashed a devastating punch, concentrating all of his power into a single point. He unleashed the technique Wind Thunder Fist. Once again, the monster was sent flying straight into the distance, with no chance to fight back at all. Its body smashed through several walls in a row, leaving behind a horrific trail of destruction. Just then, someone trembling from head to toe stumbled forward, begging for help in a hoarse voice. That person was Kaiping. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked impossibly miserable as he pleaded, "Save me, it has completely lost control." After looking at him closely, the young man immediately recognized him. It was Kaiping. But why had this person appeared here at such a chaotic moment? He struggled to reach out, his voice breaking as he said, I am from the Golden Wind Dojo, Duan Kaiping. Please help me find my master. Just tell him." Kaiping had not even finished speaking when the tapeworm-like monster tore through the air, charging in at a terrifying speed. Si Jing reacted with incredible speed, tilting his body and slipping sideways, barely escaping that lethal pounce. But Kaiping was not nearly as lucky. The monster instantly changed direction and locked onto him, then ripped the victim's body apart in a horrific scene. Seeing that, a chill ran down his spine. He thought that without Twinborn's support, his own ending would be no different. Even that killing move had failed to finish it. After dealing with Kaiping, the monster turned its target back toward him. The young man was horrified to see that the wound on its chest had almost completely closed. This regeneration speed was far beyond any normal monster. The thought had only just flashed through his mind when the mutated tapeworm lunged again. He hurriedly sprang aside to dodge. It missed, lost momentum, and jerked to a halt with a hideous screech. Even so, a cut still opened across his body, red blood soaking through his shirt. In that instant of evasion, its claw had managed to graze him. This bizarre cockroach was completely different from the one he had met at the Rucho Hotel. It was bigger, tougher, and far more dangerous. Not only had the spikes on its limbs grown longer, even the antennae on its head had turned into weapons as sharp as blades. Could its genes have been demonized, advancing it into a new kind of anomalous entity? With no other choice, he used everything around him, snatching up a fire extinguisher and hurling it straight at the creature. It seemed this battle would have to drag on. Of course, that thing could not deal much damage. With a single slash, the monstrous cockroach split the fire extinguisher in two, but that very slash made the white powder inside burst outward, covering the entire area like a thick smoke screen. While the monster's vision was blocked, he closed in and unleashed a chain of strikes against its armor-hard body. The young man casually tore a steel bar from a broken section of wall, and his eyes flashed. The chance had come. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched the long steel bar straight into the monster's head, giving it no time to react. Its body snapped backward, and blue blood sprayed from the wound in every direction. He thought that blow should have been enough to bring it down, only to find that its wings still worked. He was stunned. This thing had been pierced through the head and still was not dead. The instant that thought ended, the mutated cockroach vanished from its original position. It flew wildly around him at dizzying speed, forcing him to strain every sense in defense. It seemed to be using high speed to disrupt his judgment, waiting for the instant he showed an opening before launching a surprise strike. He never expected this monster to be so calculating. He immediately entered the contemplation state. If he could not predict which direction the attack would come from, then it was best not to rely on his eyes. Using contemplation, he traced the monster's movement path. After observing for a few beats, the young man finally caught the direction of the attack. It was aiming for his back. Found you. His arm swept backward, and surging force erupted like raging waves. This feeling was far too familiar. He realized inwardly that it was exactly like the moment when he had comprehended Wind Cloud Tail before. Gleaming golden dragon scales emerged along his arm, and the hidden dragon flow killing move was unleashed. Golden scale shift. But this monstrous cockroach had evolved to another level, and even that strike could not fully pierce through it. Its toughness was absurd. With such a huge disturbance at the school, the White Raven squad would definitely come. What he had to do now was stall until they arrived. The window glass outside had shattered, and cracks began spreading along the wall. Immediately after, a huge section of wall collapsed, sending dust and smoke rolling up like a dungeon battlefield. The anti-gravity anomalous entity, the blazing dragon device, and Su-Ren had all calculated the time at under 5 minutes. With the school destroyed like this, it seemed his odds were grim. A helicopter was flying close above the rooftop, its rotors tearing through the dense dust. She immediately shouted an order, telling everyone to get out of the way. In that very instant, a massive tornado shot straight up from below into the sky. Someone in the helicopter asked tensely, "Captain, the lecture hall has collapsed. Do we keep descending?" Su-Ren kept her expression ice cold and slowly lifted her index finger near her eyes. Her observation ability activated, instantly locking onto the target within the ruins. The image before her eyes gradually sharpened, and she gave a decisive order. "Descend now. The data has already been synchronized to everyone." She rushed down ahead of the formation. "I'll save him first. You all are responsible for suppressing the child of the heavenly centipede broodmother. It must be captured alive." Shan Xiao was inwardly shaken. This was an anomalous entity created from dragon bone. Why had the captain brought such high-level equipment onto the battlefield? Su-Ren landed in the ruined area below and immediately judged in her heart that the energy tornado just now had definitely been caused by the tapeworm monster. The device behind her back gradually shrank, and the light across its body slowly faded as well. Su-Ren stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. He spun around, eyes bloodshot. His reason nearly swallowed whole as he prepared to throw a punch. She immediately held his hand tight and called in a low voice, "It's me, Su-Ren." The red in his eyes gradually faded, and then the young man said hoarsely, "You women finally got here." The moment he finished speaking, Xi Jing staggered, his whole body losing balance as he fell backward. Su-Ren rushed in at once, catching his back with quick hands. She helped the young man sit down, then brought a pill to his lips. It was a fast-acting painkiller. Once he swallowed it, the relief would kick in right away. His body was covered in bruises and wounds, clear proof that the last battle had pushed him all the way to his limit. The red mark on his neck was still spreading, like blood vessels poisoned from within. That cockroach man was truly terrifyingly strong. Su-Ren calmly reassured him, "Relax, I did not come alone this time." Shan Xiao and Kuo Yu appeared at the same time, flanking the cockroach man from both sides. Su-Ren was completely confident because the White Fang squad stood behind her. Shan Xiao teased with a grin. "See that? This is the foundation he already laid out for us." King Qiao warned them in a stern voice. "Stop joking around and focus. Its attack is coming." The cockroach man beat its wings and charged straight at them, dragging a deep, rasping screech like a monster from a dungeon. Shan Xiao swung his sword in a direct slash, the corner of his mouth lifting. "Thanks for the reminder." The layer of green slime coating its body instantly splattered outward. Kuo-Yu closed in from behind and brought his sword down across the monster's back. Su-Ren shouted from above, "Idiot, how many times have I told you? If you want to cut, you have to choose the right angle." She immediately made a move, demonstrating for the whole squad. "Watch closely." A barrage of small blades rained down, cold, sharp, and so precise it sent a chill through the air. Each blade drove straight into a lethal weak point on the enemy's body. Lines of light appeared, signaling that the cockroach man's outer shell was beginning to crack apart. Its body was torn into pieces, blood and flesh splattering across the ground. Su-Ren landed lightly, ending the demonstration with a cleanness so brutal it was almost chilling. Sitting off to the side to rest, he could not help speaking up. That was seriously professional. In his heart, he realized every one of her blades had struck a key weakness. Even a light cut was enough to make the cockroach monster burst apart. That technique rank was no different from a veteran butcher's work. Suren clearly lived up to her reputation. A horrifying hiss suddenly rang out from the cockroach man's main body. Suren immediately gave an order. Kuo Yu, stop its bleeding and do not let it die. Inject this into it. Maybe we can trace it back to the heavenly centipede broodmother. She turned and assigned the next task. King Kao, write the mission report and ask the higher-ups for a tracking device. King Kiao nodded and accepted the order. Shan Xiao walked over and teased him. Genius, why do you look so tense? He answered right away. I am just glad you all got here in time. He patted his chest and revealed the truth. Of course. The second the captain got the call, we flew here by helicopter from the South City District. The way she values you is definitely not normal. He probed further. Then have you found anything in the South City District yet? Shan Xiao replied. We have scanned less than 1/3 of the locations so far, and we have not found anything for now. He lowered his voice. I have a new lead. Su Ren was instantly interested. Oh, let me hear it. After hearing his story, her brows knitted tightly. You suspect this cockroach man was brought into the school by someone named Kai Ping? He continued his analysis. He is the boss of a thug group, so his presence at the school is already suspicious. On top of that, he disguised himself as a janitor, so it is hard not to think there is a scheme behind it. Xu Ren quietly took note of it. The information you provided is very valuable. I will have King Kiao report it to the higher-ups. She was just about to turn back and call King Kiao when Huaner screamed in fear. King Kiao Kuo Yu, get away from there now. The cockroach man's body was sealing itself back together at a horrifying speed. Kuo Yu became the first target of its sudden ambush. King Kiao hugged her computer tightly and hurriedly retreated to the side to dodge the strike. A complete cockroach man appeared before everyone's eyes once again. Shan Xiao cried out in shock. High-speed regeneration? Xu Ren immediately denied it. No, this is molting. Seeing it flap its wings and flee, a squad member shouted anxiously. Captain, it is trying to escape. Xu Ren answered coldly. It is not getting away. He pulled the knife mounted on her leg free, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Captain Xu Ren, let me borrow this knife. Everyone watched him spin the blade in his hand, his movements swift and clean, as if he had already calculated everything. She frowned with curiosity. What are you planning to do? He immediately activated his twinborn power, pushing his own speed to the absolute limit. He locked onto the target, then hurled the knife forward like a bullet. The blade buried itself in the center of the cockroach's chest, causing green fluid to gush out in torrents. Xu Ren froze on the spot when she witnessed the scene. Seeing the cockroach man about to fall, Shan Xiao widened his eyes and asked, Brother, did you just throw an armor-piercing round with your bare hand? He answered modestly. It is all because the captain's knife is so good. Xu Ren was so angry her hand trembled, but she still held it in. That knife costs over 10 million. He thought to himself, I used twinborn in a similar way before, but it did nothing to this monster. Sure enough, top-tier weapons really do decide a lot. Xu Ren slowly snapped her head back around, her eyes locking firmly onto him. Looking at the bruises spreading across Ji Jing's arm, she understood at once. That move had been tyrannical, but the price he paid was definitely not small. Su Ren patted his shoulder. Let's go. Get on the helicopter first. I'll take you back to the Hidden Dragon Dojo, then we'll figure out the rest. He nodded, answered simply, okay. He sighed as he looked at his arm, now turning deep purple. Circulating his energy alone would not heal this injury. It seemed he still had to ask his senior brothers and sisters for help, though a scolding was probably unavoidable. The helicopter slowly lifted off, then quickly left this chaotic area behind. On the aircraft, Shan Xiao reported to Xu Ren, Boss, we lost another team member. Should the captain request reinforcements from above? She refused coldly. No need. If a few more people die, the team's casualty rate will be too high, and my year-end evaluation will definitely drop. He thought to himself, that kind of calm in the face of death, even if I lived another lifetime, I still could not learn it. A string of system notifications appeared. You have just experienced an intense battle, activating your body's potential. Athletics experience plus 1367. You have just experienced an intense battle and delivered a painful finishing blow, leaving you extremely relaxed. Health cultivation experience plus 939. You have just experienced an intense battle and struck a perfect blow, pushing precision to its limit. Aiming experience plus 111. You have just experienced an intense battle. Aiming has risen to level 6, progress 198 out of 3000. Hidden Dragon Force has risen to level 5, progress 232 out of 5500. Imaginary Observation has risen to level 5, progress 121 out of 2000. Watching it, he felt strangely comforted. This pile of experience was truly pain for the body and pleasure for the soul. The helicopter tore across the sky, heading straight toward the modern city district in the distance. He activated level 6 aiming. The ability had already upgraded, so this time he should be able to see much more clearly than before. From the helicopter, he could easily observe each stream of cars moving below. He could even see diners eating inside a restaurant. This was honestly ridiculous. His eyesight was more terrifying than a telescope. If he combined it with hidden dragon force, hitting a target several kilometers away would no longer be a dream. The next time he ran into a humanoid cockroach monster, he would not need to get close at all, and his safety margin would skyrocket. Just as he was secretly celebrating, Su-ren suddenly called out, "Hey you." She informed him, "The investigation results for the South City District are in." The scouting team used testing equipment and found that the contamination rate there has already exceeded 10%. He froze when he heard that. "What is a contamination rate?" Su-ren asked helplessly in return. "Do you really know nothing? What exactly did the outer circle teach you?" She had no choice but to explain briefly. "For example, my left hand represents the real world we live in, while my right hand represents the other world. When the two worlds collide or overlap, contamination appears. The more severe the overlap, the higher the contamination rate becomes. If it is only a light collision, it will create a single impact between the other world and reality, and the contamination rate usually fluctuates around 1% to 5%. But if the other world and reality truly begin to overlap, the contamination rate will quickly jump to around 10% to 30%. Even the laws of physics in that area will start to change. In more serious cases, otherworld creatures can directly invade the real world." He asked curiously, "So that is how an intersection zone forms?" She shook her head in denial. "No. An intersection zone only appears when the contamination rate reaches 100%. It is no longer reality, but it is not completely the other world either. To define it, people created a new concept called World A. In short, South City could develop an overlap at any time, so don't go near it carelessly." He understood and calmly replied, "Got it." As soon as he returned to the dojo, Zhu scolded him without mercy. "Little junior brother, you really never give anyone peace of mind. Every time you come back, you're covered in injuries." King Qiao was also helping massage medicine into his wounds, but her expression was clearly ugly. Zhu glanced over and reminded him, "See, even senior sister Meng is angry now." As she applied the medicine, she said coldly, "If you risk your life like that again, we really will stop caring about you." He sucked in a breath from the pain and hurried to explain, "No, that wasn't what I meant. The situation forced me." Zhu began rubbing the medicine in even harder and snapped at the same time, "Forced, my foot." He immediately cried out, "Senior sister, go a little easier." Zhu kept a stern face. "You need to remember this pain. Look at yourself. Your whole arm is bruised purple like this. Who knows how long it will take to recover?" He said awkwardly, "It's not like I wanted to end up like this. But there really was no other choice back then. I was the only one who could still stand up and stop that cockroach monster." Zhu gathered force into her elbow, then pressed hard across his back. The young man's voice trembled from the pain. "As senior sister, go lighter. It hurts too much." She pressed him lower, fully focused on the treatment. "Bear with it. Only this way can I use Kai to push the medicine deep into your body." When that soft thing accidentally pressed close to his face, he immediately pursed his lips and fell silent, not daring to make a sound. He turned his head slightly and secretly compared them in his heart. Compared with Zhu senior sister Meng's ki was indeed far more refined. The medicine quietly seeped through his skin, and not only did it not hurt, it brought a strangely pleasant feeling. Suddenly he felt an unusual current pass through his body. This feeling, could it be? Li Qi pushed the door open and looked in. Calling out simply, "Kid," he hurriedly greeted him, "Master." The two girls beside him also stopped at once, their faces flushed bright red with embarrassment. The old man walked straight into the room, his gaze quickly sweeping over the situation before him. Li Qi took his hand and examined it. "I heard you really cultivated golden skin. Good heavens, you're injured this badly. Just how strong was that monster?" he suddenly asked. "Right, master. Do you know the Golden Peak Dojo?" The old man was slightly surprised. The Golden Peak Dojo. Their dojo master is Jiao Hongyuan. When he was young, he once exchanged moves with old Fu. Back then, Golden Peak Dojo's cultivation method was famous for tempering fists and feet into blades and swords. They even said a bare body was no different from holding a weapon. Old Fu got too curious, so he found a chance to fight them. He asked doubtfully, "Didn't he only fight one person?" Lai Kai admitted frankly, "That's right." But when the disciples saw their master getting beaten, of course they rushed in to save him. Unfortunately, their skill was not enough. They could not break old Fu's golden scale skin, and in the end, each one was knocked flat with a single punch. But to be fair, their school does have some real ability. If you ever truly clash with them, even if the other party is barehanded, you must treat him as if he is holding a blade. But for you right now, that is not too important anymore. The golden scale skin of our hidden dragon school just happens to counter their golden peak white rainbow sword. Opponents at the same level basically cannot break your defense unless their cultivation completely overwhelms yours. And if you are overwhelmed, no amount of caution will help. He blurted out, is that so? Then he thought to himself, back then, after Lu Huaying used the divine relic to boost her defense, Kai Ping could not injure her either. I wonder what rank he holds in Golden Peak Dojo. Zhu Shan called softly, cutting off his thoughts. Little junior brother, turn over. Your back is done. Now for the front. Lai Kai immediately turned and left. He had never noticed before, but it turned out circulating energy to treat injuries consumed that much stamina. Better slip away first, just to be safe. Jing forced a smile and stammered, maybe it would be better if I handled it myself. Xu Shan lightly poked his chest, narrowed her eyes and teased him, what are you saying, little junior brother? What you need most right now is to relax, so just leave it to your senior sisters. His heart instantly sank. He was not obsessed with women, but he was still a young man on the edge of adulthood, and this was honestly more than he could bear. He closed his eyes and asked, then what is the first step of the dragon cleansing technique? Zhu Shan covered her mouth and laughed, senior sister, look, is he getting embarrassed? When their hands spread the medicine over his body, his face instantly flushed bright red. The feeling was soft, warm, and so comfortable that it was hard to stay calm. As their fingertips slowly slid down toward his waistband, he suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly spoke up. Wait, I do not think that area needs any medicine. King Qiao gathered strength in her palm, then rubbed upward along his arm in the opposite direction. She suddenly leaned in so close that her whole body pressed against his face, throwing his mind into panic. Hey, do not use this method to test my reaction. Zhu Shan blushed and quickly reminded him in a soft voice, little junior brother, you. King Qiao, who had been focused on applying the medicine, also had to lift her head and look over. The moment she saw what was happening, her face burned so hot it looked ready to steam. He awkwardly explained, senior sister Zhu, this is not something I can control. It is only a natural bodily reaction. Senior sister Meng, I am sorry. Zhu Shan pointed forward and whispered, if it stays like this, we really cannot keep applying the medicine. Handle the rest yourself. He turned his back, read all the way to his ears, and muttered that those spots were all easy to reach anyway. Xu Shan pulled King Qiao away and said, then apply it yourself. Senior sister Meng and I will leave first. He sat up with a sigh, honestly unable to tell whether that woman had done it on purpose or not. An hour later, his body finally felt somewhat better, but after circulating his energy for so long, he was still numb, sore, and aching all over, so his injuries this time were clearly not light. In the end, the reason was still that he had not fully understood the skill. Shifting golden scales essentially used force to connect the entire body, then disperse the enemy's attack to neutralize the damage. Imagine the whole body sharing the force of a blow. The larger the area taking the impact, the less pressure falls on any single point. So this was the defensive secret behind Peerless Golden Scale Skin. No wonder his master said Golden Scale Skin happened to counter the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword, since that sword art relied on sharp force that focused damage into an extremely tiny area. Once it met a defense like Golden Scale Skin, which could disperse pressure, most of its power would naturally be cancelled out. As expected of a signature art of the Hidden Dragon style, not a single move was simple. He still had not comprehended the rest, one being Flood Dragon Firestar from Blood Refining, and the other Single Thread Flow from Tendon Refining. But there was no need to rush. He would recover first and think about it later. He returned home, and the moment he stepped inside and saw someone sitting in the living room, he froze on the spot. Hearing the noise, Huaner turned her head to look back. She stood up and greeted him. Why are you only coming back now? Did you bring me anything tasty? He gaped in shock. Miss Huan, you can transform into a human now. His heart felt even stranger, because the library records had clearly said that taking human form required special conditions. Huaner replied, at noon today, I suddenly discovered I could change back into human form on my own. But I am about to leave, so today I was merciful enough to stay and keep you company. He sat down in the chair beside her and asked seriously, why do you have to leave? Are you not comfortable here? Huaner blushed and replied, you know very well that as long as I stay by your side, I bring danger to you. Kang's security company, the Dragon Cult, and probably many other forces I do not even know about. She took his hand and said softly, during the days I spent beside you, I was happy every single day. It felt as if I had truly become a carefree cat, needing only to eat, play, and sleep every day, without worrying about any messy trouble at all. But I am the cult leader of the Dragon Cult. It is time for me to go. A single tear still clung to the corner of Huaner's eye. He immediately pulled her into his arms. he said firmly. If I gave up on you just because you might bring danger, then I would be no different from trash. Stay. No matter what danger comes, I will face it with you. Hwonner lifted her head and asked, really? Can I really stay? He smiled gently and said, of course. Hearing that, she was as happy as a child and immediately threw herself into his arms. A series of system notifications appeared. Someone has developed a large amount of affection for you. Art experience plus 668. Someone has developed a large amount of affection for you. Art experience plus 784. Someone has developed a large amount of affection for you. Art experience plus 851. Art has leveled up to level 7. Progress 131 out of 4500. He was startled. Why did it increase so much this time? Usually, when those girls looked at me, I would only gain a few dozen points at most. He looked at the girl acting spoiled on his lap, and a guess suddenly flashed through his mind. He helped her sit up properly and said seriously, Miss Hwonner, there is something I want to discuss with you. Hwonner did not understand what was going on, and a faint blush rose on her face. After hearing his explanation, she suddenly understood. So the more emotional I become, the more my fusion progress with the cattail ring increases, until I fully transform into the three-tailed form. He cleared his throat. But not just any emotion will work. It has to be the same feeling as that first time in the bathtub, when the two of us triggered the fusion process together. Thinking of that incident, Hwonner's eyes widened. What? She backed away in panic and asked in a trembling voice, what are you planning to do? He answered awkwardly, it is not that I want to do anything. I am only asking whether you want to try. As soon as he reached out, Hwonner instantly switched into alert mode, making him even more flustered. It is not what you think. I mean, do you want to actively accept this source of power? Only then did Hwonner become serious again, frowning as she asked, what do you mean? Ji Jing replied that, so far, the three leaders had shown no abnormalities after becoming gods, aside from simply possessing power far beyond ordinary people. If they wanted to go up against a massive conglomerate like Kanged Security, they had to hold as many cards as possible. Hwonner froze, then thought to herself that he really had been taking this matter seriously after all. She immediately pressed on and asked whether the information about that cattail ring was actually reliable. The young man nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I don't think that person had any reason to make up a story just to trick me. Hearing that, Hwonner suddenly grabbed him tightly by the collar. Right after that, she pinned him underneath her and said, then let's test it right now. He cried out in panic. Wait, hold on. Flustered, she explained, don't get the wrong idea. I just think one more bit of power means one more chance to win, nothing else. He cut her off at once. No need to explain. I get it. Hwonner blushed and asked in a small voice, but how exactly are we supposed to do this? He hesitated, then suggested, how about we try recreating the moment you kissed that ring? She gave a soft hum in reply, which counted as accepting this rather strange method. The two of them quickly filled the bathtub with water. Hwonner trembled slightly and a few muffled moans slipped from her throat. His hand immediately closed around her wrist. He gritted his teeth and endured it, his face twisting from the pain. Hwonner leaned against his chest, panting as she hesitantly asked, so is it done? The ring on her tail suddenly lit up, and a strange surge of energy began to pour out. His eyes instantly flashed, as if he had just received a signal from the system. He reached out and touched it, and a notification appeared. Divine substance detected, absorbing divinity, promoting fusion between the cat and the cattail ring. He thought in shock. He never expected this thing to contain absorbable divinity too. Thinking it over, it made sense. The process of strengthening the fusion was basically the same as drawing power from the foreign god Balador hidden inside the cattail ring. Divinity absorbed 33 out of 500. Even if it was a foreign god, it was still a god, and since it was a god, of course it possessed divinity. Hwonner reported happily. I think I just got a little stronger. He understood that very well. I felt it. With my current physique, an ordinary person with a knife might not even leave a wound. But just now, you casually scratched me and tore my arm open. She stammered an apology, while he suddenly remembered something. Right, was only your body enhanced? He reminded her to sense it carefully again and see if she had gained any abilities besides physical strength. The notification kept updating. Divinity absorbed 102 out of 200. Anxious, he urged inwardly, come on system buddy, can't you absorb it a little faster? Hwonner suddenly remembered something. There's this too. In our terms, this move is called Serpent Slaying Spike Bottle. Balador, the wild cat girl warrior, held the title of Serpent Slayer because she once killed Apep, the Serpent of Chaos. She possessed the power to counter anything related to snakes. He immediately asked out of curiosity, "What do you mean by anything related to snakes?" Hwoner explained, "To put it simply, dragons and snakes look pretty similar, right? So your hidden dragon style also falls within the range of things I can counter." The moment her fingertip touched his skin, a thin layer of ice instantly appeared. He cried out inwardly in surprise, "What the hell? The martial art I practice has nothing to do with real dragons, but it still gets slapped with a debuff." He held Hwoner's wrist and frowned in protest. "That doesn't sound right. I only practice a martial art called Hidden Dragon Style. I'm not an actual dragon. That still gets countered?" She answered proudly, "A god's power is exactly the kind of thing that doesn't need to make sense." Hwoner's finger lightly touched his chest again. "As long as the name contains the word dragon, I can counter it." He could only sigh. That ability is absurdly unreasonable. Just then, an idea flashed through his mind. "Wait a second," he speculated. "Then doesn't that mean the dragon cult also falls within the range of things you can deal with however you want?" Hwoner seemed to awaken at once, nodding excitedly again and again. "That's right. Then I don't need to listen to them anymore. If they dare come after me again, I'll make them pay." As she said this, the smile on her lips gradually turned dangerous. He immediately reached out and pinched her cheek, forcing her to stop that terrifying train of thought right away. "We'll deal with that later, got it?" Hwoner obediently nodded and gave a soft hum. Night fell. He sprawled on the bed, resting with Hwoner, who had turned into a cat, held in his arms. He took the chance to check his status panel. Divinity, 309. Just promoting the cattail ring's fusion once had given him that much divinity, almost as much as a divine relic. But in the end, what exactly was divinity? If divinity was the core energy source of divine relics, then once he absorbed it, those relics should logically lose their power. Yet reality was the complete opposite. Even after their divinity was drained, the divine relics showed no changes at all. After thinking for a long time without an answer, he decided to ignore it and upgrade his skills first. The system immediately switched to notifications. Twin Lives, Shadow Flame, Twin Lives Level 3, Divinity required to upgrade, 9 out of 500, Passive, grants 2 lives. After death, you may choose your resurrection time within 7 days, and the cooldown is reduced from 80 days to 70 days. He instantly understood that it was exactly as he had guessed. Every level reduced the cooldown by 10 days, and at level 10, it might truly become infinite resurrection. A series of new notifications continue to update. Active, each level allows one self-related ability to be designated. When activated, it creates a doubled effect. Physical strength and movement speed are currently activated. Current options include physical defense, reaction speed, calculation ability, concentration, and memory. Jai Jing was still hesitating because this passive effect was so powerful it made the choice genuinely hard. 3 days passed, and at the Hidden Dragon Dojo, the young man buried himself in brutal training. He pushed his inner force to the limit, the veins across his face standing out clearly. The muscles in both arms swelled tight, as hard as steel cables stretched to their breaking point. The system immediately displayed a notice, reminding him of his physical defense stat. Right after that, he threw a punch as heavy as a sledgehammer. A surging wave of force erupted, spreading outward from that single blow. He was secretly delighted. Sure enough, his choice 3 days ago had been right. Strengthening physical defense was the correct move. Reaction speed was good, but the limits of Hidden Dragon Style's 5 killing moves all depended on bodily endurance. He activated Hidden Dragon Style Echo Form and doubled his force power, then decided to test it once. The young man formed a theory. If martial arts were like mathematics, then move combinations and force release methods were entirely different formulas. When Rolling Wind Thunder gained 30 points, then another 30 on top of that. Physical defense increased by 20, while the twin effect directly influenced the final power output. Everything instantly stacked and doubled. Physical defense combined with twin, and one punch smashed the floor into a deep crater. Looking at the wreckage before him, he was extremely satisfied. Rolling Wind Thunder was already a fist art that could burst out double power, and now, reinforced by physical defense and boosted by twin, it had almost reached an absurd level. Just then, Jushan walked over and called out, "Little junior brother, someone wants to see you." He froze slightly when he saw the visitor was Shuren. He had not expected her to come straight here. She did not beat around the bush, only said coldly that she needed to speak in private. Shushan immediately frowned and asked who she was. He only gave a guarded reply, "Sorry, sixth senior sister, but I cannot reveal that." Suren impatiently reminded them, "Are you two finished yet? My time is not cheap." Jushan flared up and snapped, "If you have something to say it right here. Why act so mysterious?" Suren placed her index finger in front of Jushan's lips, then smiled and replied, "Sorry, little sister, but only he gets to hear this." Jushan pressed her lips together, trembling with anger, yet unable to argue back. Suren turned and left, telling him to hurry up and find a private place. Seeing 6 senior sisters so furious, he sighed inwardly. This was definitely going to be a huge headache. He followed Xu Ren into a private room and immediately asked what was so important that she had to come here in person. She answered calmly, no need to be tense. In truth, I am only delivering someone else's message. A name flashed through his mind at once. Could the person sending the message be Yu King? Su Ren lightly tapped the watch on her wrist, curled her lips, and said he had guessed right. Then the device gave a soft beep. A projection appeared at once. She introduced him as one of the 6 great Far Eastern conglomerates, the 3rd heir of the Yu clan, from the Yu spirit clan. The item in his hand was a divine relic, God 519, the unwithering demon blade. Its ability was extremely simple. It would never wear down. He was stunned. Never wear down. Was that not the same as the strongest spear or strongest shield? The concept sounded far too idealistic. Su Ren replied, I know what you are thinking. Among the divine relics that still exist today, there is no such thing as an indestructible shield that can counter it. Furthermore, someone once used a special method to make God 519 directly withstand temperatures exceeding tens of millions of degrees. In the end, that blade remained intact, without even the slightest sign of damage. He immediately understood. So this was a new containment mission. She shook her head slightly. God 519 is not in an out-of-control state, so it does not need containment. He grew even more confused. Then what exactly did she want him to do? Su Ren said bluntly, Yu King said it is not about what she wants you to do. It is about whether you yourself want to make a move. By this point, he had almost guessed it for certain. Yu King wanted him to seize that divine relic. Su Ren smiled and said the Yu spirit clan came to Jiaxia to join the U19 unrestricted fighting tournament. If you touched him on an ordinary day, it would definitely cause an extremely serious diplomatic incident. But the current situation is completely different. God 519 has a master selection trait. When the one holding it loses to another opponent, ownership automatically transfers into the hands of the victor. Does he not love divine relics? Then this time he can go take one for himself. As long as he defeats that heir in the fighting tournament, God 519 will belong to him. At the same time, in the southern port district of the city, Si Jing reported, Master, little junior brother is currently all the rage in Wind City. He won all 12 qualifiers by overwhelming margins, and the name of our Golden Wind Dojo has spread far and wide. Hong Yuan rebuked him coldly, getting smug after only a few wins, without a shred of composure. Outsiders will only laugh at us. Si Jing disagreed, saying little junior brother was a rare genius, and a bit of arrogance was not necessarily a bad thing. He immediately changed the subject. Is White Fang still clinging to the matter and refusing to let go? Si Jing answered, everyone who knew the truth has been silenced by me, so White Fang cannot find out anything more. It is only a pity about senior brother Kai Ping. Hong Yuan patted his disciple's shoulder in comfort. Xi Jing, I also regret Kai Ping's death, but it was only a small obstacle on the road to success. You must learn to look ahead. He turned and asked again, so what should we do about our little junior brother? The old man answered calmly, that boy's path was never the same as ours to begin with. Besides, do not let Cheng Xuan know anything about what we are doing. He is about to enter his decisive duel, so do not distract him. Si Jing immediately lowered his head and accepted the order. As for Si Jing, he was silently speechless, because he had clearly only told his master about joining the U19 Unlimited combat tournament. Since 2 senior sisters were also coming along on this trip, the whole group entered Wind City. He could not help asking, why did everyone come here? Xu Shan answered like it was obvious. It is dangerous for a boy to go out alone, so as senior sisters, of course, we have to protect our little junior brother. Right after hearing that, he only found it funny. Who was the dangerous one here? He turned to Huaner, who was sitting on his shoulder, and asked, what about you? Are you here to protect me too? The girl blushed and stammered. Strengthening the fusion with the 3 leaders has to be maintained long-term, before it shows results. He was instantly surprised. Could it be that you are addicted now? Huaner panicked and denied it. Absolutely not. Xu Shan bent down to study the little cat and said, little junior brother, you sure are close with this cat, even bringing her to the tournament. Huaner instantly bristled. I like staying with him. What does that have to do with you? Xu Shan suggested, bringing her along must make training difficult. So why not just leave her at the hotel? Huaner reacted at once, if you dare leave me at the hotel, I will run away from home immediately. He watched the big one and the little one bicker, and for a moment he had no idea whose side to take. In the end, he lowered his head and surrendered. Fine, everyone can go. Whoever wants to come, just come. Amid the bustling streets of the prosperous metropolis, the group began preparing for the tournament. The moment they entered the house, Xu Shan grabbed a little stick and struck the table hard, looking exactly like a mage opening a special training class. She began her lecture in a stern voice. Listen carefully. At your current level, there is absolutely no way you can defeat Yu Jia of the Spirit Clan. Sitting below, he immediately raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, sixth senior sister, what level am I at right now?" She thought for a while, then replied, "Roughly level 3. He asked again, "So is this ranking system a special standard used in Wind City?" Shushan proudly lifted her chin. "How could that be? This is a grading system I invented myself." His mouth fell open, and for a moment he did not know whether to praise her or be afraid. She continued analyzing, "My judgment has a clear basis. Yuji of the Spirit Clan entered the sect at 10, became the top disciple in only 5 years, rose to chief at 15, and won a title by 18. 3 years later, he won another martial arts title, meaning his strength is already on par with our eldest senior brother. So ask yourself, can you be eldest senior brother right now?" Even though he had not been in the sect for long, he understood exactly how massive the gap was between him and his eldest senior brother. If the two of them truly fought right now, the result would absolutely be him getting crushed without mercy. Jushan nodded. "At least you know yourself and your enemy. But the key point I want to make is not actually that. The U19 Unlimited Combat Tournament is the only global tournament that allows contestants to use weapons during matches. Because of that, weapon quality can decide victory or defeat to a huge degree, while a contestant's strength depends on how skilled they are with their own weapon. Junior brother, if you had to choose a weapon that suits you before stepping into the arena, what would you choose?" He answered with confidence at once, "I choose nothing. I only trust my fists." She immediately asked, "If I told you Yuji of the Spirit Clan is as strong as 9 eldest senior brothers when holding a weapon, would you still think that?" He froze. 9 of him? His gaze fell on the line Jushan had just written on the board. He cried out in shock. "A 9-fold segment when wielding a sword?" He calculated silently. Although he had never fought eldest senior brother, that man had long mastered every killing move of the Hidden Dragon style. Even if he trained revolving golden scales to its limit, he feared he still could not block one full power strike. If 9 people as strong as him attacked all at once, the outcome was basically already decided. He lowered his eyes to his own fists, and one thing became perfectly clear in his heart: he would definitely lose. Shushan immediately gave the answer, "Forging, forging, forging. Your savior has appeared. Little junior brother, look at what this is." He reached out and accepted the object wrapped tightly in black cloth. After only weighing it in his hand, he blurted out in praise, "A good saber." She asked in surprise, "How did you know it was a saber?" He removed the wrapping and replied, "It told me itself. I do not know how to describe it. It feels like it is calling me, wanting me to use it." Zhu Shan was visibly delighted. "That is wonderful. You have been in the sect for so long, but I still have not given you anything proper. Take this saber and use it in the U19 tournament." He hesitated slightly, then asked, "Senior sister, may I know roughly how much this saber is worth?" Zhu Shan did a quick calculation. The main material is dragonbone iron, and it was also forged with refined ironstone, moonlight silk, and blood amber. Not to mention, the one who forged it was Grandmaster He Jiuxi." She smiled and gave the number, "Only about 20 million. That number nearly made him choke, because one casual gift was equal to his entire fortune. The world of the rich was truly impossible to understand, but he still answered at once, "Thank you, senior sister Zhu. Then I will accept this saber." He tried swinging the saber a few times, but even with a weapon in hand, it still felt rather awkward. Could it not be like a game, where you pick something up and instantly use it like a master? The instant unexpected danger struck, his martial instincts immediately caught the killing intent. He raised the saber to block sideways, and the incoming stream of water shattered at once, spraying everywhere. Like he shouted coldly, completely disgraceful. He turned his head in surprise. "Master?" He cupped his hands and asked seriously, "Master, may I ask if our Hidden Dragon style martial arts include any techniques related to weapon handling?" Ji Jing glared as the old man lightly lifted the teacup from the armrest of his wheelchair. A moment later, he tilted his wrist and poured out the liquid inside. Once martial arts reached the first-rate realm, their essence all followed the same principle. A move that could be unleashed with fists and feet could naturally erupt through a weapon as well. The young man froze. A single falling drop of tea had punched a tiny hole straight through the floor. Lakey continued slowly. The match was already down to the wire, so you truly needed a move sharp enough and ruthless enough to turn the tables. He was still stunned by that sight when Li Qi swung his saber. A violent surge of saber intent instantly tore through the air and slashed toward him. In that instant, he felt as if he had been dragged straight into a blood-soaked battlefield of the martial world. He lowered his head and stared blankly at his own hand. That hand had been severed, falling away from his body as if an invisible monster had bitten it clean off. Panic choked the breath out of him, and only one question remained in his mind. What on earth was happening? He looked down and discovered he was standing on a small mountain piled with corpses that all had his own face. Thick fresh blood had dyed the entire space red. When his consciousness returned to the present, his face had gone deathly pale, and his breathing was heavy, as if he had just escaped a death dungeon. Lei Qi laughed and asked casually, "How did that feel?" He vaguely understood that what he had just experienced was no ordinary illusion, but killing intent condensed to the absolute limit. Lei Qi revealed that Ashura Saber intent was the result of pushing kinetic energy to its extreme. It could borrow the mind and spirit to directly affect an opponent. Confused, he asked, "You call this science too?" The old man laughed and replied, "Our hidden dragon style can summon a dragon without moving at all, so where's the science in that? If you want to train with weapons, I will pass down the Ashura Saber intent to you. Even without a cultivation body or a killing move to back it up, swinging your blade with saber intent alone will still carry extraordinary power. Come here, we start now." Xi Jing froze for a second. "This, master, isn't it a little too much for you to personally spar with me?" Lai Qi rolled his wheelchair aside. "What are you thinking? Of course your opponent is King Qiao. You do not need to worry about forms. Just hold the resolve to kill and attack King Qiao with everything you have." He charged forward at once. Against a senior sister that powerful, there was truly no need to hold back. Saber intent erupted like a wildfire, slashing straight toward King Qiao. Her hand lifted in a blur. One strike dropped toward the back of his neck and stopped at the perfect moment, ending the fight in an instant. The young man tightened his grip around the saber hilt. He immediately asked King Qiao for another round. Watching him gradually gain smoother control over the saber, Li Qi praised him in silence. This kid actually had serious talent with weapons. If he kept going like this, at most, it would take 1 week. No, maybe in just 4 days he would touch the threshold of the true path. Just then, someone outside called for the Dragon King. Someone claiming to be from the Golden Wind Dojo had barged in, and no matter how you looked at it, he seemed to be here to cause trouble. The messenger had not even finished speaking before a hand shoved him aside. Cheng Xuan stepped in and shouted, "Come here and settle this in a life or death fight." He still did not know the other man's background, so he asked coldly, "Who are you?" The other man introduced himself. "I am Cheng Xuan, a true disciple of the Golden Wind Dojo. If I win, you must answer one question for me." The young man suddenly remembered that this name had been on the candidate list Yu King gave him. Number 58, Cheng Xuan. He never expected him to be connected to that spy's dojo. Lei Qi immediately ordered him to go exchange moves. He hesitated a little, but master, Lei Qi calmly reassured him, "Do not worry. This is Vizu's territory." He nodded at once. "Then please enlighten me." On Xi Jing's side, he had already read today's headline in the Qingcheng Morning News. A 17-year-old high school martial apprentice had beaten a humanoid monster to death, and he instantly recognized him as the boy who defeated number 1 and number 9. He warned in a grave voice, "Cheng Xuan, he is very strong, so be careful." Cheng Xuan answered arrogantly, "Don't worry, senior brother. I have seen plenty of kids like him, all bark and no bite." Cheng Xuan walked up across from him and smirked. "Kid, I am 1 year older than you. If you do not mind, you can call me Brother Li. Relax, since I am acting as your big brother, I will go easy on you. After all, this is your turf. It would not be nice to make you lose face." He swung the saber down and said flatly, "You talk way too much." His figure vanished at once, almost like he had teleported inside the dungeon. Cheng Xuan was stunned, trying to play misdirection. At that instant, the young man appeared behind him and said, "Where are you looking?" The corner of Cheng Xuan's mouth curved upward. He leaned aside to dodge and said smugly, "I already guessed that." Rings of energy surged up, coiling around his arm like the system had just activated a combat buff. Their two fists collided violently, and the force exploded outward in every direction. After that head-on clash, both of them were forced backward at the same time. Cheng Xuan's feet dragged across the ground, leaving a clear skid mark behind him. After meeting an opponent with real strength, he only grew more excited. This kid really was not simple. He had also witnessed the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword with his own eyes, and sure enough, its reputation was well deserved. Cheng Xuan started taking this more seriously, inwardly shocked. This was his first time in real combat against a true martial artist. Before this, his opponents had either been robots or tapeworm monsters. He rushed in again, his aura exploding. At long last, he had finally met a worthy opponent. Cheng Xuan was strangely thrilled. The young man used his arm to directly block an incoming blast of force. On his hand, a layer of golden scale skin quickly spread out, protecting all of his flesh. Cheng Xuan cried out in shock, "Armored golden scales. You are only 17, so how could you have trained this?" He threw a punch and charged in, coldly cutting him off, "Talk less." To teach his opponent a lesson, he immediately unleashed the chain twin fists. Lei Qi shouted encouragement from the side, "Keep going." Zhu Shan could not hide his shock. His little junior brother's speed of improvement was simply terrifying. As he fought, he quietly observed. Could training in the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword strengthen the practitioner's physique? If it were anyone else, taking 2 or 3 punches would already be the limit. Yet Cheng Xuan endured dozens of blows in a row and still stood firm, no different from a human-shaped block of steel. He immediately noticed that his opponent's abdomen was showing an opening. He instantly activated Twinborn, causing the power in his fist to erupt even more violently. Just as the killing blow was about to fall, a cold shout rang out, forcing the duel to grind to a halt. Jing instantly twisted around and sprang backward, dodging the crushing pressure surging toward him. Hong Yuan stepped out to shield his disciple and said in a deep voice, "Young brother, this is only a sparring match. Why go so far as to take a life?" Jing asked back with an icy face, "What exactly is wrong with the people from your Golden Wind dojo?" One guy rushes up on his own, muttering about a death match with me. Then another says this is only a duel and tells me not to kill anyone. How about you all go back, get your story straight, and then come here to start trouble? Hong Yuan was choked speechless, leaving only a gaze as sharp as a blade, stabbing straight into Jing. Li Qi burst into hearty laughter when he heard that. As expected, this kid truly deserved to be Old Fu's disciple. But right after that, he withdrew his smile and looked sternly at the uninvited guest. "Hong Yuan, my disciple is not wrong. You wanted the fight, and now you want peace. That is rather ugly." The two masters looked at each other with hidden meaning. While Cheng Xuan was so embarrassed that he lowered his head, Hong Yuan let out a soft sigh, his face heavy as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of resentment. Yet Hong Yuan still shamelessly spoke up. "I hear your disciple is also entering the U19 free combat tournament. How about I exchange a few moves with him?" Zhu Shan snapped back hotly. "What do you mean? Your dojo was rude first, and now you still want to attack my junior brother." Li Qi immediately raised a hand to stop her. Then he turned to Jing and asked, "What do you think?" Jing waited in silence. If he crossed hands with this old man, he might grasp the essence of the Golden Wind White Rainbow sword. But what if the other side had evil intentions? Earlier, Li Qi had reassured him, "Do not worry. This place is your master's territory." Thinking of that, Jing felt calmer. With his master here, there was basically nothing to fear. After making up his mind, Jing tightened his grip on the saber hilt in his hand. He quickly took his stance, his calm voice ringing out. "Then I ask Senior to enlighten me." With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he borrowed the force and shot upward like a perfectly executed martial arts strike. Hong Yuan still had his hands clasped behind his back, looking relaxed, as if he were simply waiting for the attack. His eyes narrowed slightly as he silently studied every opening on his opponent's body. Hong Yuan spotted a flaw at a glance and judged coldly in his heart, "This brat, he is still far too green." Hong Yuan instantly changed direction and struck straight towards Jing's shoulder. But Jing flicked his wrist with extreme speed, and the saber in his hand suddenly snapped upward. A saber slash tore through the wind and swept straight at Hong Yuan, forcing him to raise a hand and block. Jing's saber momentum came down like a raging storm, repeatedly forcing his opponent into a defensive rhythm. Jing successfully left a scratch on Hong Yuan's face, making Hong Yuan think in silent shock, "This brat, I never expected him to have such terrifying talent with weapons. I must find a way to capture him and take him back as feed for the mother parasite." An update notification rang out. "New skill available to unlock, Weapon Combat Level 1, Progress 128 out of 300. Jing immediately understood. Sure enough, only by meeting a true expert could one move trigger a new skill. So he said, "Senior Hong Yuan, one more time." Hong Yuan dusted off his hands and refused at once. "No need. I should take this useless disciple of mine back for treatment first." Jing turned and called to his opponent then, "Cheng Xuan, we will meet in the arena. When that time comes, do not underestimate me." Those words made Cheng Xuan grind his teeth in anger. We are leaving." Seeing Jing return, Zhu Shan immediately scolded him. "Little junior brother, you are too kind, even giving that old man a way out." Jing replied calmly, "I was only telling the truth." At that moment, Cheng Xuan's ki had not fully gathered yet. It looked like he blocked my attack, but in reality, he was badly injured, so afterward he could almost only defend. His true strength is definitely not inferior to mine. After hearing that, Li Qi nodded in satisfaction and turned to King Qiao. "Bring me the saber. This brat really is getting sharper by the day." He stepped down from the vehicle, his gaze turning keen. "In that case, I will push him one step further." King Qiao immediately lifted the saber and respectfully presented it before Li Qi. Li Qi reached out and gripped the saber hilt, and the aura around his entire body changed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, countless saber lines filled with icy killing intent slashed out together. Jing pressed his lips tightly together, and the terrifying thing known as Ashura saber intent instantly surfaced in his mind. The hand Jing used to hold the saber began to tremble in waves. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. If he also wanted to comprehend Ashura saber intent, his saber intent transformed into a berserk giant dragon. But to reach that realm, he had to embrace the resolve to fight to the death. The two blades collided violently, sending sparks scattering through the air. Both of them held their opposing stances, as if time around them had frozen solid. Zhu Shan watched for a long time but still could not understand, so she asked curiously, "It has been 3 minutes. What exactly are master and junior brother doing?" Fu Guang suddenly appeared beside her and explained casually, "They are clashing in the mental world." Wait, where did he pop out from? If he wanted to resist that terrifying killing intent, he first had to keep his spirit from being crushed. What erupted from him could only be stronger killing intent, colder, sharper, and so pure it was almost suffocating. Once he resolved to destroy his opponent, the blade came down with unstoppable force and terrifying power. The two sides plunged into a brutal blade duel, every clash of steel exploding like thunder. His eyes burned crimson, and Fu Guang recognized it at a glance. That was the Ashura blade intent. His little junior brother had truly comprehended it. A string of system notifications appeared. "You are undergoing live combat training, weapon experience plus 88. You are undergoing live combat training, visualization experience plus 38. You are undergoing live combat training, body conditioning experience plus 73. You are undergoing live combat training, hidden dragon force experience plus 66. Visualization level 5, 68 out of 2000. Azure Blade intent level 1. He could not help blurting out with anticipation, just how far could a genius like this young man go? Over on Cheng Xuan's side, he was kneeling before Hong Yuan and getting scolded mercilessly. "Tell me, why did you stir up trouble right before the competition? That was the Dragon King. Even I have to show him some respect, yet you dared smash up his dojo." Scolded until he burst into tears, he choked out, "Master, I already know about senior brother Kai Ping. Senior brother Kai Ping was always very good to me. He died for reasons no one can explain. I cannot pretend nothing happened. Why did he die in Shi Jing's martial arts hall? What exactly happened between them? I only wanted to find him and ask for the truth." Hong Yuan promised in a low voice, "Good child, if you win the free combat tournament, I will tell you the truth about what happened 2 years ago." With that assurance, Cheng Xuan finally lowered his head obediently and answered yes. Xi Jing entered the bamboo grove to continue practicing his blade. One by one, the figures of the opponents he had fought surfaced in his mind. The young man slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was filled with resolve. His first slash cut straight into the paper figure illusion. The second was for Cheng Xuan, and the third was aimed at the final opponent. Xi Jing swung his blade, slicing each falling bamboo leaf in half. Notifications rang out one after another. While practicing blade arts, you have comprehended the true meaning of Ashura, weapon experience plus 6667. While practicing blade arts, you have comprehended the true meaning of Ashura, weapon experience plus 689. Weapons increased to level 3, 290 out of 800. He thought to himself, I can get this much experience even without real combat. Sudden enlightenment really is overpowered. If I could have a few flashes of enlightenment like this every day, why would I need to go outside and pick fights? If I just shut myself in and cultivated for a few years, would I not march straight to becoming invincible under heaven? The only problem was that the realm of Ashura Blade had truly reached the extreme of slaughter. Ashura was born to kill, holding the authority to massacre all things, yet it had no right to decide when the blade should stop. He did not want some future day to come when he would point his blade at the people who mattered to him. With visualization, he could modify part of the Ashura Blade intent later. While he was lost in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Xi Jing answered the call, wondering who was looking for him this early. He said, "Hello." When he heard the voice on the other end, he was instantly surprised. Sign a contract? He quickly went to the meeting place given to him over the phone. The professional manager Jiang Sui stepped out to receive him. "Hello, I am Jiang Sui. Starting today, I will handle every matter and schedule related to your participation in the U19 martial arts tournament." She led him inside. "I will take you through the paperwork now." Curious, he asked, "Excuse me, what are those things hanging on the wall?" Sui explained, "This is where we display the champions from previous U19 martial arts seasons." He raised his head and looked at the photos hanging along the wall. His eyes stopped on the photo of the 19th U19 champion, Suzuka Otogi. His expression immediately darkened. "So he is Suzuka Otogi." He asked, "Sister Wei, how much do you know about this person?" Sui replied, "His name is Suzuka Otogi. He was last year's champion, so this year he gets special entry straight into the finals. We also have his poster here. Suzuka Otogi is the third successor of the Suzuka Otogi Zaibatsu, and the lawful heir to the Sozuryu school." He was startled. "Sozuryu?" She confirmed, "That is right. It is the school that traces back to the Far Eastern war god, Sakano Tamaramaro. The Suzuka Otogi family are his descendants. He used the name of his treasured sword, Sozuryu, to found the Sozuryu martial school. This style is famous for ultra-high speed slashes, and at its peak, it can even unleash 1,000 cuts in the blink of an eye." He instantly caught the key point. 1,000 slashes in 1 second? The young man immediately activated visualization. He could not help wondering, does that kind of speed really exist in this world? Suzuka Otoji's sword paths gradually replayed in his mind. He froze so fast, but still, he used Twinborn speed together with his sword zone to stop each strike. He gradually grew more confident. With his dynamic vision and Twinborn speed, he could fully keep up with his opponent's rhythm. Seeing him standing perfectly still, Sue murmured in surprise. Has this kid already started thinking about how to defeat Suzuka Otogi? At such a young age, he is already taking a genius as his target. It is both pitiful and hot-blooded. She spoke up to encourage him. Little brother, although Suzuka Otogi is a genius, as long as you train hard, you can absolutely become his successor in the future. Keep it up. He gave an awkward smile. Thank you, sister. Seeing Suai's earnest expression, he immediately understood. This lady seemed to have misunderstood something. Ziwei returned to her desk and quickly pulled out the file she had prepared in advance. She handed the application to Saijing, explaining that since he was joining the club through a special channel, he would officially become a fighter as soon as he signed the contract. The term stated that an official fighter would receive a monthly salary of 180,000 pre-tax, along with full employee benefits. The contract applied to the U19 unrestricted martial arts tournament for 1 year, with salary unchanged during competition. Participants counted as employees of the U19 company and received the corresponding benefits. All prize money belonged to the athlete, while the U19 company handled the taxes. He signed his name, silently marveling that the organizers were truly generous. The treatment for joining this tournament was no different from that of a professional hunter. After taking back the file, Ziwei suddenly remembered something and reminded him that the U19 rules differed in several ways from ordinary combat sports. He should get familiar with them before entering the arena. The young man immediately asked what was different. Ziwei patiently explained that if he met an opponent in the next match who was too strong, someone he could barely hope to defeat at his current stage, he was allowed to withdraw from the competition on his own. But withdrawing did not mean being eliminated. The tournament also had a revival round. As long as a fighter survived to the end inside the revival zone, he could still earn the right to challenge the champion. He quietly calculated that if he withdrew right after entering the tournament and waited in the revival zone, he might save energy and still charge straight into the finals. But that thought was quickly dismissed. It was a tactic, sure, but if everyone else thought the same way, the revival zone would turn into a chaotic dungeon sooner than expected. A fierce resolve suddenly flared in Ziwei's heart. With that face and that much potential, she had to train him into the greatest dark horse in U19 history. He stood up and said they would stop here for today. Ziwei reminded him that if he had any questions at all, he should contact her and absolutely not be shy about it. After leaving, the young man headed straight to the bathing area to clear his mind and relax. He thought to himself that Suzuka Otogi was far stronger than he had imagined. Not only was his speed terrifying, but his weapon skills were also top tier. If he wanted to defeat him, he still needed to level up even more. Just then, a scene nearby caught his attention. Two men were flirting with a girl, bragging that they were dark horse fighters in the U19 martial arts tournament. As long as she followed them, she could buy whatever she wanted in the future. They even shamelessly declared that once they won the championship, she would become the champion's wife, and by then, she would definitely be famous throughout Wind City. One glance was enough for him to understand. These had to be the ordinary contestants in the tournament. No wonder Yuking had firmly refused to let him take part in the preliminaries. But the instant he looked more closely, he noticed a strange energy radiating from around the girl's neck. He froze at once, surprise flashing through his eyes. Wait a second, wasn't that girl? That person was Shuwan, the original body's older female cousin, whom the young man still remembered very clearly. Since childhood, Juwon had stood out with her radiant smile. Her looks were campus belle level, and her grades had always ranked at the top, yet she was nowhere near as perfect as she looked. Her first bad habit was that she loved sleeping in way too much. When playing games, she often used petty little tricks, and her sportsmanship was honestly terrible. She had even once used his name to scam other people. Shuwan had once calmly told several girls that whoever treated her to lunch would get an introduction to her younger cousin. Even more terrifying was that whenever she fell into danger, she always had a way of handling it that caught everyone off guard. This time was no different. To deal with those two annoying men, Zuwan quietly summoned plants like a nature mage. From beneath the ground, emerald green tendrils suddenly burst upward and wrapped tightly around one man's wrist. Before the other man could react, a tendril clamped around his neck, freezing his entire body stiff as if he had run into a monster from another world. Right after that, the tendrils yanked the two men toward each other, forcing their lips together in an utterly humiliating pose. Juwan immediately raised her phone and cheerfully called out, "Come on, give me a big smile." Looking at the photo she had just taken, she was so satisfied that her eyes curved like crescent moons, and she even praised the scene for being wonderfully affectionate. She kept teasing them, saying this was a major moment in their lives, so they really should not look so miserable. The two men were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a hole and crawl inside, feeling they no longer had the face to keep living. Seeing that, Zhuan laughed even more happily. Standing nearby, he finally could not hold back his curiosity and called out to her. The young man pointed at the plant that had just appeared and asked seriously what that thing actually was. The moment it heard the question, the plant instantly shrank back into the ground, vanishing cleanly as if it had never existed. Zhuan turned her head, and when she saw him, joy spread across her face. She asked in surprise why he had come to Wind City. After a year apart, she immediately noticed that he had grown much taller. She even leaned in close to inspect him, asking if he had gotten cosmetic work done, then casually poked his firm chest muscles. He hurriedly dodged to the side and said helplessly, "Enough already, sis. I just want to know what that thing was that burrowed underground a moment ago." Shuowen instantly changed the subject, pretending to be innocent as she asked what he was talking about, because she knew absolutely nothing. His expression darkened, and he silently cursed that she was denying it so blatantly she did not even bother to hide it. Shuowen then asked curiously, speaking of which, what exactly had brought him to Wind City? This time, he was the one who faltered. Bad news. In the past, he had never told his cousin about practicing martial arts because he was afraid she would worry. After stammering for a while, the young man could only say he had come to join a competition. The moment Zhuan heard that, her expression changed. With a cold laugh, she said this little brat had really grown wings, choosing the path of martial arts without even discussing such a huge matter with her. He could only sit there and take it, obediently listening to her scold him like a student caught making a mistake. She went on to say that she truly had not expected him to choose the path of martial training. If he started throwing hands with people whenever something happened, how was she supposed to feel at ease? He immediately puffed out his chest and declared that since he had chosen this path, he would have to face danger sooner or later. Besides, he was very strong now and was no longer someone who needed protection. Hearing that, Zhuan raised an eyebrow. He talked a good game, but his real ability was still unknown. Maybe she should personally test him a little. He was stunned, completely unable to understand how she planned to test him. Zhuan pointed ahead and asked if he saw that lighthouse. The two of them would compete to see who reached it first. If he won, she would never say another word about his martial training again. The young man carelessly thought it was just running, so how hard could it be? He immediately agreed, only reminding her that when the time came, she had better not go back on her word. The moment Shi Jing and Zhu Wan sat down, she immediately called for them to get ready. Her hand dropped with sharp finality, and the race officially began. He instantly activated twin speed, his figure shooting forward like an arrow. Behind him, Zhu Wan was quietly preparing to pull off a little prank. From the ground, a razor-sharp branch suddenly burst up and blocked his path. He twisted aside in a hurry, silently guessing that she really had set a trap. Zhu Wan curled her lips in amused delight, because this fun had only just begun. He started to struggle as bizarre vines kept attacking him, the exact kind of system challenge that gave no one room to breathe. One branch timed its strike perfectly and lashed hard toward the young man's arm. Zhu Wan glided past him with ease, not forgetting to tease him, saying, "Keep it up, little brother." He immediately activated his inspection eye, trying to find a way out of the plant battlefield. Amid countless branches rushing in, the young man spotted a gap that looked just wide enough to slip through. Seeing him change direction, Zhu Wan secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, he had taken the bait. With smug confidence, she dropped a cold line, saying, "This ends here." A massive tree trunk suddenly rose up and cut off the path, startling him with how absurdly over the top it was. It looked like this young man would have to show some real skill if he wanted to clear this stage. He instantly erupted with speed, forcibly breaking out of the tightening encirclement. The power inside his body transformed into a giant dragon, roaring as it crushed the plant tendrils apart. Zhu Wan froze, never expecting his strength to explode to such a terrifying degree. By the time the young man reached the finish line, he was panting hard, his stamina nearly drained dry. The clothes on his body had also been clawed open, leaving behind a few messy scratches. His breathing grew ragged, while Zhu Wan smiled and praised him, saying he had done pretty well just now. But she immediately twisted the knife, adding, "Even so, you still lost, my dear little brother." He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. What kind of magic had she used to control that thing? Zhu Wan laughed and replied, "Magic. If I really knew something that convenient, that would be wonderful." She was merely someone chosen by the Lord of Heavenly Crimson Myriad Flames, an existence unlike ordinary people. If one day I'm no longer myself, will you still call me Big Sister? He frowned and asked what she was talking about. The young man silently reasoned that the Lord of Heavenly crimson myriad flames sounded no different from an outer god. If she was connected to a divine relic, then that strange power had an explanation. Seeing his worry, Zhu slapped him a few times and laughed, asking what he was thinking, since she was only joking. Speaking of which, he had come to Wind City and had not treated her to a single meal. She decided not to bother choosing and would just eat at the hotel where he was staying. The young man helplessly asked, was she not the one who had invited him? After a round of back and forth bickering, the two of them were brought back to his lodging. Huaner waited until she grew restless, muttering to herself about why he still was not back and whether he had gone on another date with some beauty. Her ears immediately perked up when she heard movement. It seemed like he had returned. Huaner opened the door while scolding him, saying he only knew to come back at this hour, and even fried chicken would not make her forgive him today. Outside the door, Zhu and he were both completely drunk. She tilted her head and asked if this was room, while he laughed and said yes, telling her to stay here tonight. Seeing that scene, Huaner instantly flared up and called his name through gritted teeth. Her thunderous shout sobered the two drunken fools by more than half in an instant. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Huaner, listen to me explain first. This is not what you think. Before he could even finish his sentence, Zhu slightly curved her lips, ready to pour more oil on the fire. She hooked her arm around his and asked in an ambiguous tone, who is she and why is she in your home? The young man instantly had an extremely bad feeling. Huaner misunderstood on the spot, stammering as she asked, little, what exactly is your relationship? He immediately understood that this big sister Zhu only wanted to amuse herself and did not care about his survival at all. She pulled him inside while saying they should hurry in. He quickly explained to Huaner that she was actually his older sister. Zhu immediately placed her index finger against his lips, cutting off his attempt to explain. Her next sentence petrified him on the spot. What sister? I told you to call me Little Juan. The young man inwardly cried that it was over, because this had become a huge problem. He forced a smile and explained to Huaner that things really were not what she thought, and this person truly was his older sister. Zhu kept teasing him with delight, saying, Fine, call me whatever you like. Can we go inside now? Huaner immediately grabbed his collar tightly, her gaze so cold it sent a chill down the spine. Gritting her teeth, she warned him that if he dared take one more step inside with that woman, he should never appear in front of her again. Zhu finally realized the situation was not good and inwardly cried that she was dead, because it seemed she had taken the joke a little too far. His face darkened, and he seriously demanded that if his sister did not explain everything clearly today, she could forget about returning to the academy. That pressure was so intense that even Zhu felt a chill crawl up her spine. She forced a smile, pointed toward the room, and said, Mind if I borrow your bathroom for a minute? Once Huaner learned the truth, she froze on the spot. She never expected this woman to actually be his older sister. Earlier, Zhu had even slung an arm around her shoulders and laughed, Relax, I really am his blood sister. Later, I'll tell you how he was still wetting the bed at 10. Xi Jing could only sigh helplessly in his heart. In this world, the only person who could spread such humiliating rumors without blinking was probably this sister of his. She asked again, I heard your sister studies in Wind City, so which school is it? He answered vaguely, I don't really know either. Why are you asking? Huaner shook her head and said, It's nothing. I just feel like your sister has a very strange scent on her. He immediately got the wrong idea. She cares a lot about her appearance, so there's no way she doesn't bathe. Huaner snapped in annoyance, That's not what I meant. Anyways, this scent is really familiar. I feel like I've smelled it somewhere before. He suddenly thought of that bizarre thing. Could that scent be connected to plants, or to some kind of divine object? She jolted as if a light had gone on in her head. I remember now. The image of a mysterious woman instantly surfaced in her mind. Huaner revealed in a low voice she was from the Flower God Society. Back when I was the leader of the Dragon Cult, the Flower God Cult once sent someone to negotiate an alliance. He frowned in confusion. If your fates were different, how could you form an alliance? Wouldn't that easily turn into a war? She replied, I thought the same thing at the time. After I refused her, that woman took out a potted plant. At first, there was nothing special about that potted plant. The terrifying part was what the woman did next. She only recited one line of an incantation, yet that ordinary potted plant transformed on the spot. After that, she handed the plant to someone else for an inspection right there. The detection lens immediately showed the result. Huaner continued, that thing had become a genuine divine object. He was just as shocked as Huaner had been back then. How could something that absurd possibly happen? She sighed and admitted, but it really was true. After the Flower God Cult saw we refused to ally with them, she took the potted plant and left. and we never heard from them again. And the scent on your sister is exactly the same as that woman's, he silently guessed. Could this be connected to the master of the heavenly rainbow myriad flames? Maybe Yu King would know the truth behind it. Just then, he heard movement outside. Someone was coming, with aggressive footsteps that clearly did not belong to a friendly guest. He immediately ordered, Huaner, my sister is taking a bath. Go call her, then leave here with her right away. But she had already changed back into her cat form. It seemed her transformation time had run out. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Fine, looks like I still have to go myself. He had planned to deepen his fusion with Huaner tonight, but the entire plan was ruined by this sudden intruder. He knocked on the bathroom door and said, Sis, something's happening outside. Hurry up and come out. He could clearly hear that person coming up the stairs. He knocked faster and harder as the footsteps drew closer. Juwan, open the door. Did you die in there or what? Thinking that she was still bathing, his scalp tightened. Did he really have to barge in? This sister of his looked careless, but she was actually extremely sensitive about private matters like this. He placed his hand on the doorknob, knowing full well that after this, he probably could not avoid a beating. But if he got beaten, so be it. That was still better than letting her get ambushed by an enemy, while she had no clothes on. The doorknob clicked, then turned under his hand. He shouted, Sis, danger is right outside. You and Huener need to hurry. Yet the inside was completely empty, without a single person in sight. He froze. Where did she go? A moment later, he immediately activated visualization. The image that appeared showed Xu Wan had slipped out through the window. He instantly understood, so she had snuck away not long after entering the bathroom. At that very moment, the outer door was violently kicked open by the enemy. His face turned cold as he spun around, and his gaze instantly sharpened. The scene shifted to Wind City University, where Xu Wan had just returned. Linner seemed to have been waiting there already, and she asked coldly, Was that your family? Xu Wan immediately grew wary. Is there a problem with that? Linner questioned her calmly. You are the one chosen by the master of the heavenly rainbow, myriad flames. That mundane family affection should no longer mean anything to you, so why do you still refuse to let it go? Xu Wan shot back. Why are you bringing this up again, teacher? We are only people who received power. We are not actual gods. Right now, I'm still just an ordinary person. Besides, my younger brother has recently started practicing martial arts too. His talent isn't bad, and he might even be a martial arts genius. Linner found that laughable. Martial arts. A mortal dares to dream of becoming a god through such crude methods? Human lifespans are limited by nature. If you truly want to stay with that mortal brother of yours and keep refusing to cut him off, then sooner or later, that family bond will become a chain dragging you into the abyss. Then why not send him to serve the master of the heavenly crimson myriad flames? Maybe he will receive the true God's grace and walk the path of deification with you. Xu Wan reminded her in an icy voice, Miss, to keep things from spiraling out of control, this student must repeat something rather disrespectful. In that very instant, countless plants began bursting up from the ground. They rose into a shield behind Xu Wan. She gritted her teeth and warned, Do not touch my little brother. Lin Er sounded faintly surprised. Well, this is unexpected. This is the first time I have seen you like this. Compared with that carefree smile you always wear, this is a little cuter. Ah, so your killing intent is showing. Unfortunately, you said that too late. Over on Shi Jing's side, he was rushing out of the living room, loudly calling for Huan Er. In his eyes, a thin flash of red suddenly flickered. Almost instantly, he tilted his body aside and dodged a sudden ambush. The young man grabbed the thing that had shot straight toward him. A system notice appeared. Divine substance detected. Absorbing divinity, he froze. Divine substance? And it is a plant too? The young man clenched the vine in his hand, then yanked it hard. He exposed the truth at once. Looks like you are from the Flower God Society. The notice continued to display. Currently absorbing divinity, 57 out of 300. The one who appeared was Liu Sisi, a person blessed by the Flower God Society. She curled her lips and said, Looks like you already know. Come here, join the Flower God Society, accept the Lord of the Heavenly Crimson Myriad Flames, and feel the warmth of a merciful mother. He only found it ridiculous. You call this an invitation? Barging into my home so aggressively just for that? The notice updated. Currently absorbing divinity, 157 out of 300. He understood, but for now, he could not refuse outright. The young man decided to stall for time. He only needed to delay a little longer. He immediately provoked her. Is there something wrong with your brain? Liu Sisi answered arrogantly. Only the great being who controls the heavenly crimson myriad flames can guide humanity down the correct path. You have no choice but to join us. The notice updated again. Currently absorbing divinity, 239 out of 300. He took note of the name Heavenly Crimson Myriad Flames. His older sister had mentioned it before, so the young man pretended to be interested and asked, Oh, is that so? What do I gain by joining you people? Several streams of black energy appeared above his fingertips. First, use Shadow Flame to control her, then dig out information about his sister. Liu Sissy was startled when she saw the black energy rushing toward her. You are actually a blessed one too? He was just as surprised. She recognized him as a blessed one just from seeing Shadow Flame. Was this thing really that famous? The notice updated. Currently absorbing divinity, 279 out of 300. Liu Sissy immediately started talking nonstop. If you are also a blessed one, then you should understand how hard that grace is to obtain. Join us and you will gain the power to control plants. You can even use the blessing ritual to transform into the appearance you imagine. He curled his lips in mockery. The success rate of your blessing ritual probably is not very high, is it? She was instantly choked speechless, so furious that she ground her teeth. A cold command rang through her earpiece. Liu Sissy, focus on the mission. Just then, the notice updated. Divinity, absorption complete. Liu Sissy said in a low voice, that is right. My blessing ritual is still incomplete. I can only receive power, not a blessing that changes my appearance. A reminder appeared. Shadow Flame Level 2 requires 300 out of 300 divinity to upgrade. Upgrade now? He immediately pressed the Z button. Success. The young man spoke in a cold voice. You do not need to say any more. I refuse to join you. A series of notices appeared. Shadow Flame Level 2. Control range increased by 20%. Passive effect allows free attachment to any material surface. Slow effect plus 10%. Adhesion rate plus 100%. His eyes lit up. After upgrading, Shadow Flame had directly gained a huge boost to its control ability. If that was the case, then playing it that way was completely possible, was it not? Liu Sissy's face darkened, and she asked in an icy voice, why? He answered calmly, because I am still young, and I was born with a rebellious streak. The young man sat down and teased Huan. What I like most is going against other people's wishes. If you have enough patience and are willing to wait a few decades for me, then sure. He analyzed silently. The Flower God Society found him this quickly, and 8 times out of 10, it had something to do with his sister. But why did she run away? No matter what, he could not stay here any longer. Green energy erupted around Liu Sissy, and tentacles rose one after another from beneath the floor. She said coldly, sorry, but my mission is to bring you back. If you truly refuse to cooperate, all the tentacles shot toward him at once. Then I have no choice but to use this. Holding Huan, he quickly retreated. In his mind, he instantly understood. Dragging him into the cult was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but a scheme prepared in advance. The young man backed all the way to the glass door, while Huan hugged him tightly in panic. His gaze flicked slightly behind him. In the next second, he shattered the glass door, ready to risk his life and escape. Seeing this, Liu Sissy rushed over and shouted in panic, this is the 32nd floor. Do you have a death wish? He activated mental focus and used Shadow Flame to cling tightly to the outer wall. A pitch-black ribbon of dark energy immediately wrapped around the glass panel below. The young man grabbed it and successfully fixed his body against the glass. Amazing. Even on a wall this smooth, it did not wobble at all. The only problem was that controlling it was still a little difficult. Ji Jing climbed down slowly, pouring every bit of focus into each movement. One tiny slip, and he would drop straight into the abyss below. In the end, he landed safely. Good thing his hands had not slipped halfway down, or the consequences would have been absolutely disastrous. The moment his feet touched the ground, he ran into someone familiar. It was none other than his senior sister. Zhu Shan asked in shock, how in the world did you climb down from all the way up there? But right after that, her eyes suddenly sharpened as she sensed a dangerous presence closing in fast. Zhu Shan immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him away, saying in a low voice, follow me now. Liu Sissy chased after them from behind and shouted, stop right there. Don't run. The person on the other side ordered coldly, forget it, return at once. She was so exhausted that she could barely breathe and could only force out a reply. Understood. Every move they made had been captured clearly through the surveillance monitors. When Xu Wan saw that the young man was safe and unharmed, she finally let out a breath of relief. Linner walked over with a dark expression and gave a faint cold laugh. How interesting. Your little brother is actually a blessed one too. I suppose I did not investigate carefully enough before. Now I am truly curious. I wonder which strange god your brother is worshipping. A chill instantly surfaced in Xu Wan's eyes. Mixed with anger she was barely holding back. Oh, Peacekeeper, relax. From what I have observed, that God does not seem to intend to harm your brother for now, she asked coldly. And if one day he really does threaten my brother? Linner gently wrapped her arms around Xu Wan's waist. She answered without the slightest hesitation. When that time comes, I and the entire Flower Goddess Society will stand with you and launch a crusade together. The target will be the great lord of the celestial rainbow myriad flames. As for him, the group quickly got into a car and left the scene. Inside the car, Zhu Shan turned to her junior brother and asked, what exactly happened back there? Explain it to me. Who was the one chasing you? He explained, I was resting in my room when someone suddenly smashed through the wall and charged in. They attacked without saying a word. I was afraid they would wreck the hotel, and Huaner was lying beside me getting cosmetic treatment, so I had no choice but to lead them outside. Zhu Shan was so angry that she knocked him several times. So you jumped down from that high up. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? He clutched his head and cried, Ow, sixth senior sister, I know I was wrong. Just then, Zhu Shan saw Kinkyo hand something to her. She paused slightly and asked, What is this? She looked at the leaf in her hand, and her expression turned serious. The ones who hunted you down, could they be from the Flower Goddess Society? He nodded and admitted it. They wanted me to become a blessed one of the Flower Goddess Society. Zhu Shan's face immediately darkened. The Flower Goddess Society. Looks like what was meant to come has finally arrived. He vaguely guessed something and asked, Senior sisters, did you two already know the Flower Goddess Society would target me? Zhu Shan hurriedly denied it. We are not immortals who can predict everything, Master, and we only mentioned this possibility before. Master said you were getting stronger and stronger. So many organizations would definitely try to recruit you. That is why he told us to keep an eye on you and take better care of you. She quickly added, Oh, but let me say this first. We absolutely were not stalking you on purpose. He thought to himself that it did make sense, especially with Yuking. She had come up with the idea of pulling him to her side so quickly. He continued asking, Then did Master leave any other instructions? That Flower Goddess Society definitely will not give up easily. Zhu Shan gave a soft cough. Ahem. Blushing, she said quietly, Master told you to move into my house for now. He was surprised. Your house? But inwardly, he thought that he had always known Sixth Senior Sister was rich, yet he never expected her home to be in Wind City. He said worriedly, Sixth Senior Sister, the opponent is the Flower Goddess Society. What if your whole family gets dragged into this? Zhu Shan answered proudly, They want to touch my family. They do not have the guts. Right at that moment, the car slowly came to a stop in front of the gate. Zhu Shan led everyone inside and said with a smile, Welcome to my home. He stared wide-eyed at the grand ancient residence before him. Sixth Senior Sister, you really are the legendary rich lady. The young man sighed inwardly. Sixth Senior Sister had once called herself a super rich lady, and she had casually given him a long saber worth 20 million. He had thought she was exaggerating, but it turned out every word was true. He followed behind her and asked, Senior Sister Zhu, if your family is this rich, why did you still go to Provincial City? Were you returning to the countryside to experience ordinary life? Zhu Shan replied, More or less. But the way you said it sounds really weird. She said, Before he passed away, my father said Provincial City was our family's dragon-blessed homeland, and he made all of us siblings stay there for a while. Strangely enough, after we arrived in Provincial City, each of my siblings met a benefactor one after another. Bai Cheng Shang Tang Tang Di, and I even entered the sect of Lei Qi of the Long family. Calling it a dragon-blessed land may not be baseless after all. He was secretly shaken as he listened. Her ancestors dared to describe Provincial City with the words dragon-blessed, so that place had to be far from ordinary. A small city was hiding that many crouching dragons and hidden phoenixes. Although he still did know her exact strength, Yuking was definitely terrifying. And that was not even counting the dragon sect leader and Ning Fenghuan, the incarnation of Buster. He could not help thinking that if these families and forces all kept their eyes on him, what kind of monster would he be twisted into in the future? Zhu Shan reminded him, Junior brother, we are at the training room. He looked around in surprise. This whole row of buildings is made up of training rooms. She opened the door and answered calmly, What else did you think it was? She introduced it to him. This training room is extremely sturdy, so you can go all out without worrying about breaking anything. If you are only practicing basic cultivation methods, I suggest using the backyard. It is wider and has better airflow. If you still think this is not enough, he took her hand and promised seriously, It is enough. More than enough. Thank you, Sixth Senior Sister. You can rest assured. Zhu Shan's cheeks instantly flushed bright red, and her entire body seemed to freeze for a brief moment. She blushed, turned away, and hurried off. In that case, Senior Sister Meng and I will go to bed first. You should rest early too. Tomorrow morning, when it is time to eat, I will come call you. When only the two of them were left in the room, Huaner asked softly, Are we being kept by your sixth senior sister or what? Shaijing answered awkwardly, Please stop saying that. I feel like that is exactly what is happening. It was deep into the night, and hazy moonlight slipped through the window frame, draping the room in a cold, ghostly layer. Seeing his expression sink, Huaner quickly asked, What is wrong? Are you unhappy? Shijing spoke slowly. Huaner, tell me, is there really only one person who can receive an evil god's blessing? She was a little surprised. Normally, yes, that should be the case, but why are you suddenly asking about this? Or are you worried about your older sister? He nodded and admitted it. If the blessed one is unique, then why did that girl claim the same thing, and even invite me to become blessed? No matter how much I think about it, I cannot make sense of it. But if those people dare touch even a single hair on my sister's head, I will fight them with everything I have, all the way to the end. Huan Er answered in a gentle voice, then do what you want to do. No matter which path you choose, I will stand on your side. He picked up his phone, and his eyes immediately locked onto the screen. He suddenly realized that since the flower goddess cult was a heretical sect in the government's eyes, White Fang had to possess intelligence on them. As he stepped out into the bustling district, several boldly dressed girls immediately came over to tease him. Hey, little brother, come have some fun. Our place is very exciting. The young man stopped in front of a strange location and thought to himself, White Fang's taste really is hard to understand. Who puts a base in a place like this? But Chu Dao's coordinates really are here. The message Su Ren had sent earlier surfaced clearly in his mind. After going inside, press the bell button at the counter several times in a 31 rhythm. Someone will guide you then. So he followed the instructions exactly. The receptionist handed him a room card and muttered, blessed one. Those White Fang people are getting more arrogant by the day. He frowned in suspicion. Why make everything so secretive? Does it really need to be this complicated? Is White Fang not supposed to be an organization under the government? Why does the way they operate look exactly like some underground force hiding in the shadows? Could there really be a trap waiting behind that door? He took a deep breath, then opened the door he had been directed to. Looking at the empty space inside, he froze for a moment. So this is just a base after all. No, wait, what exactly was I expecting just now? Su Ren stepped out to receive him and asked directly, what information do you want about the flower goddess cult, their personnel structure, main activity sites, or their actual movement schedule? He immediately demanded, I want all of it, especially every movement they have made in Wind City over the past 3 days. She guessed the problem right away. What happened? Did they piss you off? He answered in an icy voice, you could say that. Su Ren continued asking, then what do you plan to do next? He replied, I do not have a concrete plan yet. Everything depends on the intelligence you give me. Su Ren calmly stated her condition. I can hand the intelligence over to you, but in exchange, you have to help me with something. He instantly became wary. What kind of thing? Do not tell me you want me to sacrifice myself, or do something illegal. Su Ren glanced at him like she was silently warning him. What nonsense are you imagining? She reassured him, relax, this is legitimate business, and it will not harm you. Hearing that, he finally eased up. Fine, then go ahead and tell me. Su Ren revealed, the flower goddess cult is an evil god sect rooted in Wind City. The evil god they worship is called the Lord of the Heavenly Rainbow and 10,000 Flames. Their leader is a woman around 35, and her real identity is still unknown. During this period, they have been frantically searching for your sister. Even worse, Xu Wan may very well have already fallen into their hands. He clenched his fists, his voice thick with killing intent. So everything really is just as I predicted. She continued, Xu Wan was originally one of our key targets. The file we collected clearly states, Xu Wan, female, 20 years old, student in the botany department of Wind City University, blessed one. Thanks to her, we uncovered quite a few of the flower goddess cult's secrets. He questioned her in frustration. You knew perfectly well that she was my older sister, and you still just stood by and watched. Su Ren explained with a serious expression, it is not that we did not want to save her, but that we cannot save her recklessly. This is exactly what makes the flower goddess cult so difficult to deal with. He frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? She answered, other evil god sects usually have only one blessed one, so even if we do not intervene immediately, it may not cause major consequences. But the flower goddess cult is different. Every single one of their believers is blessed. Hearing that, he could not hide his shock. All of them are blessed ones. She confirmed it. That is right. Once they are cut off from the nourishment of the Lord of the Heavenly Rainbow and 10,000 Flames, they will die immediately. I am truly sorry, but this is the only way for us to keep investigating. Please trust me. As soon as we find the place where they worship the evil god, the first thing we do will absolutely be rescuing your older sister. He sighed. I am the one who should apologize. I was too impulsive just now. If there is anything I can do to deal with the flower goddess cult, or anywhere you need me, just say it. Xu Ren replied crisply, I will. She raised her hand to touch the device ring, her fingers moving quickly across it. Then I will not bother with polite words anymore. A top-secret notification immediately appeared. 3 days ago, someone discovered a new boundary shrine in the northern area of the 5th Urban District. To prevent the contamination from spreading, White Fang immediately assembled an investigation team as soon as we received the report. But the problem is, no one can enter. He immediately asked, "What do you mean, no one can enter? Is there a barrier or shield blocking the way?" Su Ren replied, "It is still unclear. The underground zone there has fused with another world, causing every law of physics inside to fall into complete chaos. Gravity can suddenly appear and vanish, while the flow of time speeds up and slows down at random. Ordinary people who step inside can barely endure it. It was not until yesterday that White Fang temporarily identified the conditions required to enter this underground zone. The first condition is a biological age under 18. The second condition is still unidentified data, but our initial guess is that it is related to natural organisms." Xi Jing immediately figured out that natural organisms referred to people whose bodies had never been physically modified. Su Ren explained that it was not exactly that simple. Based on the current assessment, anyone carrying an anomalous entity, anyone who had used forbidden drugs, or anyone who had undergone reconstructive surgery could not enter that place. He understood at once. So that was why they had come to him. She admitted it, saying he only needed to pick a hidden corner inside and install their screen there. The young man asked again, could they really not find anyone else? Xuren answered with a headache, saying they actually could, but their side did not exactly get along with that department. He immediately realized the truth, so they were asking him to act because they wanted to save face. He turned to leave, thanking her for telling him so much today. But sorry, he was just an ordinary person, and he was about to enter a competition, so this was too dangerous for him. Suren hurriedly shot to her feet and called after him. Wait, were you not looking for a divine object? My superiors have authorized me, so I can pay you in advance right now. God 800-foot pole. Since you can absorb divine objects, you must understand the value of this thing. He took the 100-foot pole from her hand and thought to himself, of course he understood it all too well. The item information appeared. God 508, 100-foot pole C rank, absorbable status. Effect: if the owner keeps using it for 72 hours, this divine object will grow by 1 foot, and the owner's ability in that action will be multiplied. Note: a great figure once used this item to complete an ascension. Limitation: each person may use it only once. He was secretly thrilled. The existence of version A in the original story had already doubled his training efficiency. If this thing was added on top of that, so this was the so-called 100-foot pole, taking one step further after reaching the top. Its pull was just too strong. Fine, in any case, he would still need the Bai family's help later with his sister's matter. He asked with burning momentum, when do we leave? Suren replied, would tonight work? He nodded calmly, no problem. But first, I need to go home and let my family know. Suren pulled open a drawer. Right, I almost forgot, this is something Yu King asked me to pass on to you. He looked curiously at the small wooden box. Why would Chief Wu give me this? She shook her head, saying she did not know. Yu King only said he might need it, and gave no further explanation. He set the time, saying, fine, then I will head back first. See you again in an hour. He immediately returned to the house in Bamboo Mountain. When he saw the gift inside, he could not help comparing it. This pair of glasses looked a lot like the regular God 2080 model. What exactly did Yu King give this to him for? He tried putting the glasses on. Could they also have the same effect as the ordinary glasses, making the wearer less noticeable? At that very moment, the lenses began to operate. A 3D model of the entire structure instantly appeared, leaving him stunned. What was this? While he was still confused, a figure walked over, and a crisp voice rang out. Si Jing. Long time no see, he cried out in shock. Chief Wu, are you inside my consciousness? Yu King revealed that the model of glasses he was wearing was called the Margot 285 Phantom. The me you are seeing is only a reflected image of myself. He immediately understood. So that was how it worked. Yu King continued, honestly, I am very glad you accepted this mission. He froze. Wait, how do you know I accepted the mission? Have you been monitoring me this whole time? Yu King asked in return, have you ever wondered why Suren targeted you so precisely? Why were the conditions of that underworld passage so exact, restricting entry to those under 18 and to natural organisms? He was still at a loss. What exactly are you trying to say? She answered, because the place down there has been waiting for you from the start. There is a condition inside, and that thing belongs only to you. He sat down in a chair and asked, what belongs to me? Yu King revealed that she could sense an extremely powerful divine object there, though she still did not know exactly what it was. But I know I am not the only one targeting it, he asked suspiciously. You did not call me here just to say all this, did you? She confirmed, of course not. I came to tell you the proper way to use the 100-foot pole. He took out the pole. Is it not just a training tool that lets one round of practice count as two? She answered, that is only the description in the database. Its true use is to refine and unlock talent. Talent is also a kind of passive skill, and my talent is sensing divine objects. He wondered curiously if the 100-foot pole could really be upgraded. How far would its effects transform? Yu King's figure gradually faded. Looks like you already have an idea. After you enter that place, you must be careful. He hurriedly called out, wait, you still have not told me exactly how to use it. Immediately afterward, he returned to the original space. So he had come back. If the panel skill could be upgraded, then skills like Ashura Saber Intent and Weapons Mastery should be no problem either. In short, he had to test it first. He activated Contemplation to dig up more information, then discovered that Ashura Slaughter Field, also known as obeying Heaven's mandate of knowing, meant that once Heaven wanted someone to know, he had no choice but to know. So there was actually a form of Saber Intent above even Ashura, and that saber art was called Heaven's Will Saber. A series of notifications appeared, special power detected, specialization conditions met, and it can be contemplated and specialized into a new skill. Do you want to specialize it? He did not hesitate and immediately chose to accept. The notification updated. Specialization successful. The skill Contemplate Death transformed into True Contemplate Death. Level 4, progress 468 out of 4000. Seeing the pole in his hand suddenly stretch longer, Qi Jing felt a secret thrill. So it really had changed. True visualization, huh? Could his previous ability have been only the tip of the iceberg? Just then, a sharp pain split through his head, as if a hammer had come crashing straight down on it. Fragments of chaotic memories surged through his mind. What was happening? It felt like someone was trying to tear his soul apart piece by piece. His consciousness was dragged into a pitch-black void, while a blinding golden light erupted from his own body. Wait, where was this? He had clearly taken off the glasses already. What exactly were those golden, glittering things in front of him? He immediately sensed that something was wrong. They felt like part of his own body. Could it be that after the system upgraded, this power would truly rip him apart? It had only gone up by one level, so why did his body feel like it was about to shatter? But as long as he could find a way back to his original state, maybe there was still a chance to salvage this. He quickly realized that he could not go back. He closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. First, he had to stay clear-headed. Visualization had been upgraded, so maybe he could still use this ability to do something. He had to remember. Remember who he was. Remember the true shape he originally possessed. He dug deep into his memories. I am Qi Jing, 18 years old, once a student at the provincial high school, focused on martial arts training. I have not gone to school in a long time. Through martial arts, I met many people who share my path. Right now, I am very happy. No, that is wrong. Saijing is only an avatar. I came from another world and I brought a cheat with me. Whether it was training in martial arts or growing stronger, everything revolved around one single goal. He never wanted to live another miserable life again. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the bedroom. He let out a relieved breath, overjoyed. It worked. He had finally returned. His body suddenly felt noticeably lighter, and his control over force became far more real and stable. His hair stood straight up. He immediately wanted to test his new strength. Sure enough, force had spread through all 4 of his limbs. Now he could control his hair as naturally as he controlled his arms and legs. He looked toward the ball lying on the floor. What if he tried a different object? The moment his thought moved, his whole body trembled slightly. The ball immediately floated into the air. He was beyond excited. Sure enough, he could do it. What visualization? What true mechanism? This was clearly a superpower straight out of a fantasy world. Just then, Huaner saw him and called out, Qi Jing. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, didn't you say you had urgent business and needed to go out? Why are you still here? His gaze immediately flicked toward her. He softly called Huaner's name, then suddenly saw the true body behind her. Wait, Huaner was clearly in her cat form, yet he could now see straight through to her true essence. A system notification rang out. Someone has developed worshipful faith toward you. Art experience points increased by 1026. He froze. Worshipful faith. What was that supposed to mean? What exactly was this notification saying? The phone on the bed suddenly rang. The moment he answered, the voice on the other end said, it's time. I'm waiting for you outside the door. He replied at once, I'll be right out. He turned to Huaner and said, I'm heading out first. He rubbed her head and gently reminded her, be good and wait at home for me to come back. After that, he picked up the saber. Then he slung the backpack over his shoulder and walked straight toward the door. Only Juana remained in the room, but in her eyes, the person who had just stood before her was clearly still Si Jing. Then why did she feel so strangely unsettled? It was as if she had just stood before a true god. The next morning, the whole squad boarded a helicopter and left the base. Xu Ren handed him a watch and said, "All data related to the border zone has been synced into this." She added, "Go ahead and check it first." He evaluated it in silence. At a glance, this area did not seem too dangerous. But if Yu King's warning about hidden enemies was true, then the situation was different. He spoke up, "I have one request." Xu Ren replied, "Go ahead." He said seriously, "If I die, you must bring my body back to the provincial city within 7 days." Xu Ren had not yet understood why when he frowned and repeated himself, "You don't even understand the 7-day first morning?" Xu Ren was left speechless, and in the end she could only nod. "Fine, I still don't really get it, but I will report it to the higher-ups." He calculated silently. Twin lives was his final layer of insurance. If something really happened, as long as his corpse was brought out, he could revive immediately in the outside world without worrying about being swallowed by the violent killing aura. The information for the Twin Lives skill appeared. Passive effect grants 2 lives. After death, the user may freely choose a revival time within 7 days. Cooldown, 70 days. The helicopter shook violently. He gripped the handrail tightly and asked, "Are we about to land?" Xu Ren answered with a grave expression, "We can't keep flying. If we go any deeper, the gravity of falling blade will drag us down." He casually glanced out the window. He immediately spoke up and reported, "Xu Ren, there is someone down below." Si Jing glanced down, getting the feeling that the other guy had been standing there, waiting for them for a long time. He reread the man's file, Yuan Tai 18 male, from the Red Lotus Fire Mountain School, with a background in the martial world that was anything but ordinary. The young man was a little surprised. So this was him. Xu Ren sighed and asked, "Do you still remember when I mentioned the department that is hardest to mess with? It is a special branch, made up entirely of hand-picked martial artists. Yuan Tai is the brightest genius among the younger generation of that branch. The Red Needle staff was originally prepared for his training, but in the end, our side one step faster." The young man frowned and asked, "He just comes straight to our door like this, and he is not afraid of dragging trouble back to his department?" She answered wearily, "It would be great if he knew fear. In the office, he is famous for being arrogant and bullying others, so almost no one dares provoke him." Not wanting to get dragged into that mess, he said in advance, "Do not pull me into your internal resource dispute. Once we arrive, I am getting off. If he starts trouble, handle it yourself." But if things were that simple, there would be nothing to talk about. As the helicopter prepared to land, the young man was already standing by the cabin door, his cold gaze fixed below. Yuan Tai stood below with his arms crossed, shouting in an arrogant voice, "Get down here and duel me to decide who is better." As she landed with him, Xu Ren reminded him in a low voice, "I know your backing is powerful, but a martial artist's road must ultimately be walked with his own fists." She hesitated, then advised him about that. "Young Master Ning, we are about to carry out a mission, so can we put this aside for now?" Yuan Tai immediately raised his voice, his expression displeased. "Put it aside." He patted the young man's shoulder and sneered, "That is absolutely impossible." The young man flicked his hand away in disgust. "I am only the operative carrying out a mission in the border region. What exactly do we have to do with each other?" Yuan Tai immediately spoke as if it made perfect sense. "How is it unrelated? The higher-ups gave that thing to you, which proves that in their eyes, you are stronger than me. But I refuse to accept it. If you have the ability, defeat me and prove you deserve the Red Needle staff." He pointed at Yuan Tai in annoyance and asked, "Xu Ren, is there something wrong with this guy's head?" She sighed and answered, "The only way is to treat him like he is sick and stay away from him." The young man took off his backpack. "Fine, if you want to fight, then fight, but do not block me from entering the boundary zone. Let us make this quick." In his heart, he was thinking that although he said that, he had no idea how powerful that branch's backers were, so it was better to stop at the right time and avoid escalating things. Yuan Tai had been waiting for exactly that, and his aura instantly flared fiercely. "Good, then let me show you my true strength." Before the words had even finished, the young man had already rushed right up in front of him. A merciless punch shot out, sending his opponent flying straight back. The young man brushed the dust off his shoulder and asked, "Can I go now?" Inwardly, he was also shocked by how terrible that strength was. The most outstanding junior is only at this level. On the helicopter, one member asked nervously, "Captain, are you really not stopping young Master Ning? If he gets beaten miserably, we will definitely be scolded so badly when we get back that we will not dare raise our heads." Xu Ren remained very calm. "Relax, young Master Ning is not weak. Since he dared to come here on his own, he must have prepared something." After that first loss, young Master Ning became even angrier. Both his hands blazed with firepower as he pressed them hard into the ground. Defeating him would probably not be as easy as before. Seeing this technique for the first time, the young man could not help feeling curious. What is this thing? Looking at his opponent wrapped in flames, the young man quietly judged him. An anomalous entity combined with a special school, huh? It really does look pretty bizarre. For the moment he made a decision, since I do not know its real power yet, I may as well try facing it head on first. Two fists carrying violent force collided directly with each other. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. The young man's whole body was forced to slide backward by the recoil. Yuan Tai raised his head arrogantly and asked, "See that? This is the power of the Fire Mountain variant body." Scared now. Faced with that provocation, he only gave a faint smile, because he still had not used his true specialty. Twin perception speed activated at once, and he quickly figured out the reason. So this was a new martial body system forcibly created through forbidden medicine. At first, Yuan Tai was surprised when he saw the young man's figure suddenly vanish. While he was still confused, the young man had already appeared beside him and lightly touched his body. "Hey buddy, do you have a fever?" Yuan Tai instinctively swung a fist to counterattack, but the young man dodged it with ease. He commented calmly, "Your technique is too simple, and once your force is redirected, you do not even have a follow-up variation. Looks like force pushed out by forbidden medicine is basically very hard to control precisely." Hearing that, Yuan Tai's eyes looked ready to spit fire. "Damn it, you dare insult me." His voice remained as calm as drifting clouds and flowing water. "I am only telling the truth." Yuan Tai suddenly seemed to grasp some profound truth and his cheeks flushed in an unnatural way. Right after that, Yuan Tai unexpectedly dropped to his knees. His eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at the young man with worship. "Brother Jing, that move just now was incredible. Can you teach me a little?" The young man froze. What the hell is going on? A string of system notifications rang out one after another. "You have just experienced a battle. Body tempering experience, plus 337. Your mood is relaxed. Health cultivation experience, plus 138. Someone has developed worshipful faith in you. Charm experience, plus 326. Skill awakened, faith blessing. Hidden dragon force experience, plus 332. Combat experience, plus 369. The skill effect is that when you stare at someone, you can turn the target into a believer." He helplessly held his forehead, never expecting there to be such a bizarre effect. Yuan Tai was still worshipfully hugging his leg, while Xu Ren had begun questioning reality. He thought to himself, this effect is obviously way too much. For now, dragging along another fanatic like this would only create more trouble. Right then, Yuan Tai seemed to suddenly remember something. He sprang up quickly. "I almost forgot, Brother Jing. You still have a mission, so I will not bother you anymore." The young man immediately realized that faith formed in such a short time was almost impossible to reverse, so he absolutely had to be more careful in the future. Xu Ren frowned as she watched Yuan Tai leave. "What is going on? Why did he just walk away?" The young man had no idea how to explain it either. "How should I know?" She rummaged through her bag, preparing to give him supplies. "You just fought him, so your force must have been consumed quite a bit. I have force recovery medicine here, so if you feel your force running low later, remember to use it right away. There is also this righteousness essence, which can save your life in danger, plus monitoring and signal devices." Holding a pile of gear, he secretly sighed in his heart. "I cannot rely on this too much. If something truly major happens, the best choice is still to run first." A cold alert rang out. Ding. Boundary zone data for hour 278 has been updated. Warbling Falls temporarily registers an outer perimeter of 2027.3 square kilometers and an inner region of 5,300 square kilometers. Xu Ren froze for a second at the abnormal scale of this place. The screen immediately switched to a warning panel. Entry conditions verified. Participants must be natural humans with a biological age not exceeding 63313 days. On December 2, a suspected divine object appeared, coded Go-1005. Both of them were shaken. For an ordinary boundary zone to produce a top-tier divine object, no matter how you looked at it, this sounded like the omen of an otherworld disaster. Shi Jing propped up his chin and thought, Go-1005, huh? I have heard of that thing before. He remembered asking Yu King half a month earlier. "Boss, I have a question. Why are the highest-ranked divine objects valued like supreme treasures? With our current clearance, we can only view the names of the top 300 divine objects on the list." Back then, she answered very quickly, because those things have already gone beyond all normal logic. Yu King once made a comparison. If this world is an extremely precise blueprint, then a divine miracle is like a child's wild scribble, suddenly ruining the entire order of that drawing. The young man immediately asked back, "No matter how abnormal it is, doesn't it still have to follow some kind of rule? Then why guard against it to that extent?" Yu King threw out a hypothesis. "If a divine object let you turn back time and redo your entire life from the beginning, would you risk everything to seize it? it. Hearing that, he immediately understood part of the problem. These divine objects were far too tempting. Yu King nodded slightly, confirming that among them, a few possessed powers capable of reshaping, or even destroying, the entire world. Imagine an antisocial inmate with a personality disorder getting his hands on one. As long as he clearly knew the detailed information about a divine treasure like that, the consequences would be no different from releasing a monster into a dungeon packed with ordinary people. Hearing this, his expression instantly darkened, and a clear sense of danger rose in his chest. She continued, "But if you are truly curious, I can reveal one thing to you." Back in the present, he repeated everything he had once heard. Yu King said Gaudiosen 5, the mirror world, is a reflection of reality that opens countless possibilities. Under its light, countless parallel worlds are continuously born from this very reality. Su Ren immediately realized this mission would be much harder to swallow than he had imagined. What happens if someone enters those parallel worlds? He gave the worst-case scenario. The person who enters will be trapped. Only by finding a flaw in that world and proving it is another illusion will they have a chance to return. Otherwise, they will be imprisoned inside forever. Xuren immediately tapped his wristband. "Sorry, this mission is temporarily cancelled. I will report to the higher-ups and have them reassess the danger level." But Shi Jing cut him off at once. "No need." The young man put on his gas mask, his voice calm. "I will finish the mission quickly." Before this, Yu King had hinted that the boundary zone below was already waiting for him. He wondered inwardly, "I want to see what she meant when she said there was something there that belonged only to me." Seeing him walk toward the gate without hesitation, Su Ren hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait." A bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I really get my hands on a top-ranked divine object, wouldn't this be the biggest score I have ever made? His hand pressed against the teleportation gate, which twisted like a magic riff. His body gradually dissolved into the light, leaving a heavy silence behind him. No one knew what was waiting on the other side of that gate. His entire body was wrapped in a dazzling sphere of energy, as if the system were dragging him into a hidden instance. After the teleportation, the scene before his eyes was unbelievably peaceful, with only a green meadow stretching beneath gentle sunlight. Cool, clear water flowed past, reflecting the sky like a giant mirror. His eyes widened slightly. Where is this place? The view before him was as beautiful as an immortal realm from a cultivation story. Who would have thought this was the very boundary zone that had just been flagged as dangerous? He took off his gas mask, unable to hide his surprise. From the outside, it was clearly just a ruined wasteland, yet the moment he stepped in, it turned into an earthly paradise. He rummaged through his backpack and forced himself to stay clear-headed. As much as he wanted to enjoy the scenery a little longer, the mission still came first. Most importantly, he had to survive. He planted a device into the ground. "First, I will set a checkpoint here, just in case this area undergoes any abnormal fluctuations." Only then did he feel safe enough to move deeper into that beautiful land. "The next point is up ahead. If I had known the boundary zone below looked like this, maybe I would not have needed to be so tense." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, instantly pulling all of his attention toward the distance. He looked over warily and saw a panicked girl fleeing, while behind her, a gigantic creature was chasing her in a frenzy. It was a disgusting long-tongued monster, hunting down a girl in a dress with tribal brocade patterns. He instantly guessed that she was probably a native of this region. The girl named Renia kept speaking in the language of her tribe, leaving him unable to understand a single word. Even so, just looking at the situation in front of him, he could roughly guess what was happening. He had no idea what the hell was going on, but she was clearly in danger. He immediately released black energy outward. "If I can save this girl, maybe I can dig out important information about the boundary zone." The stream of black energy shot forward like a venomous serpent and quickly invaded the monster's entire body. A notification updated at once. "Creature containing special divinity eliminated." He was as thrilled as if he had struck gold. Divinity plus 12. I did not expect killing this thing to grant divinity. He walked toward the girl, even more shocked inside. "This place is really full of surprises. I definitely need to ask her about it later," he asked in a gentle voice. "Hey, are you alright?" Seeing Renia's guarded expression, he immediately understood the problem. "Right, she probably does not understand my language at all." He then took out a translation earpiece and held it out toward her. He smiled in a friendly way, trying to look harmless. "Come on, put this on." First, he put one on his own ear as an example for Renia to watch. She copied him and put it on, then immediately understood his words. "Can you understand what I am saying now?" Renia touched her ear in shock. "It is on my ear, yet it can talk. This thing is amazing." He thought to himself that Suren's gear was actually useful after all. Then he introduced it. "This is just a small item from my homeland. As long as we wear it, we can basically communicate." Renia looked at him in surprise. "Someone from outside?" He raised a hand in greeting and calmly replied, "I am the one who just came through the gate." "And who are you?" She cautiously reached out and touched his hand, then said her name in a voice that was still trembling. "Renia." After that brief greeting, he pointed at the monster's corpse beside them and asked, "Renia, what kind of creature was that? In your homeland, do monsters like this appear often?" Renia did not hide a thing. She said outright that it was a vomit beast, a daruka branch that uses its own puke as an attack weapon. These monsters are densely packed in the southern jungles. The moment Shijing heard the words densely packed, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked if she could take him there, while his mind had already started calculating like crazy. One of them had given him 12 divinity points. If this young man wiped out 1,000,000 of them here, wouldn't he ascend to immortality on the spot? His abnormal excitement left Renia utterly confused. Though she did not understand him, she still pointed out the location. The forest was straight ahead, not very far. He immediately decided that the next scanner placement had to be inside that forest. As they walked, he kept asking questions. "She called that vomit beast a daruka, right?" Renia nodded and explained that they could tame daruka into pets, using them for labor, hunting, battle, and protecting their masters. Hearing that, the young man wondered whether these pets could evolve. He went on to ask whether, besides that forest, there was any place with even more daruka of the vomit beast species, or if there were any creatures stronger than them. Renia thought for a moment, then blurted out that if they were talking about something stronger, there were only dragons. The moment he heard dragons, he froze and asked in shock whether dragons could also be captured as pets. Renia's face went pale when she heard that. She quickly denied it, saying of course they could not, because dragons were the most sacred daruka in this land. She said that according to legend, the entire dragon race was descended from the dragon god. In Renia's homeland, only shrine dancers acknowledged by the dragon god were qualified to become masters of dragons. He quietly mulled over ancient concepts like shrine dancers and the dragon god, feeling that the line between this other world and reality truly was worlds apart. He wondered whether this girl had any clues related to divine objects. Just then, Renia stopped, pointed ahead, and said they had arrived. Before them, a massive waterfall thundered down in raging torrents. Renia warned him in a serious voice that he had better not go in, because the dragon god resided inside. He listened closely to every warning. Renia pointed toward the waterfall and said a dragon's aura was extremely volatile, and the slightest disturbance would send it into a rage. She brought up an old incident, saying that a stranger once dared to steal a dragon egg, only to be struck by lightning and burned so black that his original shape could no longer be recognized. At that very moment, the top of the distant waterfall suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. He glanced over and quietly reminded her that the dragon god's lair she mentioned seemed to have just been blown wide open. Renia stood frozen in place, her entire body going numb as if her soul had left her. Above the waterfall's upper reaches, a colossal dragon was churning through the sky, with lightning roaring nonstop around its body. The two of them immediately climbed to a higher position to observe the entire battlefield. With just one look, Renia recognized them as dragon hunters from her country. He activated his vision and instantly discovered that those people really were surrounding and hunting the dragon. Renia grabbed his hand in panic and begged him, saying those people wanted to kill the dragon god and use its golden blood to forge weapons. He frowned and asked what was so special about weapons made from blood gold. She explained that the golden blood flowing inside the dragon race was condensed thunder, and even a single drop was enough to forge a weapon powerful enough to split stone in half. Renia's voice shook with fury. She said those lunatics would do anything to become stronger, and even though they knew killing the dragon god could destroy the world, they were not afraid at all. Hearing that, a chill shot down his spine. If the dragon god died and this world collapsed, wouldn't he be trapped in this other world forever? With that thought, the young man understood that he had to stop them. He swept his color-shifting eyes straight across the battlefield, watching that majestic dragon unleash wave after wave of terrifying shock. He silently judged that the hunters would not be able to succeed easily for the time being. He continued observing the dragon hunter squad, and found that their strength was not weak at all, and their teamwork was extremely tight. If he charged in head-on, danger would be guaranteed. He quickly locked onto a large boulder behind the group of natives as a hiding spot. For now, he had to get closer, then look for a chance to disrupt their formation. He needed more information, so he asked whether dragon hunters had any weaknesses. Renia immediately thought of their axes and said that if there was a weakness, it would be their weapons. After each shot, they needed to recharge for a while before they could attack again. To him, that information was no different from the key to breaking the situation, so he only nodded slightly and said he understood. Below, the enraged dragon roared, its voice like thunder exploding at the intruders who dared invade its territory. Sola, the leader of the dragon hunting squad, immediately gave an order. Position 3, suppress the left wing, and Luo, get ready to move. She confidently spun the weapon in her hand and answered with a cold smile that she had been ready for ages, Captain. And they only needed to bring this one down. and Luo's drill-shaped weapon released a terrifying surge of energy, and she did not forget to demand that, once they returned, she had to be treated to the strongest liquor available. The drill roared and shot straight toward the dragon hide, which was as tough as a fortress wall. That weapon slammed into the dragon's claw like it was drilling through metal, and Luo shouted proudly that she had torn it open, then ordered them to fire the anchor chain. The anchor head shot out at once, biting even deeper into the dragon's claw. 2 points on the dragon's body were locked down and attacked at the same time. A violent surge of energy suddenly erupted around its body. Sola immediately warned everyone to focus, because the divine withering state was about to appear, and Luo retreated to the side of the formation and urged everyone to hurry up and prepare all the siphon machines. Hiding behind the large boulder right behind them, he curiously asked what the divine withering state was. Rinia explained that it was the moment before a dragon species declined, when the spiritual power inside its body suddenly skyrocketed. Golden blood harvested at that moment would be of the most flawless quality, and Luo excitedly hugged a container and rushed forward, shouting that first come meant first served, and the first drop would definitely belong to her. The spiritual power from the dragon's body suddenly transformed into invisible blades, sweeping outward in layer after layer. Sola immediately sensed something was wrong and yelled that this was bad. Everyone retreat, this was not divine withering, but the fury state. And Luo froze halfway there, and the arrogance on her face was instantly replaced by tension. She hurriedly turned and ran, screaming as she fled about why they had not said that sooner. Si Jing had been waiting for this exact moment, his eyes locked on the battlefield ahead. He flicked his finger lightly, and a tiny pebble instantly tore through the air. The flaskin in Luo's hand was knocked away in the blink of an eye. She lost her balance and crashed down onto the dust-covered ground. The surging wave of spiritual power had already rushed right beneath Enluo's feet. Blinding golden light shot up into her face, making Enluo turn pale as she trembled and screamed, "No, don't come any closer." Enluo's entire body was swallowed by the scorching stream of spiritual power, burning like raging flames. The pebble kept changing direction, shooting straight toward the two remaining hunters. Sola instantly went on guard and roared, "Who's there? Get out here now." Seeing this young man step out while even raising a hand in greeting, he gritted his teeth and snapped, "Who the hell are you?" Sola's hand shook with fury as he growled, "You dared attack my teammate." One of his eyes flashed with icy killing intent, making it clear he no longer planned to spare anyone. A violent burst of force cleaved downward, ripping a long, shallow trench through the ground. The ground beneath his feet exploded, and he immediately sprang high into the air to dodge, secretly stunned by that terrifying power. Below him, Sola looked half-mad, swinging his axe as he charged forward with the momentum of a monster. Facing that relentless chain of attacks, the young man felt a chill crawl up his spine. He kept retreating, quickly realizing this guy's strength was at least 3 times his own. If he fought head-on, he definitely would not last more than 10 moves. A few drops of fresh blood splashed out, and he immediately activated his special vision. He glanced toward the dragon, silently calculating that the timing was almost perfect. Just as Sola poured all his strength into the finishing blow, he roared, "Go die." The young man had finally stalled long enough, and everything lined up down to the last second. A raging stream of lightning thundered down from above, striking Sola directly. His entire body was scorched by the lightning, leaving him covered in jagged black burns. Sola lost consciousness completely and collapsed backward like a hunter who had just been punished by the system. He let out a breath of relief, thinking to himself that this had truly been way too dangerous. He stepped forward to calm it down. "Dragon God, it's all right now, everything is okay." But then he saw the dragon god holding a mass of power in its mouth, its eyes still fixed on him with open hostility. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have delivered himself straight into the tiger's jaws. Si Jing had barely closed in when lightning struck straight down onto him, making him grit his teeth and roar, "Hey, I came here to save you." For now, he had no choice but to retreat. Rinia hurriedly explained that Lord Dragon God was still in divine wrath, but his mind remained clear, so maybe he would calm down soon. Facing that relentless assault, fierce as a thunderstorm, he was briefly shaken, but he also knew he could not keep dodging like a weakling forever. Rinia immediately offered the only option, "Unless you can somehow control Lord Dragon God." He cut her off at once, feeling the idea was absurd. How could any human possibly control an existence that powerful? But after observing more carefully, he noticed something was off. The lightning it released was weaker than before, so the earlier group must have drained a lot of its stamina. If that was true, then as long as he got a little closer, he might be able to find this god-tier monster's weakness. He immediately activated Shadow Flame, releasing all the dark power around his body. Right after that, he shot toward the dragon god, like a black arrow tearing through the wind. From his palm, a ribbon of shadow flame blasted straight outward. The black fire clung tightly to the dragon's scales, letting him borrow the force and launch himself upward. He successfully latched onto the dragon god's body, and his heart instantly cheered. Great, it is absorbing. He gave a confident smile. Let's see how you manage to hit me with lightning this time. A system notification rang out at once. Divine matter detected. Beginning divinity extraction. A chain of notifications exploded inside his mind. Divinity +10, divinity continuing to rise without stopping. He froze in shock. Just touching it let him absorb divinity, and the speed was unbelievably fast. Just then, the dragon god suddenly beat its gigantic wings, and a violent gale surged up at once. It dragged him straight into the sky, forcing him to cling on tightly while he could not stop cursing. Renia stood below, stunned by the sight. She never expected things to turn out like this, with him actually riding Lord Dragon God into the sky. A strange voice suddenly sounded behind her. These borderland natives are not bad. They even managed to hunt an ultra-high-tier species. Renia instantly grew wary. Who is talking? That voice answered calmly. You may call me the person in the mirror. Renia was startled. The person in the mirror, but the one she had just mentioned came from the outside. The other party sounded slightly surprised. He truly came from outside the borderlands. Renia nodded and added, and his name is strange too. I think he is called Si Jing. The person in the mirror immediately became delighted at last. I have finally waited for you. A while later, the dragon god had dragged him in circles through the sky, as if sweeping him into a wild action scene. He was spun until his vision blurred and his head swam, thinking this thing's strength was terrifying. If this kept up, sooner or later he would be thrown off and die. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Maybe he could create something like Rains. He tried launching dark energy outward, though he still was not sure whether it would be tough enough to restrain the dragon god. Two bands of dark energy immediately wrapped tightly around the dragon god's mouth, like the reins of a beast tamer. He poured in his strength and yanked the two reins backward. After checking, he confirmed the durability was enough for now. The only problem was that his pulling force was still lacking. But the hard part could be handled by twinborn power, and the strength inside his body instantly surged. Under this new force of control, the dragon god's flight gradually stabilized, no longer thrashing wildly like it had at the start. A system notification rang out. You have successfully controlled the dragon god. Condition fulfilled. Riding skill activated. Riding level 1. Progress 0 out of 300. He was secretly thrilled. It worked. He looked at the next notification. But what does this skill actually do? The screen instantly displayed. Skill effects include balance, sense, and directional awareness. He evaluated inwardly. The balance alone feels completely different, like I am standing on flat ground. As for directional awareness, the effect was probably that from now on, he would never get lost again. He pulled the reins and forced the dragon god to change its flight path, finding it rather interesting. But this still was not the full power of the skill. The dragon god instantly came up with a vicious scheme. As long as it lowered its head and dove down, it could make the human on its back fall to his death. That strange voice rang inside his mind, making him instantly alert. Who is there? The dragon god was furious to the extreme. This noble dragon god was actually being ridden by a human creature, damn it. He immediately understood. So it is you talking. Right after that, the dragon god plunged headfirst toward the massive boulder below, roaring in its mind, go die. Its stubbornness only made him more interested. Not bad, this beast has some guts. Looks like I need to make you submit completely. He quickly estimated that this place was at least 5,000 meters above the ground. If they really fell, the dragon god might survive, but he would definitely be smashed to pieces. If he did not want to die, he had to leave the dragon god's back, but doing that would be no different from letting its plan succeed. So he had to find the right timing. One precise instant would be enough to turn the situation around. The distance to the ground grew shorter and shorter, and the pressure of death nearly crushed the breath from his chest. He tightened his grip on the reins, his eyes flashing. Now, the dragon god slammed hard into the ground, its gigantic head stabbing deep below as earth and stone shattered, then exploded in every direction. He seized the chance to jump off the dragon's back and landed safely on the ground amid the thick cloud of stone dust. The system kept popping notifications as Jie Jing maintained contact to tame the dragon god. Divinity rose by 327 points. Riding shot from level 0 to level 2, and after that brutal battle, Shadow Flame had clearly evolved as well. A new trait unlocked, Dragon Aura Resistance. Its effect against draconic pressure increased sharply, making him secretly thrilled, because this reward really was not bad at all. The dragon god's roar thundered out, as if it meant to crush every last shred of resistance. The young man frowned in irritation. Could it be that it still had not regained its reason? Hearing that cold threat, the dragon god finally lowered its head in submission. I offended you just now, so please forgive me in your generosity. curiosity, my master. That unexpectedly obedient attitude left him stunned for a moment. He even thought he had misheard. What had it just called him? Master? He withdrew all the black energy and thought to himself, forget it, he would count this as an unexpected gain. If he had not unleashed all of Shadow Flame just now, taming this monster would probably have been extremely difficult. Just then, a voice called out, Lord Dragon God. Renia, his believer, stepped out with worry on her face. Lord Dragon God, are you all right? He immediately felt that something was off. Hey, should you not be asking me first? The person in the mirror suddenly rushed over and hugged him, her voice full of concern. Of course I am worried about you too. Are you okay? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Does anything hurt? Do you want to eat dinner first or eat me first? The system instantly displayed a notification. Divine substance detected. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Who exactly are you? The girl smiled and introduced herself. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am the Mirror Dweller. In the language of you humans, that also means... Her next words froze him on the spot. Divine object Gauzen 5. He immediately denied it. Do not try to trick me. You are only a projection, so how could you possibly be a divine object? He tried placing a hand on her shoulder. Immediately, the system popped another notification. Divine substance detected. Divinity +3. Only then did he become half convinced and half doubtful. Divine substance for real? Could what she said actually be true? The notification continued updating, and divinity increased by another 3 points. But that tiny number only made him even more suspicious. With this little divinity, she dared to call herself a divine object. Even the cattail ring was stronger, so no matter how he thought about it, it made no sense. He said coldly, high-level divine objects have a natural connection with me. Do you really think I am that easy to fool? The Mirror Dweller sighed helplessly. Fine, I am actually the Mirror Dweller God 108. How boring. And you king even said you were an interesting person. He immediately asked, did she send you here? She lifted her nose with smug pride. Was it not because she said God Down 5's condition was unstable and asked me to come protect you that I showed up? He answered in a low voice. Whitefang only said they had found traces of it, but I never expected the situation to erupt this fast. The Mirror Dweller bragged with confidence. Godzone 5 is a divine object ranked in the top 10. Maybe before I even entered, this entire borderland had already been brought under its control. After you king learned the ranking of that divine object, she immediately told me to hurry over and find you. She also said that if I did not come, I could forget about ever leaving the mirror again. Just thinking about her angry face gives me chills. He silently judged that a divine object with human emotions was definitely not simple. Then he asked, fine, so what do we do next? The Mirror Dweller turned serious and replied, to be honest, I am dealing with a problem. At first, we believed Godzone 5 had not been activated yet. If everything had gone as expected, I would only need to take you out of the borderland, and that would be the end of it. He immediately questioned her. You mean you're being suppressed by Godzone 5? The Mirror Dweller nodded. That is right. Divine objects like us are just like you humans, with clear ranks between us. The Mirror World stands at the top of the Mirror series. Under its suppression, a lower-ranked being like me cannot use my abilities freely. He fell silent in thought, and yet she had just claimed she came to help. She pointed at the watch on his wrist. Normally I could slip into the face of your watch and hide there, but because it is suppressing me, I cannot do that right now. Unless we find the core of this borderland, then turn that power into our own. He remembered what Renia had once said. Those lunatics wanted to grow stronger so badly that even knowing killing the dragon god would collapse the whole world did not matter to them. Renia had firmly stated that once the dragon god died, this world would be destroyed too. He pointed toward the dragon god. Could it be the core of the borderland? The Mirror Dweller immediately looked unconvinced. Do not joke around. How could something that important be sitting right in front of us? Renia confirmed it seriously. Lord Dragon God is the core of this borderland. In disbelief, she pointed at the massive dragon before them. It is? Renia calmly replied. Yes. A calculating gleam instantly flashed in the Mirror Dweller's eyes. Then this is perfect. As long as I absorb it, the mirror world will no longer be able to imprison us. He immediately grabbed her wrist tightly, stopping her from acting. The Mirror Dweller struggled to break free. What are you doing? Let me go. He warned her coldly, please use your brain for once. If the core is destroyed, you understand what this world will become, right? If you kill it, that is no different from cutting off every escape route we have with your own hands. The Mirror Dweller asked dejectedly, then what do you say we should do? No matter what, we cannot stay trapped like this. He replied, you king once said that as long as we prove this world is an illusion, we can escape. He sank into thought. Godzone 5's state of existence was still a mystery. Did it have its own consciousness like her? It might even have already blended in secretly beside his companions. If that was true, a direct confrontation was not the best move. He had to play it smarter. The dragon god slowly stepped forward, lowered its head, and said, "Master, perhaps I can help you." He communicated silently. "Are you willing to give your power to her?" The dragon god replied, "Yes, my master." He was secretly delighted, because he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Then he asked the mirror dweller, "If I can help you become stronger, do you have a way to resist Go 1005? She was shocked. "With just you?" He changed the way he explained it. "Yes. More precisely, I will give you the dragon god's power. Since it has already agreed, we can give it a try." Long Chen grew worried at once, because Go 1005 was far too overwhelming. Even if she received more shared power, her odds in a head-on fight were still almost zero. The person in the mirror nodded in confirmation. Yes, Go 1005 stands at the very peak of the mirror system. Even if Long Chen transferred all of his power to me, it would still be like throwing an egg at a rock. Long Chen admitted it. She could only open a passage to Go 1005's true body, while the way to break this deadlock still depended on you. Xi Jing pointed at himself in shock. "Me?" The other party immediately replied, "Yes, master. If your divine item is used on her, the effect will definitely be much stronger." In that instant, a bold idea suddenly flashed through the young man's mind. He took out that item. Wasn't this the 100-chi pole? Looking at the shape-shifting pole in his hand, he was secretly amazed. This thing could actually turn an image into a physical entity. The 100-chi pole had clearly been used before, yet somehow it had returned to its original state. But no matter the reason, this was a heaven-sent chance. The young man quickly made up his mind. "Begin." Long Chen immediately bowed her head and obeyed. "Yaster." A stream of pure spiritual power instantly pierced into the forehead of the person in the mirror. The dragon's sharp claw gently touched her forehead. Surging spiritual power continued pouring straight into her. That energy was like a vein of light, flowing through both of their bodies. He gripped the pole tightly and poured spiritual power into it. The system immediately displayed a notification. Analyzing divine material. Divine item evolution initiated. As for the person in the mirror, her spiritual power suddenly erupted outward. Divinity plus 35. Her blue body gradually shifted into a brilliant golden hue. Countless tiny mirror shards burst apart as the energy exploded. Renia panicked and tried to rush toward the girl in the mirror, but he immediately stretched out his arm to stop her. "Wait a little longer." Glittering fragments scattered down onto the grass. Right after that, they automatically fused back together, making Renia cover her mouth in shock and cry out. The fragments are reassembling themselves. Each new part of the person in the mirror's body began to regenerate and connect. Before long, that body had reached a complete state. The person in the mirror stared at herself in a daze. "My body actually got bigger than before." He stepped forward with a serious expression and asked, "How do you feel now? Have you noticed any changes?" She closed her eyes and focused on sensing the energy flowing through her body. The person in the mirror's vision suddenly became farther and much sharper. The clarity was so astonishing that she could even see a tiny stone buried deep in the grass. The person in the mirror reported happily, "The link between me and the mirror surface has become much stronger. Now I can sense its location, and even lock onto the target." But right after that, she suddenly noticed something strange. "Wait, someone has already picked it up. It is the dragon traveler, but his condition looks extremely unstable." Seeing the emptiness in his eyes, Long Chen immediately realized that Go 1005 had corroded his consciousness. It seems the mirror world has sensed the danger. It is assimilating this entire green grassland, trying to trap everyone here until they die. He instantly understood the problem. "Just as I guessed, Go 1005 very likely has intelligence too. Can you resist its suppression now?" The person in the mirror replied, "I have not tested it in actual combat yet, but I can now use my abilities freely." When Renia heard that, she was overjoyed. "That's great." A series of system notifications exploded at once. "You have helped a divine item complete its evolution. Divinity plus 2000. Dragon Horn, divine skill not yet activated. Divinity required for activation, 2639 out of 500. Conditions have been met. Activate or not?" He was slightly surprised. "Oh, am I awakening a new ability right now?" The young man curiously examined the new skill. Dragon Horn was actually a skill whose effects were completely unpredictable. His finger touched the interface. Activation successful. Dragon Horn level 1. Divinity required for activation, 2139 out of 100. Effect: transform into the horn of a true dragon. Divine incarnation not unlocked. Unlock conditions. Divinity 139 out of 2000. Level reaches level 10. His gaze unconsciously flicked toward the other three people. Seeing all three of them staring at him wide-eyed, he was a little confused. "Huh? What is it? Why are you all looking at me like that?" They all cried out in shock at the same time. "On your head, is that a dragon horn?" He tried reaching up to touch his head, and a numbing jolt of electricity instantly shot into his fingertip. "Ow." Long Chen immediately reported the news. "Master, congratulations on obtaining a new power. The power of Dragon Horn comes from the resonance between divinity and the dragon bloodline within you. Try sensing the force flowing through your body. The power of Dragon Horn could control lightning. He felt the electric current running through his entire body and thought to himself, is this a lightning attribute ability? Long Chen continued to guide him. There is another type of ability as well. Master, please try checking it. He immediately fired a stream of lightning at the stone pillar beside him. The young man was a little disappointed. Is this just a rope made of lightning? Does it only work by locking objects in place? But right after that, the stone pillar in front of him was lifted into the air. Then it shattered into countless fragments, leaving him stunned. I do not think I used any strength. He continued firing lightning at a larger boulder. Then let's try this one too. The young man rubbed his chin, carefully watched the skill's effect, and gradually understood. So that's how it works. He could lift the entire massive boulder. It turned out he was not lifting it himself, but using the Dragon Horn skill to weaken the target's gravity. After that, Jijing casually tossed it down below. He channeled lightning into both legs, then suddenly wondered what would happen if he applied this move to his own body. Feeling his body being pushed upward by the electric force, he was secretly thrilled, so it really was possible to fly. Long Shen spoke up in praise, not bad at all. The other two girls cheered excitedly, amazing, now that is interesting. Looks like Yu King really was not lying. Suddenly, a tremor came from the distance, instantly throwing Renia into a panic. What just happened? He turned his head and looked toward the swarm of dragons roaring in from the horizon. Leading them was a dragon with an exceptionally mighty and imposing body. Long Shen immediately reported, Master, they were once my kin, but they have now been corrupted by God 1005 and turned into puppets of the mirror world. He asked again, is there any way to save them? It answered, the only path is to defeat them, then absorb the divinity inside them. Only then can they break free from the mirror world's control. He memorized every word, then said in a low voice, I understand. He ordered the woman in the mirror, you must always know your exact position inside the mirror world, and use every method to keep it from losing control. She immediately replied, understood. He activated two skills at the same time, Dragon Armor and Shadow Flame. Using Dragon Armor just to fly was way too wasteful. Looks like he still needed to find a proper mount, something worthy of a beast tamer. He locked onto one dragon, then said decisively chosen, it is this one. He instantly shot up into the sky. Shadow Flame surged, swiftly wrapping tight around the dragon's body. It let out a furious roar, the sound shaking the entire sky. He landed on the dragon's head and asked coldly, you want to help me free your kin too, do you not? Then cooperate with me. Right after that, a flood of notifications exploded. You have successfully tamed your second dragon. Experience points greatly increased. Riding skill increased from level 2 to level 4. The conditions have been fulfilled. A new skill has been activated, Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight level 1 0 out of 300. Skill effect, experience gained from dragon-type monsters is doubled. Seeing the dragon's condition gradually stabilize, he stood up, grabbed its horn, and asked, so this means you have accepted me, right? Directly across from him, a monster suddenly charged straight in. He immediately activated Dragon Armor and Shadow Flame at the same time. Coiling Dragon Thunder Crown erupted, crushing the monster into countless fragments with a single blow. A notification appeared, special creature carrying divinity eliminated. Divinity plus 58 points. He calculated silently. Earlier, taming just one dragon had earned him over 300 divinity. As expected, ordinary monsters simply could not compare to dragons. But if their numbers were terrifying enough, they could still create a qualitative change. 2 hours passed. After sweeping through wave after wave of monsters, the notifications kept updating. Hand-to-hand combat convol 8, 36, 63 out of 6,000. Fortified body level 10, 661 out of unknown. Health cultivation level 8, 544 her 2 out of 6,000. Precision aim level 8, 3596 out of 6,000. Sprint level 8, 2169 out of 6,000. Demonic arts level 10, 1,000 out of unknown. Culinary arts level 6, 2120 out of 3,000. He was starting to feel the fatigue. The experience was enormous. But if he kept fighting like this, he would burn out sooner or later. The notifications continued updating. Riding level 4, 499 out of 1,200. Acting skill level 5, 355 out of 2,000. Just then, the golden bracelet issued a warning. Gaozum 5 is making a move. That infected person is heading toward Renia. At that moment, Long Shen and Renia were still asleep. She slowly woke up, her eyes still clouded with drowsy confusion. When Renia saw the people in front of her, she froze on the spot. Because among that group, she recognized the most familiar faces of all, her father and mother. Why did everyone come here? At first, she had not sensed the danger at all and happily ran over. Did you come looking for me because you were worried? I am fine, and Lord Longshen is still completely safe too. A controlled person coldly shoved Renia aside. Move, we are going to kill Longshen. She cried out in confusion. Dad, do you know what you are saying? If Lord Longshen is killed, this world will be destroyed. Her mother sneered, her broken voice disturbingly eerie. So what? As long as Longshen dies, all of us will be freed. Renia finally realized something was wrong with their condition. Have all of you gone insane? Lord Longshen is the core of this world. How could he possibly be killed? She spread both arms wide and blocked their path. I absolutely will not let any of you hurt Lord Longshen. Her father slowly raised the axe. If you refuse to move aside, then I have no choice. The axe came chopping down, ready to send his own daughter to the grave with him. She squeezed her eyes shut and silently accepted the moment of death rushing toward her. At that critical instant, the axe blade was suddenly shattered. Her father immediately collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Ji Jing immediately warned Renia that their entire group had been infected by a source of corruption from the mirror world. Even though their memories from before remained intact, the undeniable truth was that they were now only puppets, controlled by the mirror world. She burst into tears and begged him to save everyone, because with his power, there had to be some way out. But the dragon god's words were as cold as a death sentence. It said sorry, no one could save them anymore, unless the entire mirror world was shattered. Aside from that, there was no other option. He quietly estimated that there were at least 30 or 40 people on the other side. If they all rushed in at once, he would not be able to keep Renia safe. He asked whether the dragon god could make a move, but it only shook its head helplessly and said its wounds had not recovered. The young man grew suspicious, wondering if the dragon god had become this weak because he had absorbed its divinity. Fine, their attack power was not too threatening, but there were far too many of them. More importantly, they were all ordinary civilians under control, so he could not bring himself to kill them. He condensed Shadow Flame and decided to use the smallest amount of force possible to knock them out one by one, avoiding damage to their organs while keeping them from closing in. He told Renia to hide behind the dragon god and reminded her that no matter what happened, she absolutely could not step out. She was still hesitating. He quickly reassured her, just trust me. He said he definitely would not hurt her parents, and only then did Renia feel a little more at ease. She softly thanked him and told him to be careful too. A man holding an axe suddenly roared and chopped straight down at him. He tilted his body and dodged cleanly, causing the axe strike to miss and slam hard into the ground. Right after that, his hand landed precisely on the back of the man's neck. Seeing the man black out on the spot, he froze for a second and realized he might have used a little too much force. The crowd behind him instantly went berserk and charged forward together. He vanished from his original position in the blink of an eye. He kept closing the distance, striking each person directly on the back of the neck. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could barely keep up. Watching them stagger and collapse one after another, he let out a relieved breath. Luckily, they were only civilians who had never practiced martial arts, so one blow was enough to take them down. But the moment he knocked one person down, another immediately rushed up to replace them. If this dragged on, he would have to find a way to end it at the source. Using Shadow Flame to bind them was an option, but they were only ordinary people, and that dark flame could seriously injure them. He wondered if he could remove Shadow Flame's destructive attribute and keep only its suppressive effect, like a crowd control skill in the system. He tried guiding the energy down into the ground, deciding to take the risk first and figure out the rest later. A ring of energy instantly spread outward in every direction. Broken stones beneath his feet burst up and shot straight toward the crowd. Seeing the whole group thrown backward, he felt a burst of joy. This method actually worked. After temporarily dealing with them, he wiped the sweat from his face and thought the situation seemed stable. But where was the one holding the mirror? Could he be outside this group of villagers? Just then, the bracelet rang with the warning voice of the person in the mirror. Behind you. He tilted his body in time to dodge, but a yellow stone still grazed his arm, leaving behind a bleeding cut. He spun around and saw a figure standing at the edge of the forest. Once he saw the man's face clearly, he immediately understood. The person the man in the mirror had seen was him. Gozen 5 was muttering in some strange ancient language. The yellow crystal in his hand glowed, and streams of sinister energy spread out in all directions. Seeing the people who had just fallen begin to stand up again, he instantly realized that this man was the one controlling all the villagers. Renia turned pale when she understood the meaning of the chant. He was saying that he wanted to kill everyone. He immediately told her to focus on taking anyone who could still walk away from this place, while leaving the danger to him. The person in the mirror warned him again that the man had been completely assimilated by the mirror world. Gozen 5 continued chanting in a hoarse voice, Sayua Ka. By now, the yellow stone was embedded deep in the center of his chest. From Gazan Five's palm, countless razor-sharp fragments shot out like a rain of bullets. They flew straight toward the innocent villagers around them. Meanwhile, he was forced to keep dodging through the dense barrage of attacks. In that instant, his eyes flicked toward the backpack and the blade lying beside the boulder. He seized the opportunity, grabbed the blade, and swung once, cleanly cutting down every fragment flying toward him. God 1005 suddenly switched to a language he could understand and asked coldly, "Who are you?" He tightened his grip on the hilt and answered calmly, "The one who came to recruit you." God 1005 instantly shot toward him like an out-of-control monster. He raised his blade to block, but God 1005's bare hand had already clamped tightly around the freezing sharp edge. Si Jing heard the person in the mirror warn him in a rush to be careful, because that guy was using the blade to corrode his body. He froze, never expecting this bizarre thing to directly invade a human body. God 1005 had already snatched the blade with lightning-fast hands. The young man immediately fell back, and the entire battle formation collapsed into chaos in an instant. Countless mirror shards, sharper than knives, shot out at the same time. His eyes instantly turned grave. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Flame. Rolling black energy wrapped around his entire body, stopping every incoming shard in its tracks. The glass fragments stabbed densely into the surface of Shadow Flame. Inside the protective layer, he struggled to hold it together, but Shadow Flame was about to enter cooldown. If this dragged on, he definitely would not last. His eyes suddenly shifted into an icy blue. He had already seen the enemy's weakness. As long as he found a way to strike it directly, the situation would turn around. The crystal core on Godzion 5's chest was blazing with light. He kept chanting and bright energy continued pouring out from the inverted cage. Pieces of crystal scattered down right at his feet. The entire space began to warp, and enormous mirror blocks appeared one after another. They quickly surrounded him in the center, forming a mirror dungeon. He immediately guessed it. Was this freak trying to play hide-and-seek with him inside this domain? From the mirror directly ahead, a ring of energy waves suddenly spread outward. He snapped his head around in alert. God 1005 burst out, swinging 9 blades at once as they came slashing down. On reflex, he clenched his fist and blocked the attack head-on. He was startled to realize that it was none other than his own blade. God 1005 sneered, saying that his blade really was easy to use. He threw a punch in return and said, "So you finally decided to speak like a human." Seeing that he could not gain the upper hand, God 1005 immediately slipped back into the mirror. His legs were gradually swallowed by the mirror surface. In the end, only 2 faint points of light remained on the mirror. The person in the mirror reminded him that this place was a domain of the mirror world, and perhaps had deliberately let him understand. He replied in a low voice, "A mirror world domain. Huh, looks like my guess was right." He recalled what Yu King had once told him, that in this territory, there was something that belonged only to him. Now he understood that the thing Yu King mentioned was this. Black shadow flame surged backward from his palm. He said coldly, "If you like hide-and-seek that much, then I will play with you to the end." He silently analyzed the situation. This mirror world probably allowed the enemy to move through reflective surfaces and ambush his target. He launched shadow flame forward. If that was how it worked, then he just had to smash every mirror. The pitch-black force crushed the first row of mirrors, then kept piercing straight ahead with terrifying power. God 1005 was hiding inside one of the mirrors. A moment later, the mirror surface where he hid was stabbed through and shattered to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed half of the surrounding mirrors. Then he discovered God 1005's silhouette inside another mirror. He raised his fist and said coldly, "This was your own choice." But God 1005 curled his lips into a faint, sinister smile. God 1005's reflection in the mirror slowly disappeared. Suspicion instantly flashed through his eyes. A crack suddenly appeared on the watch face at his wrist. From it, a mirror shard shot straight toward his eye, making him cry out inwardly that this was bad. A bolt of lightning struck down and instantly crushed that mirror shard. He drew in a deep breath. That had truly been too dangerous. He looked at the fragments burrowing into his hand and realized they were still invading deeper. If that was the case, he would use Shadow Flame to burn them all away. The instant he activated Shadow Flame, the tiny shards were forced out, and he was secretly delighted that this method actually worked. But the problem was that this thing had somehow spread through his whole body. Had God 1005 intentionally baited him into constantly draining his power, so the corrosion would speed up. Shai Jing's eyes slowly grew heavy, his consciousness swallowed, as if by rain inside a mirrored lake. Damn it, this time he had really stumbled into serious trouble. But in this situation, choosing death was still better than being controlled by the mirror world. The young man immediately activated the Twin Lives skill. Passive effect 200 appeared, granting him 2 death lives within 7 days and letting him choose when to revive. When death triggered, he ordered the system to rebuild his entire state. It was hardly a pleasant reward, but things had already reached the point of no return. The person in the mirror asked in panic, "What are you trying to do?" He spat out blood, and the notification panel refreshed at once. Jing Yan entered cooldown lasting 6 hours. His body lost its balance and collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. The person in the mirror rushed out, calling his name in a panic. From his palm, countless shards began silently burrowing into his flesh. She caught his unconscious body, shaking him and calling again, but there was no response. God 2005 slowly stepped forward and said in an icy voice, "Looks like you still are not qualified to become my master." The person in the mirror angrily demanded, "What exactly did you do to him?" He barked in contempt, "A low-grade divine relic dares block my way. Get aside." Her body was instantly controlled and went rigid. God 2005 gave a cold smile and said, "Weaklings really are weaklings." He placed his hand on the young man's forehead and whispered, "I should never have existed in this world. You think so too, don't you?" The young man's forehead began to blur, corroded bit by the thick substance from the mirror. That eerie silver liquid slowly spread outward like cursed magic. It quickly covered his entire body, swallowing every trace of life. The person in the mirror sank to the floor in fear, muttering, "It is really over this time. There is no coming back." His consciousness drifted through a pitch-black space. Could this be the world after death? Strangely, Jing Yan's current state felt as if it had just been awakened, becoming far more vivid than before. This feeling was truly like the moment he first awakened the coffin. Could it be that to use Jing Yan properly, he had to experience death once? The system notification panel appeared, confirming that a special condition had been met. He immediately understood. So death was not the end, but the turning point that allowed Jing Yan to evolve. Outside, God 2005 watched the swelling silver slime with wary eyes. He opened his eyes, and shadow flame blazed deep within his pupils like fire from another world. The young man used shadow flame to tear apart the slime wrapped around his body. God 2005 sprang up in shock, unable to believe it. What is going on? Why is this guy alive again? He braced a hand against the ground and slowly sat up amid the scattered shards. The notification showed that twin lives had entered cooldown, with 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds remaining. Specialization successful. The Shadow Flame skill transformed into True Shadow Flame, level 3 out of 1000. He clenched his hand and strands of shadow flame burst from his fingertips. The young man said coldly, "Godism 5, now it is your turn to get ready to pay the price." Godism 5's hand trembled slightly, as if his instincts had already sensed danger. His fingers stuck tightly together, deforming into a bizarre mass. That mass quickly stretched out, becoming a razor-sharp weapon packed with killing intent. God 2005 charged forward in a frenzy, carrying murderous intent like a monster from a dungeon. He remained standing still, his face utterly unmoved, calm in a way that was almost terrifying. The instant the sharp point was about to pierce him, he vanished from where he stood. The young man appeared behind Godzone 5 and said indifferently, "Too slow." A punch slammed straight into the back of his opponent's neck, sending countless shards flying. Godozan 5's entire body was blasted backward as if he had been hit by a high-ranking hunter. His feet carved long lines across the ground, leaving deep, chaotic skid marks. God 2005 gritted his teeth, completely unable to understand why the young man had suddenly become this strong. He glanced at the power surging through his palm. After leveling up, the speed and force of Shadow Flame had far surpassed what they were before. God 2005 immediately summoned every shard around him, preparing to counterattack. He poured in his strength and launched a barrage of cold, razor-edged shards at the young man. The young man used the same move again, his figure vanishing from where he stood. That drove Govgausen 5 almost insane with rage. He disappeared again. His voice rang out from behind Godozan 5. "Looking for me?" Gauzen 5's heart jolted, and he whipped around. The gluttonous head had barely poked out before Shi Jing slammed it with a heaven-shaking punch. He asked in an icy voice, "Weren't you just saying I was too weak and unqualified to be your master?" Godozan 5 trembled all over from the pain and stammered, How can this be happening?" Countless shards scattered down onto the cold ground. He instantly changed his tune. "I must have heard wrong. Someone this strong is obviously worthy of being my master." But the mirror shards quietly gathered together, making it clear he was still scheming a counterattack. The young man replied calmly, "Is that so? Too bad, cause now I am not interested anymore." Goddiron 5 ground his teeth and snapped. "I gave you face, yet you still do not know how to take it." He planted his hand on the ground, making the pile of shards stand upright. "If you do not want to be my master, then die here." A barrage of mirror shards shot forward like hidden weapons, but he threw punch after punch and crushed them all in midair. Goddozen 5 hurriedly slipped into another mirror, horrified, cause his opponent was no different from an otherworldly monster. As he escaped, he laughed coldly. "As long as I remain here, I can regenerate mirrors without limit, and you will never touch me." He immediately ordered the mirror dweller, open a passage and lock onto his true body. The person in the mirror bowed her head and obeyed understood. From her tightly clenched hands, a strange surge of energy erupted. Spiritual power pierced straight into the mirror where Gao Zhen was hiding. He looked down as the crystal core on his chest turned gold, then screamed in panic, "What is this? What did you do to me?" He bent down and picked up the blade lying on the ground. Shadow flame instantly covered the edge, and he declared coldly, "You are not getting away." Cracks slowly appeared across Godadon-Five's face, and he was forced to admit, "You really are as strong as the rumors said." He swung the blade down, and Heavenly Dao hidden black thrust slash tore through the air. The slash pierced through the mirror he had been using as shelter. The broken mirror shards exploded outward, spraying wildly through the space. They all fell at once like a rain of glass. That mirror began splitting open from the center. When it shattered completely, Godazan-Five's true body was forced to reveal itself. In the very next instant, he was crushed and turned into countless glittering fragments. He bent down, picked up a mirror shard, and asked coldly, "What did you mean by that line just now?" "What rumors?" Godazan-Five was now only a tiny core, with the image of a girl appearing inside. She replied, "Too much time has passed, so I no longer remember clearly, but that person once said a special power exists within you, and that is why I kept waiting. My two previous masters were too weak, so I had to verify whether the new master could withstand this power." He understood at once. "So from the very beginning, you were testing me on purpose." Godardon-Five softened her voice and suggested, "It is all right. You passed, so let me stay by your side and patiently wait for the next awakening." After saying that, her eyes slowly closed, and she fell into a deep sleep. He let out a long breath after that tense battle. When he returned outside, he was briefly surprised. "I am out already?" The blade in his hand suddenly became covered in dense cracks. He raised it to inspect it and muttered, "After surpassing its limit, it can no longer withstand the power?" Right after that, the blade shattered in tiny pieces. Thinking of Jushan beating him half to death, his face went pale. "If senior sister finds out the blade she gave me ended up like this, I am finished." The dragon god called out to his master, while the person in the mirror cheered joyfully like a child. "I can finally go back and report." The dragon god bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for saving the land beneath the flood dragon," while he merely waved it off and said, "No need to be polite." Seeing no one around, he suddenly remembered and asked, "Right, where did the villagers from before go?" The dragon god reported, "After Master entered the mirror world domain, they gradually recovered their awareness and have all returned to the village." Renia stepped forward, bowed, and thanked him. "Big brother, thank you for saving my parents." He smiled and replied, "Everyone is being too polite. I only wanted to leave this place." Long, winding cracks suddenly appeared across the sky. From those cracks, pieces of mirror began peeling away and falling. The dragon god and everyone else raised their heads at the same time to watch the strange phenomenon. He asked curiously what was happening, and the person in the mirror answered, "This is the sign that the mirror world is being undone. After all, you have already taken it in. If this place were a pure mirror world, the entire space would be collapsing and shattering right now. But this is only a land eroded by the mirror world, so it is merely removing the abnormal parts that originally belonged to that realm. From now on, this land beneath the flood dragon will no longer suffer mutations, and every living creature within it can develop naturally as it should." Ji Jing instantly realized that after absorbing Godism 5, an incredibly unusual, mysterious force had appeared inside his body. The system notification rang out. "Update complete, divine relic absorbed. Divinity increased by 2,568. Joy exploded in his chest. Even after risking his life slaying dragons for 2,000 years, he had never earned this much divinity. The dragon god said in a deep voice, "Master, thank you for freeing me and all my people. For that, I wish to offer you a gift." The young man froze for a moment. Seriously? Could there still be a hidden reward after this battle? Looking at what the dragon god handed over, he still could not figure it out. "What is this thing?" He held the object wrapped in a hard shell like dragon scales, then asked in shock, "Could this be a dragon egg?" The dragon god explained, "Master, this is my descendant. When it breaks its shell, it will inherit the power of the dragon clan, and then you may ride it across the otherworld skies." Just imagining a dragon as his mount made the action-loving blood in his veins boil. This was basically owning a true little dragon. He immediately asked, "Then how do I hatch it?" The dragon god replied, "Master, do you remember how I once transferred power to that young lady?" A chill ran down his spine. Was he really going to have to burn divinity again this time? He tried channeling spiritual energy into the egg in his arms, deciding to check its reaction first. A notification appeared, "Hatching dragon egg, progress 1 out of 50,000. He instantly knew something was wrong. 50,000 divinity points. Why was the price so terrifying? He already had plenty of skills that needed nurturing, and his divinity shortage was no small problem. Now there was an egg hatching mission too, so it looked like he would have to hunt down a lot more divine divine relics. Just then, the watch on his wrist suddenly sent out a connection signal. Xiren's name appeared on the screen. Her image appeared with 2 other members. "We finally caught your signal. How is your situation? Do you need us to enter the gate and back you up?" He answered calmly, "No need. The mission is complete, and I am preparing to leave this place." The 2 people behind her were stunned when they heard that. "You really are way too strong." Xiren quickly reported, "We have set up a temporary camp on the outer edge of the border zone. Come out first, and we can discuss the rest afterward." He turned to say goodbye to the dragon god. "I have to go now. Thank you for your gift." The dragon god lowered his head and replied, "Master, please take good care of this child." Clinging to her last bit of hope, Renia softly asked, "Will we ever meet again?" Her eyes were filled with sorrow, as if she could not bear to face this moment of farewell. He did not dare make a firm promise. He only said gently, "I hope so. If fate allows it, we will definitely meet again." After that, he returned to the outside world. Xiren sighed, then recounted everything that had happened not long after he entered. The border zone monitoring system issued an alert. The core was fluctuating violently, the divine relic was fully released, and the danger level once exceeded the critical threshold. "We all thought you had died inside. I still remembered what you told me, so I immediately asked the higher-ups to approve a few qualified children to enter. If something really happened to you, at least we could bring your body out." He gave a slight nod, accepting the sentiment behind it. "You were worried about me." Suddenly, a noise outside the window startled Xiren, and she cried out, "Huh?" From the sky, a massive black shadow was plunging straight toward the ground. It landed with a thunderous boom, and the impact was so violent that everyone froze in place. Dust and smoke billowed upward, blanketing the entire surrounding area. As the dust slowly cleared, the silhouette of a man gradually came into view. The person who had just appeared was Shen Dawei, the deputy commander of Agency 6. Everyone immediately panicked. Was that not the deputy commander? Why would such a major figure come here in person? Xiren hurriedly whispered a warning. "That is the deputy commander, and his background is enormous. If he gets upset, he can turn the whole city upside down, so do not say anything reckless later." Dawei lifted the curtain and strode straight toward them. He raised a hand and pointed at Ji Jing. "Kid, you are the one, right?" At first, Dawei's expression was extremely stern, and his voice made the atmosphere tighten like a drawn bowstring. Ji Jing instantly raised his guard, frowning as he tried to guess what the other man actually wanted. But in the next second, Dawei happily slung an arm around his shoulders. "As expected of White Fang Special Task Force's rising star, I knew you were no ordinary kid when I read your file. And sure enough, my eye for talent was right." The face turn was so fast that Ji Jing was stunned. "Huh?" Dawei turned and barked salute. Xiren immediately straightened her back and answered, "Yes, sir." He patted Ji Jing's shoulder and announced, "From this moment on, you are the special external advisor of the White Fang Special Task Force, directly under the Special Operations Department of Agency 6. Xiren presented a badge, and Dawei explained, "This card represents your status. With it, you may freely enter and leave Agency 6, and the White Fang Special Task Force will always await your orders." Ji Jing felt a little disappointed inside. He had thought he would be rewarded with a huge sum of money, but in the end, he only received this thing. Xiren immediately spoke up, "Congratulations, Commander." Hearing that, Ji Jing was surprised. "Commander?" He clearly did not like that form of address. It sounded both troublesome and distant, so he decided it was better to just let it go. The moment Ji Jing finished speaking, she froze in place, never expecting this young man to reject her so bluntly. He continued in an icy voice, saying he had never planned to join White Fang from the start. Besides, their intel work was far too sloppy. If his luck had been any worse, he would have died in that otherworld rift long ago. Dawei replied calmly, saying greater power meant greater responsibility, and he understood that well. If something went wrong, would they not still have to rely on him in the end? Then the man instantly changed his tone, adding that although the upcoming missions were extremely difficult, he might get the chance to touch even more divine relics. Was collecting divine relics not one of his goals as well? The young man frowned slightly and asked what he meant. Dawei revealed that from the moment he accepted the appointment letter, all data from the 6th Bureau would be open to him. As long as he wanted, he could visit anytime. In addition, depending on the difficulty of future missions, he would also be allowed to apply to borrow some of the 6th Bureau's 3-digit rank divine relics. The young man immediately caught the key point and asked, 3-digit rank divine relics? He nodded in agreement and said fine, since Dawei trusted him that much, he would try taking this position. Dawei then handed that special badge over to him. Xiren never expected that in the blink of an eye, this guy had become his superior. The young man gave a subtle reminder, saying, Vice Commander, since you made a promise, you had better keep it. Dawei immediately put on a reliable expression, and said that was only natural. Dawei seemed to remember something and said, right, the letter also arranged a travel mission for him, so he should use the chance to relax a little. He opened the envelope and found that what was inside was actually a ship ticket. Da Wei smiled and revealed that it was a ticket for a top-tier luxury cruise ship. It was said that each ticket was worth several million, and even with money, one might not be able to buy one. The information inside clearly stated the boarding notice. This time, invited guests had to meet one of two conditions: either possess a divine relic or be someone who had been gifted a ticket. He quickly pulled his suitcase along and officially stepped into this so-called vacation. He turned to Huaner, who was perched on his shoulder, and warned her that pets were not allowed on the cruise. They would have to pass security soon, so she had to find her own way aboard. Was that a problem? She answered confidently, saying not to worry, and that they would meet again on the ship. After that, the two split up and left. He walked straight toward the inspection area, while Huaner quietly slipped off in another direction. Before him was a luxurious cruise ship anchored at the harbor. He curiously observed the crowd around him and wondered if all of them were waiting to board. Based on the boarding conditions, the people gathered here were definitely not ordinary. With so many divine relic owners assembled, this trip was absolutely not a normal vacation. The twins were still on cooldown, so he could only hope nothing too serious happened. Right at that moment, a hidden weapon suddenly tore through the air and shot straight toward his back. His clairvoyant eyes activated instantly. He reached out and clamped the flying dart between his fingers, then said coldly that sneak attacks from behind were not a good habit. From the rooftops, a group of people in ancient-style robes, each holding a longsword, leaped down at the same time. He tilted his body and neatly dodged a sword strike, silently evaluating them in his heart. Cold weapons, huh? Two martial artists immediately split off and attacked him from both sides. The young man moved with extreme agility, lightly avoiding every sharp sword slash. He quickly recognized the origin of their moves. These techniques were none other than the Golden Wind Rainbow Sword. He instantly guessed their background and said they were people from Golden Wind Dojo. The moment Hong Ping stepped out, he dumped every crime onto him, saying their master had gone missing, their junior brothers were either dead or scattered, and Golden Wind Dojo had fallen to this state because Hidden Dragon Dojo had framed them. Confused, he asked what any of that had to do with him. Hong Ping gritted his teeth and demanded, if that Bo Cheng had not injured their master, how could their Golden Wind Martial Hall have been dissolved? He answered with contempt, saying they were inferior to others, yet blamed their opponent for being too strong. Were there really martial artists as unreasonable as them in this world? Hong Ping roared and charged straight at him, shouting that even if he died today, he would drag him down into the grave too. He did not panic at all, calmly avoiding the attack as if he were taking a stroll. From Hong Ping's palm, fierce streams of sword light slashed out one after another. After missing again and again, Hong Ping's face twisted with rage. Sure enough, people from Hidden Dragon Dojo were all the same, only knowing how to dodge and hide, crouching inside that sealed-up courtyard like turtles hiding in their shells. He mocked him right back and asked, were they not the same? Weak, yet always looking for trouble, and after losing, they still blamed the other side for not showing respect. Trash Dragon instantly appeared above his head, saying that when it came to shamelessness, a violent bolt of lightning struck Hong Ping head-on, while Trash Dragon declared that their Golden Wind Martial Hall was definitely number one under heaven. From Hong Ping's mouth, a trail of scorched black smoke slowly drifted upward. Hong Ping's entire body stiffened, then he crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining disciples immediately prepared to rush forward, shouting for their brothers to take him down together. Right then, a powerful aura suddenly shot out from inside the cruise ship. That aura swept across the disciples, and an icy voice rang out, asking if they were tired of living, daring to cause trouble on their territory. The aura instantly transformed into invisible chains, binding all of them tightly as the voice asked if they wanted to die. From inside the cabin, a man slowly walked out. The man politely to him and said, "Honored guest, please forgive this humble one's poor protection." That man was Tang Yao, the director of the Infinite Nova. The guide announced coldly, "Our boss invites you to board the ship in 10 days. Xi Jing froze at once, because the way the other man controlled people was far too effortless, as if this was no ordinary ability. Looking at the layers of heavy security inside, he quickly realized that none of these people's auras were weak. He quietly observed Tang Yao and the manager as well. That trick just now was too bizarre. Was it the power of a divine relic, or did the man himself possess a special ability? Even this yak gave off an unusual feeling. The guide stopped in front of a room and said, "We are here. The boss is waiting for you inside." He could not help feeling curious. What kind of background did the true owner of this mysterious yacht have? He turned the doorknob, and a dazzling flood of light immediately spilled out from within. Unexpectedly, the person sitting in the room was Yu King. She smiled and waved, saying, "Long time no see." He stared at her in shock. "So the lady boss is you?" Yu King seemed to have expected everything. "You must have a lot of questions for me, right?" He stepped inside, his eyes still filled with doubt. "So you are the owner of this yacht?" She answered calmly. For now you can consider me the lady boss here. He frowned. What do you mean for now? He slipped a hand into his pocket, then changed his tone. Forget that for now. I do have something I need to ask you. He placed the mirror shard in front of her. God 2005 said there is a special source of power inside me, which is why it kept waiting for me. Who exactly is that thing, and what is this special power? Yu King tilted her head slightly. Let me take a guess. He sat down across from her and continued his analysis. God 2005 and Gangantin 188 belong to the same system, and both are divine relics with independent consciousness. These glasses must also be a derivative of the mirror system, or more accurately, they are part of God 118 itself. It has its own consciousness, is connected to mirrors, and knows I am special. Among divine relics like that, I have only ever encountered two. One is God 1005, and the other is God 108. And God 108 was in your hands from the very beginning. So the only person who could have revealed this to God 5 is you, Yu King. He looked straight at her. Am I wrong? Yu King leisurely twirled a lock of hair. If the final result benefits you, does the motive along the way truly matter that much? His voice instantly turned cold. You arranged everything this carefully. I do not believe you had no purpose. Besides, I do not want to be manipulated like some clueless pawn. Yu King revealed in a low voice. The truth is, I was someone blessed from birth. Ever since I formed memories, a special source of power has existed inside my body. That power brought me status, wealth, and respect, but at the same time, it planted an inescapable curse on me as the guardian of the divine relics. I must collect the corresponding divine relics within a set time limit, or I will die. You thought you were only helping me recover relics, but in truth you were also extending my life. At this point, he finally understood why she paid such an absurdly high salary. He exhaled. Lady boss, you really planned this thoroughly. But do not worry, as long as it is something I can do, I will do my best. After all, you are my boss, and you are the one paying my salary. Yu King smiled with relief. Thank you. He changed the subject. Then what about God 2005? How do you plan to deal with it? She set her teacup aside and asked in return. You must have sensed that a strange source of power just appeared inside your body. Once you grasp it, it will not be too late to hand it over to me. He grew even more curious. What exactly is that power, and how am I supposed to grasp it? Yu King replied. Since it has already recognized you as its master, you will find the answer sooner or later. She added, by the way, God 2005 really does possess the ability to move through mirrors. If you can control this power, your ability to protect yourself in the future will definitely increase by a great deal. Yu King stood up to see him out. That is enough for today. Go back to your room and rest first. Remember to attend the dinner party tonight. There will be a surprise waiting for you. He returned to his own room, number 9073. He tried to steady his mind, told himself to stay calm, then attempted to focus his energy into the mirror. A long crack immediately appeared across the mirror's surface. Shards of broken glass slowly floated up before his eyes. He tried reaching out to touch them. So this was what the world inside the mirror looked like. The next step was to try passing through it. His hand truly passed straight through the cold mirror surface. Immediately afterward, his entire body was slowly swallowed by the mirror. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the room. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another place. But a moment later, he was dragged back, making him understand that this ability was definitely not easy to control. His gaze suddenly stopped on a corner of the room. On the bed, Huan Er was already waiting at ease. She spoke as if nothing had happened. I went to inspect the kitchen just now. The food on this ship is not as good as what you cook, but the variety is impressive. It is worth trying. He sighed and asked, you showed up in such a flashy way. Are you not afraid someone will discover you? Huan Er shrugged and explained, there are so many cameras here. I am afraid it would be harder not to be discovered. He rubbed her head. But it is fine. The owner of this place seems pretty decent, so she probably will not make things difficult for us. Qi Jing suddenly remembered something and immediately warned her, right, Miss Huan, I am trying to control this thing. If anything abnormal happens later, wake me up at once. Huaner frowned and pinched her nose. What is this thing? It smells awful. Is it some other lost divine relic? Qi Jing revealed that it was the real deal, the world in mirror, Gao's and 5. She was instantly shocked. A single-digit divine relic. Logically, its aura should be purer, so why is it giving off such a strange smell? He quietly guessed to himself, could this scent also be part of Yu King's ability? Huaner nodded and promised, don't worry. If anything unexpected happens, I will wake you up right away. The young man shook his head and denied it. There is no need to be that tense. He walked toward the newly activated mirror, deciding he had to test it a few more times. But in the very next instant, he was blasted away by an invisible force, leaving even him stunned. Huaner asked curiously, did it fail? He described what he had just felt. His body had only entered halfway before being pushed back out, as if the divine relic itself was rejecting him. Huaner guided him, try relaxing your body and actively accepting the divine relic. I do not know how you obtained Godzos and 5, but it clearly holds some hostility toward you. The young man followed her advice. I feel like I have accepted it, but what should I do next? Huaner continued explaining, I cannot describe it clearly either. I only know that back then, my strength was far greater than it is now. Then does that mean he has to use an even more overwhelming power to suppress it? He was startled when he heard that. A greater power? If that was the case, would that not be Panel A? He could absolutely borrow power from Panel A to suppress Godzios and 5. It sounded simple, but once he actually started doing it, everything proved far harder than imagined. Both of his palms began to shine brilliantly, as surging waves of aura erupted from them. Power from the system panel kept bursting out, like a current of energy forced to its absolute limit. The mirror instantly absorbed that ancient power, and its surface trembled in strange pulses. Rampaging spiritual energy exploded, and dazzling light covered the entire space. A system notification rang out. Update complete. Fusion successful. He was overjoyed. It worked. The update notice appeared clearly. You have successfully fused with a divine relic. Divinity increased by 788 points. Huaner urged him excitedly, hurry and try again. He immediately turned around and stepped into the mirror's surface once more. Only a moment later, he returned outside safe and sound. Huaner praised him. Not bad, you succeeded after just one try. But he still was not truly satisfied. The speed was still too slow, though at least he was no longer being thrown back out. The next step was to keep practicing until he mastered this ability completely. At the same time, a lavish banquet was being held in the cruise ship's grand hall. The sound of high heels clicked crisply across the polished floor. Huaner walked beside him, and the two of them entered the central area together. A series of sudden notifications appeared. Divine relic detected. Almost everyone present here seemed to possess a divine relic. He was secretly shocked. This many divine relics. If he touched just a few of them, he would absorb no small amount of divinity. The day the dragon egg hatched was no longer far away. Huaner quickly headed toward the food table. Shi Jing, I am going over there to take a look. You can wander around by yourself for now. The young man could only sigh at her unchanged gluttonous personality. Just then, a woman suddenly hooked her arm around his and called out in a syrupy voice, Hey there, handsome. Big sister is feeling very lonely. How about we go over there and talk about something more interesting? He looked at the strange mark on her face and immediately became wary. There are people using that kind of anomalous entity on this cruise ship too? He refused coldly, sorry, I have something to do. Ling Lan blinked and pleaded, do not reject me so quickly. The best part is still coming. In that exact moment, every light in the hall suddenly went out. Yu King's voice rang through the darkness, welcome to the Infinite Nova. I hope the appetizer just now did not bore you. 3 bodyguards pushed boxes filled with treasures into the center of the hall, and from this moment on, the wager officially began. These divine relics will be placed as stakes. Any one of them could bring you a source of power far beyond your imagination. Whether you go all in to change your fate, or rise to the heavens in a single step through your own strength, the choice is entirely yours. Discussions immediately broke out. It is Yu King, the one blessed by heaven. She has not hosted such a major wager in 3 years. Exactly, I heard nearly 60% of all divine relics are now in her collection. Ling Lan leaned against his shoulder and asked softly, did you hear that? Want to try a round with me? He calmly agreed, fine. What are we playing? Everyone's interest instantly shifted in the same direction. At a nearby betting table, the crowd was packed tightly around it, while divine relic detection notices kept appearing. Hey, is this real or fake? This is already the 9th round. Whispers rose from every direction. I heard this guy has already won 8 matches in a row here. No way. Then how many divine relics has he collected? It was time to reveal the cards. The other person curled his lips into a cold smile. 21 points. This round is mine again. Xi Jing also appeared at the casino, quietly watching as the betting table began to heat up. He pulled out a chair and sat down, then spoke politely. Sorry to intrude, but may I join this hand? Wei raised an eyebrow with interest. Then what are you planning to use as your stake? The young man placed a mirror shard on the table. Godzon of 5. Would this be enough to qualify? Everyone at the table froze at once. A single-digit divine relic. Wasn't that the legendary kind of item that could drag an entire world into destruction? He nodded in agreement. Fine. Since you brought out a divine relic of this level, I have no objection. The rules are simple. Whoever has the highest total wins. Wei signaled to the dealer with a calm flick of his hand. Deal the cards. He pushed a box containing an alien god to the center of the table. Well, are you calling? In that instant, Shi Jing immediately activated Huan Er's penetrating sight. The young man had already calculated it. As long as his eyes caught the rhythm of the deal, true visualization could use the gathered data to infer the suit and value of the whole card. He pushed the shard of Gauzen 5 forward and said, I call. Wei analyzed in silence. His artificial eye could read biological muscle movement and predict an opponent's intent. The kid had frowned just now, proving he lacked confidence in his hand. Wei revealed his cards with certainty. Looks like I win this round. On the table were his G and 7 of spades. The young man smiled and showed his cards. The winner is me. He raised the Queen of Diamonds, and under the table was an 8 of hearts. Wei slammed the table hard and roared in fury, impossible. You cheated. Shi Jing gave a faint mocking smile. You lose, then accuse someone else of cheating. Playing like that is pretty ugly. Wei gradually regained his composure, while a new scheme began turning in his mind. Wei changed his tone and provoked him. Kid, do you dare play another game with me? The young man answered at once without thinking. Sure, but first hand over what I just won. Wei drew a pistol. No problem. Then Russian roulette. Do you dare play? Ling Lan slammed the table and shot to her feet. Don't you go too far, he reminded her in an icy voice. The one going too far is you. Do you know you nearly ruined something important? Shi Jing stared at the gun in Wei's hand. Is that a real gun? Wei removed all the bullets and said, the rules are very simple. I will leave 1 round in the cylinder. Rock, paper, scissors decides who goes first. The winner chooses the order of firing. Each turn you may fire as many shots in a row as you want, but at least 1. If you survive, I pay you 100,000 lower Xia coins. Ling Lan anxiously tried to stop him. Little brother, this man is insane. Don't risk it with him. You'll lose your life. Shi Jing calmly agreed. I bet. Only he knew that he had never intended to gamble with his life in the first place. Both sides prepared for rock, paper, scissors. Wei calculated in secret. Scissors 57%, paper 31%. So scissors is most likely. Rock is only 12%. No matter. Whatever he throws, I can change my hand at the last instant with speed he cannot see. Seeing the other man's hand move, Wei panicked for a split second. Did he change already? Is it paper? But no matter what, Shi Jing would still lose. Wei instantly switched to scissors against rock. Yet the young man was clenching his fist. Looks like my luck isn't bad, I win. Seeing that, veins bulged on Wei's forehead. You call this luck? He remembered it very clearly. Just now he had changed his hand shape at a speed no ordinary person could possibly react to. Could the kid actually be faster than him and switch from paper to rock in the blink of an eye? The total time for both reaction and movement had not even reached 0.1 seconds. Wei threw the gun across the table, his heart going cold. What kind of monster is this kid? Shi Jing reached out and caught it. Thanks, then I'll start on my side. Ling Lan was secretly stunned. She never expected him to win rock, paper, scissors like that. This handsome, blush-inducing young man really was not simple. Wei still held on to a little hope. Logically, this brat could not know the bullet was in the 5th shot. As long as he got scared and fired fewer than 4 times, Wei still had a chance to win. Shi Jing suddenly spoke. That reminds me, may I ask your name? Wei answered at once. My surname is Wei. The young man placed the muzzle against his temple. So it is Mr. Wei. The surrounding crowd was horrified when they saw him fire 3 shots at himself in a row. What background does this kid have? His guts are way too big. That's enough, right? From the next shot on, every trigger pull carries a 1 in 3 chance of death. Before pulling the trigger again, Shi Jing asked another question. There is something I would like to ask Mr. Wei. Wei replied coldly. Speak. Shi Jing made his request calmly. Since you're about to die, explain clearly how you plan to pay me the 10 million. Can you transfer it first? Wei answered firmly. I will not break my word. But unease had already begun stirring in his heart. It had been so long, so why was there still no movement? Earlier, someone had asked him, are you sure doing this can lure the CB swarm here? If it fails again, there will be no chance to meet them anymore. Wei poured that liquid into the sea. Relax. The information from Mr. Hu, so it is definitely reliable. Besides, with this thing we don't need to worry about them refusing to appear. Shi Jing spoke. Then I'll thank you in advance. The onlookers were all numb with shock. The 4th shot. 4 straight shots and still no hit. This luck was heaven-defying. The chance that the 5th shot was still empty was only 1 in 6, while the chance of hitting the live round had already exceeded 80%. Someone hurriedly reminded him, wait, you still want to fire the 5th shot? Switch players. You've basically already won. Shi Jing thought in silence. Clearly, Wei had shown no reaction at all during the first 4 shots. But at the exact moment Shi Jing was about to pull the trigger for the 5th, Shi Jing felt the twin instinct inside his body tremble violently again. This was no different from a death warning. Wei was secretly pleased, because the 5th shot was live ammunition, and everything matched his calculations. This brat was truly charging straight into death. Did he really think all 5 rounds were blanks? Stop interfering for now. Put this on hold. Sir, the next shot is too dangerous. You have the right to give up, and I guarantee you will not suffer any punishment. His voice remained terrifyingly calm. Relax, it is fine. After all, I never planned to fire the fifth shot. He tossed the gun back toward Wei, then said coldly that, sure enough, Mr. Wei should still get a little sense of participation. Wei's heart shook violently. Had this kid seen through everything? How in the world had he done it? Before that, Jijing had quietly activated true visualization. He thought to himself that true visualization had fully simulated the result of this life or death wager, from the bullet's position to his opponent's next move. The instant Wei opened the cylinder, victory was already in Jijing's hands. The young man looked at his opponent and asked, why have you not fired yet? Mr. Wei, you are not scared, are you? Wei understood very well that this gun's power was extremely terrifying against his mutated physique. One direct hit might not kill him instantly, but it would definitely be enough to leave him badly wounded. Ling Lan immediately reminded him, then do not forget our real mission. Wei gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh thick with killing intent. He aimed the muzzle straight at the man across from him and said, sorry, but I still cannot die here. Jijing calmly followed up, are you planning to flip the table? Looks like Mr. Wei really wants to break his word. Wei replied, I will transfer that 10 million to your family. As for breaking my word, do you remember the original betting condition I mentioned? Someone suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said at the start that if the kid survived, he would receive 10 million, but if he died, there would be no need to pay anything. Jijing sneered, Mr. Wei, is that not blatant sophistry? Wei pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. It is sophistry, yes, but sorry about this. Jijing's eyes instantly flashed with an icy blue light. An invisible force erupted, blasting straight forward like magic compressed to its absolute limit. Jijing drew his leg back and evaluated in silence. This move was soft force. Logically speaking, it should not have kicked someone that far away. The young man recalled the moment he rushed in and delivered that kick. The instant the bullet left the barrel, he had activated twin mind speed. While dodging the bullet, he used soft force to launch a frontal kick combined with twin mind speed. But it seemed soft force had been blocked by that protective layer and could only erupt on the outside, which was why Wei had been blasted so far. That defensive membrane countered martial arts way too hard. The bullet shrieked through the air at a speed ordinary people could not react to. Jijing merely tilted his head slightly, easily slipping past the line of fire by a hair. Everyone around him froze in place. Holy crap, did that guy just dodge a real bullet? A dagger suddenly tore through the air from behind and stabbed toward him. Jijing instantly clamped down on the ambusher's wrist, locking her movement in place. The young man mocked her, you were so warmly inviting me just now, so why turn on me this fast? Ling Lan only answered softly, sorry. Her wrist twisted hard, knocking his hand away from her, even as she kept swinging the dagger at him. Jijing calmly blocked every slash with his bare hands. Seeing his hand grab the blade directly without taking any injury, Ling Lan cried out in terror, how is that possible? Jijing's palm was already covered in a layer of golden scales, as hard as monster armor. His hand suddenly shot forward and clamped straight onto her head. Ling Lan was lifted by her hair, and the pain made her curse loudly. I already apologized just now, so are you really going to attack a girl? Jijing answered indifferently, you probably think an apology works. Too bad you were never truly human to begin with. After dealing with her, he slowly walked toward Wei, who stood across from him. Wei trembled with fear. This really was a monster wearing human skin. He had not implanted any anomalous entity, nor had he used forbidden drugs, yet his estimated physical level had reached a terrifying degree, 3642, so he was a pure martial cultivator and his body's mutation rate was extremely low, less than 1%, while his comprehensive danger rating reached 4145. Damn it, if that stupid woman had not taken the initiative to provoke him, this would never have fallen apart so badly. But before she died, she had planted one nail after all. Now they could only wait and see what use it might have later. Wei immediately loaded more rounds into the gun in his hand. Even he was not sure whether this type of bullet could injure his opponent. Jijing leisurely picked up a die from the floor. The young man closed his eyes and gently tossed the die in his palm. In the next second, he decisively hurled it toward his opponent like an armor-piercing round. Wei tilted his head and dodged by a hair, but the wall behind him instantly caved in, cracks spreading like a spider web. Unconcealable terror appeared in Wei's eyes, because at that very instant, Jijing had already closed in before him and drove a knee straight into his gut. Wei slipped and slid backward, then immediately braced his body to steady his stance. Han did not hesitate. He raised his gun and poured bullets straight at Jijing. He tilted aside and dodged as if it were nothing, each bullet grazing past by barely an inch. Wei instantly shoved the gun's bolt forward. The thing dropped, and a bizarre surge of energy erupted from inside it. The distance between the two was instantly swallowed by a blinding burst of light. Wei thought smugly to himself, this was a sonic wave round. Any ordinary person hit by it would go temporarily blind, then pass out on the spot. This young man had activated Shadow Flame to counter that move, proving he was no fool. But Wei knew well that the sharper a martial artist's senses, the more brutal the damage became. Yet when he saw him charge in, Wei panicked at once. Impossible. Why was he not affected at all? Wei forced his strength into enhancing his arm, and his muscles instantly swelled in thick, bulging waves. He swung his fist savagely, gritting his teeth as he roared, "Damn it, brat, don't you look down on me." He took that punch head on, then absorbed every bit of power surging into it. Wei's face turned pale with terror, because his opponent stood rooted in place without retreating even a single step. He instantly counterattacked, driving a punch straight through the air in front of him. A sharp stream of spiritual power tore through Wei's fist like a drill bit. Wei's hand was split in two and fell to the floor. He calmly praised him, saying, "That move of yours is pretty interesting too. How exactly did you do that? Could that be some kind of aberrant entity?" Wei gritted his teeth and snapped back, "Why the hell should I tell you?" His eyes suddenly flicked quickly to the side. He looked at Huaner, who was gripping Ling Lan's wrist, and asked, "Miss Huan, how are things over there?" She answered curtly, "This woman seems to have come back to life again." Wei only had time to grind out one curse through his teeth. Damn it. He squeezed the trigger wildly again, shouting as he fired, "Hurry up and run." Ling Lan seized the moment while Huaner dodged the hail of bullets, twisted around, and fled. Wei growled inwardly, "Just like that, keep dragging them down." He was still locked in combat with Wei, so he immediately called out, "Miss Huan, that woman is yours." Huaner shot after her and answered in an icy voice, "Don't worry." She clung to the high wall, her body gliding like a hunting monster. That woman had no chance of escaping. At that height, Wei had no way to hit her. He clenched his teeth and ordered, "Open it." He had already closed in, his voice cold as ice. "Your gun is out of bullets, isn't it?" Under those razor-cold eyes, Wei's entire body suddenly froze, his mind thrown into chaos. What is happening? Why can't I move? Shadow Flame instantly shot straight toward Wei like a blade of death. He stood there stiff and stunned, his eyes hollow in an unnervingly unnatural way. His upper body was sliced apart, revealing dense bundles of tangled wires inside. After the heavy crash of his body hitting the floor, even the ground trembled faintly. He swept his gaze quickly toward the side. An urgent warning blared from the speaker system. Sea wasps are attacking. Ling Lan was already sprinting outside for her life. She laughed smugly to herself. The swarm of sea wasps had finally arrived, and sure enough, the intel Mr. provided had not been wrong. Huaner stayed close behind her and asked coldly, "Even after running this far, you still have room in your head to think about something else?" A sharp claw strike flew from her hand and instantly shredded Ling Lan's entire body. As broken fragments scattered across the ground, the last trace of Ling Lan's awareness could only tremble in horror. Too fast. How could this be? Standing before that woman, I did not have even the slightest power to fight back. Huaner stepped forward and coldly grabbed Ling Lan's head, lifting it into the air. He happened to witness that scene and curled his lips, saying, "Taking this one down even in high heels. Not bad, Miss Huan." Huaner immediately straightened her back, while Ling Lan screamed in agony, "Let me go." The roof overhead began to shake violently. She asked anxiously, "What do we do now? This ship has been out at sea for hours. If it really capsizes, I don't even know if we can swim back." Ling Lan instantly cursed, "Idiot, the sea is full of sea wasps. The moment you fall into the water, they will sting you to death. So how exactly are you swimming back?" Huaner tightened her grip and squeezed Ling Lan's head hard, making her scream and beg, it hurts so much, stop using so much force." He suddenly understood. No wonder you could come back to life just now. So every part of your bodies is made of aberrant entities. Ling Lan gave a cold laugh and replied, "So what?" Young Master Sinkyu said, "That is why when the sea wasp swarm appeared, everyone panicked, while only you and Wei looked delighted. Can I take that to mean this sea wasp swarm was lured here by you people?" "Big sister, those sea wasps were stirred up by you people, weren't they?" Ling Lan still refused to back down. So what if they were? Yet her heart went cold. This kid's powers of observation were anything but human. Ji Jing understood the problem at once. "If you dared come here to hunt the Sea Lord, then you must have prepared a way to deal with that swarm of monsters, right?" She answered, "We do have a method, but it requires Wei. Once the sea wasps appear, their numbers are terrifying, at least in the tens of thousands. The Sea Lord is the brain of the entire swarm. It hides among hundreds of thousands, even millions of wasps. Only by capturing or killing it and cutting off the pheromones it releases, will the sea wasps lose command, fall into chaos, and scatter. To find the hidden Sea Lord, we must rely on Wei's artificial eyes, which have been loaded with special data." He asked bluntly, "So do I need to gouge them out and plug them into you?" Ling Lan instantly felt insulted. Plug them in how? Do you think I'm a USB port? He sighed. Then there is only one option left. She asked impatiently what option. His voice was calm in a way that was almost frightening. Kill every last sea wasp below. Ling Lan found that absurd, a total pipe dream. Sea wasp stingers carry lethal venom, and one hit means certain death within 30 seconds. To wipe out hundreds of thousands of them, he would need a wide-area weapon of mass destruction. He kept asking anyway. We still have to try. If I fight those sea wasps, is there anything I need to pay special attention to? She told the truth. There is a small group within the swarm that is much larger than the rest. Those are soldier wasps, and they are far more dangerous than ordinary sea wasps. He nodded. Thanks. Horner looked over and asked, then what should we do with this woman? He replied coldly, hand her over to the owner of the ship. Just then, smoke suddenly began rising from Ling Lan's head. She screamed in panic, save me, hurry and save me. He immediately shouted, Huener, throw her overboard now. She did not hesitate and hurled the woman toward the sea, just before the explosion went off. Ling Lan's head burned into charcoal and dropped straight onto the surface of the sea. Huener drew in a deep breath. That was only a hair away from becoming a disaster. From the corridor, a rush of hurried footsteps rang out. Deng Yang came running over with a long sword in his hands. Mr. Xu, Miss Wu told me to deliver this to you. She said there is nothing better available right now, so please make do with it for the moment. He asked how the passengers were doing. The man answered, everyone has been gathered inside. Miss Wu also said you can act without worry. If anything happens, she will step in to support you. After hearing that, he committed it to memory. Good. His heart eased a great deal. With that guarantee, the trouble afterward would be much smaller. Now he was the only one outside, and the young man lowered his head, studying every abnormal movement on the sea. He looked at the dense mass of creatures beneath the water. So the swarm below really was made of sea wasps. Who would have thought that frail appearance hid such deadly venom? He immediately climbed onto the railing. Then he drew the sword from its sheath. If that is how it is, I will test the power of a ranged attack first. He poured lightning into the blade. Creatures in the present world could not possibly be tougher than the dragon god from the borderland. A slash fused with lightning and shadow flame cleaved straight downward. The raging current instantly tore the surface of the sea apart. The entire swarm was struck so hard that it flipped out of the water. One body after another convulsed violently from the electric shock, then fell back into the sea. Seeing that, he was secretly delighted. This attack works. In the next instant, a stream of venom shot up from beneath the water. He reacted with incredible speed, tilting his body aside to avoid the ambush. The toxic fluid stabbed straight into the cruise ship's hull, and a green poisonous haze instantly spread outward. He became alert. A counterattack this accurate and this fast had to be under the command of the Sea Wasp King. If he could not find the leader, killing any number of sea wasps would only waste his strength. Where exactly is it hiding? Not this one, and not that one either. Damn it, there are so many that they cannot even be counted. Aimed shot could lock onto a target, but it could not distinguish the king wasp among a swarm of identical monsters. In that case, he could only use true visualization to deduce its position. A blue beam of light pierced straight through the surface of the sea. It locked on and pinned itself to one wasp. He immediately opened his eyes and activated X-ray vision. That wasp was now completely within his field of view. He shot forward like an arrow. Found you. A spear of shadow flame pierced straight through the monster's body. Watching it burst apart, he compared it in his mind. Compared with the creatures of the borderland, this thing was truly too weak. He plunged straight down from high above toward the surface of the water. Then he surfaced amid the cool seawater, and the feeling was honestly incredible. A dense series of notifications exploded. You have survived a brutal death match, and your body's potential has been awakened. Body tempering experience plus 2187. Tempering risen to level 99525 out of 8000. Combat experience plus 512. Running experience plus 668. Having survived calamity, your mood relaxes. Health cultivation experience plus 1687. Aimed shot experience increased by 1069. Swimming reached 553 out of 1200. Hidden Dragon Force gained another 9060 experience. Weapon strike rose by 33388. And True Contemplation received 1026. Swimming added another 825. True Contemplation broke through to level 5, passing 57882 out of 5500. Special Divine Creature successfully eliminated. Divinity immediately increased by 82 points. Jie Jing was secretly thrilled, because aside from Divine Relics and the Domain Palace, a brand new path for gathering divinity had now opened up right in front of him.